The blue whale, scientifically known as Balanoptera musculus, is the largest animal ever known to exist on Earth, a marine mammal belonging to the baleen whale family. An adult typically measures between 82 and 98 feet in length, with the largest confirmed individuals exceeding 108 feet and weighing around 400,000 pounds. Its tongue alone weighs more than a full-grown African elephant, and its heart can exceed 800 pounds, roughly the size of a small car. Despite its tremendous size, the blue whale moves through the ocean with remarkable agility, thanks to its hydrodynamic design, its streamlined body, and its powerful tail, which allow it to swim at average speeds of about 12 miles per hour, and to accelerate briefly to more than 30 miles per hour when necessary. Its skin ranges from slate gray to blue-gray, sometimes reflecting a deep blue tint when viewed through the water, and its surface is marked with pale, irregular spots, creating a unique pattern for each individual. The body is insulated by a layer of blubber measuring 10 to 12 inches thick, which conserves heat, stores energy, and aids buoyancy in frigid seas. When a blue whale surfaces to breathe, it exhales with a blow that rises 30 to 40 feet into the air and sometimes even higher. Its blowholes, located at the top of the head, allow it to inhale roughly 1,300 gallons of air in just a few seconds before diving again in search of food. The lungs of a blue whale hold about 1,300 gallons of air, and during each dive, the animal can remain underwater for 10 to 30 minutes, though monitored individuals have been recorded diving more than 1,000 feet while foraging. Blue whales are filter feeders, and their diet consists primarily of tiny crustaceans, known as krill, seldom more than an inch long. During the feeding season, a single adult blue whale may consume an average of 7,000 pounds of krill each day. When hunting, the blue whale opens its massive mouth, engulfing tens of cubic meters of water, dense with krill, then uses its baleen plates to strain the water, leaving only the prey inside. These baleen plates, each about 3 feet long, line the upper jaw and serve as an evolutionary replacement for teeth, enabling the whale to process huge volumes of food efficiently without biting or tearing. The circulatory and respiratory systems of the blue whale are highly adapted for life underwater. Its heart rate can drop to as low as 8 to 10 beats per minute during deep dives, conserving oxygen, and then surge to more than 25 beats per minute when it returns to the surface. Its blood contains an unusually high concentration of hemoglobin, enabling it to store and transport oxygen far more efficiently than land mammals. Its nervous system and sensory organs are also specialized for the marine environment. Although its eyes are relatively small, with a diameter of about 5 inches, its vision is adequate for detecting objects in the water, while its hearing is extraordinarily advanced. Blue whales can produce and perceive sounds at extremely low frequencies between 10 and 40 Hz, which can travel more than 500 miles underwater and are used for communication, navigation, and mating. Their calls are among the loudest in the natural world, reaching intensities up to 180 decibels, louder than a jet engine, though humans hear only a small portion of this range, since our ears cannot detect such low frequencies. Blue whales are nearly global in distribution and can be found in all major oceans, from polar waters to the equator. However, their largest populations typically inhabit the Southern Ocean around Antarctica, where krill are most abundant. Each year, blue whales migrate across thousands of miles, traveling from cold, nutrient-rich feeding grounds to warmer tropical waters to mate and give birth. They usually travel alone or in pairs, rarely forming large groups except during feeding when food is concentrated. Their average lifespan is estimated at 70 to 90 years, though some individuals appear to exceed a century, as determined by analyzing wax layers in the ear canal, each layer representing half a year of life. Blue whales were heavily exploited during the 19th and 20th centuries for their oil, bone, and meat, leading to a population decline of more than 95%. Although now protected by international law, their numbers remain only about 10% of pre-whaling levels. Their gradual recovery serves as a testament to the resilience of life, but also as a stark reminder of humanity's profound impact on marine ecosystems. In the natural world, the blue whale is not only a symbol of immense size and power, but also a crucial component of oceanic balance. As they swim, their waste fertilizes algae and phytoplankton, forming the base of a food chain that sustains billions of organisms, and in doing so, blue whales contribute to the global carbon cycle, helping regulate Earth's climate. All these traits make the blue whale one of the greatest biological wonders ever created by nature, a testament to evolution's ability to shape life for the harshest and most expansive environments on the planet. The evolutionary origin of the blue whale is one of the clearest examples of how a land-dwelling mammal can transform into a fully marine species through adaptation over millions of years. Around 50 million years ago, the ancestors of modern whales were four-legged mammals belonging to the group Artiodactyla, the same order that today includes hippos, which remain their closest living relatives. The earliest known ancestor of whales was Pakicetus, which lived in what is now South Asia, inhabiting riverbanks and marshlands. Pakicetus resembled a medium-sized carnivorous mammal with clearly developed forelimbs and hind limbs, and was only beginning to adapt to life in the water. Over millions of years, this lineage evolved through transitional forms such as Ambulocetus, often called the walking crocodile, capable of moving on land and swimming using its long limbs and more streamlined body. This was followed by Rhodocetus and Protocetus, whose hind limbs became increasingly reduced, whose nostrils migrated upward on the head, and whose inner ear structures gradually adapted to receiving sound through water. These changes marked a major evolutionary shift as these mammals transitioned toward a fully aquatic lifestyle, forming the first primitive whales. By around 35 million years ago, Basilosaurus appeared a massive whale, more than 50 feet long, with an elongated body, nearly vestigial hind limbs, and blowholes fully positioned atop the head. Basilosaurus stands as living evidence of the near-complete transformation from a land mammal into a marine one. Modern genetic studies show that blue whales, along with other baleen whales, belong to the suborder Mysticeti, while dolphins and toothed whales belong to the suborder Odontoceti. These two groups diverged roughly 34 million years ago when Earth entered a cooler climatic phase, leading to the formation of major ocean currents and distinct thermal layers. These new environmental conditions drove the evolution of different feeding strategies. While toothed whales evolved echolocation for active hunting, the baleen whales developed passive filter feeding, enabling them to exploit the vast quantities of plankton and krill in cold, nutrient-rich waters. The baleen system of the blue whale is the result of millions of years of natural selection. These baleen plates, made of keratin, the same material found in human nails, are arranged in parallel rows inside the mouth. They allow a blue whale to filter tens of thousands of krill in a single mouthful. The skull structure of the blue whale has also undergone profound changes during evolution. Its lower jaw can expand widely due to elastic joints, allowing the mouth to open nearly 90 degrees. CT scan studies reveal that the cartilage in these joints has exceptionally high elasticity, enabling the whale to withstand the enormous water pressure generated during lunge feeding. Another major evolutionary distinction lies in the respiratory and circulatory systems. Blue whales retain enormous lungs with a capacity of roughly 1,300 gallons, but more importantly, have an extremely efficient gas exchange system. With each breath, they can replace up to 90% of the air in their lungs, compared to about 15% in humans. Their hearts evolved to withstand the high pressure of deep dives. At depths greater than 600 feet, the heart rate drops to as low as 8 beats per minute, and blood flow is prioritized to the brain and other vital organs. Their blood contains high concentrations of hemoglobin, and their muscles contain elevated levels of myoglobin, enabling them to store large amounts of oxygen for extended dives. Genetically mitochondrial DNA analyses show that blue whales and fin whales, Balænoptera physalis, share an extremely close evolutionary relationship to the point where they can interbreed and produce fertile hybrids. This is powerful evidence of their close branching history within the lineage of large baleen whales. The body structure of the blue whale is optimized for marine life. Its spine consists of more than 70 vertebrae, with the tail region containing large reinforced vertebrae attached to massive muscles that generate powerful thrusts. Its dorsal fin is relatively small, usually only about 12 inches tall, positioned far back on the body, functioning more for stability than propulsion. Its pectoral flippers, measuring 10 to 13 feet in length, serve as steering mechanisms during diving and surfacing. The skin contains few oil-producing glands and regenerates quickly, reducing drag. Hydrodynamic modeling, using three-dimensional simulations, shows that the ratio of body length to diameter in the blue whale reaches an ideal point for minimizing friction, comparable to that of modern submarines. Additionally, blue whales possess specialized mechanoreceptors on their head and flippers, allowing them to sense water flow and pressure, and to adjust swimming direction and maintain stability in strong currents. This evolutionary process, spanning tens of millions of years, is a scientific testament to the adaptability and morphological transformation of mammals. From a land-dwelling creature, the blue whale became a fully aquatic giant, with every organ and physiological system redesigned for survival in the deep ocean. These evolutionary traits have not only made it the largest animal on the planet, but have also enabled it to thrive in some of the harshest environments on Earth, the frigid depths, where only perfectly evolved forms of life can survive, flourish. The blue whale is a seasonal migrant, and its movements are governed primarily by changes in ocean temperature and the availability of food. During the summer months, blue whales travel to cold, high-latitude waters, where plankton and especially krill are abundant. In winter, when these food supplies decline, they move toward warmer waters near the equator to mate and give birth. Satellite tagging studies show that an individual can migrate between 5,000 and 6,000 miles each year, traveling at an average speed of 3 to 6 miles per hour, depending on ocean currents and its physiological condition. Throughout migration, blue whales maintain a remarkable ability to navigate. Several hypotheses suggest that they orient themselves using Earth's magnetic field, the position of the sun, or temperature and salinity gradients in the water. Oceanographers have documented that their migratory routes are highly consistent, and many individuals return to the same feeding or breeding grounds year after year, indicating exceptional spatial memory. In terms of feeding behavior, blue whales are filter feeders, and their diet consists almost entirely of krill, with occasional consumption of other small crustaceans or fish, though in very small proportions. During each feeding event, a blue whale can open its mouth to nearly half the length of its body, forming a massive cavity that holds between 21,000 and 26,000 gallons of water. As the mouth closes, the baleen plates in the upper jaw act like a filtration system, trapping tens of thousands of krill while expelling the water through the gaps between the plates. An adult blue whale can consume between 7,000 and 9,000 pounds of krill per day in summer, equivalent to roughly 40 million individual krill. Their foraging behavior follows a rhythmic diving cycle. A typical dive lasts 10 to 15 minutes, during which the whale descends to depths of 300 to 600 feet, where krill are most concentrated, then surfaces to breathe for 2 to 3 minutes before diving again. Pressure sensor data indicate that some individuals can dive to more than 1,600 feet while feeding. In cold waters, blue whales tend to gather in areas of upwelling, where nutrient-rich currents rise from the deep, stimulating blooms of algae and krill. Their energy exchange system is extremely efficient. Although they consume enormous amounts of food, much of the energy is converted directly into blubber, which helps them maintain body temperature in cold waters. During winter, when food is scarce, they may fast almost entirely, depending on these energy reserves. Analyses of blubber composition show that it contains high levels of long-chain fatty acids, ideal for long-term energy storage and natural insulation. For communication, blue whales rely primarily on low-frequency sound. They produce deep, resonant calls between 10 and 40 hertz, which can travel hundreds of miles underwater. These sounds help individuals stay in contact, navigate across vast distances, and possibly attract mates. Acoustic studies show that each population has its own unique vocal patterns, functioning like regional dialects, and individuals within the same area tend to produce calls with similar rhythms and frequencies. Blue whales also use a unique vocal mechanism. Their sounds are not produced by vocal cords as in land mammals, but by forcing air through specialized resonating chambers near the larynx, enabling them to produce extremely powerful calls with minimal energy expenditure. In daily life, blue whales are generally solitary or travel in pairs, particularly mothers with calves. They rarely form large groups, except in regions with dense food concentrations. Social interactions are maintained mainly through vocalization and synchronized swimming. In some cases, observers have documented pairs swimming side by side for extended periods, a behavior that may represent social bonding or courtship. Blue whales spend most of their day traveling and feeding with very little time spent resting. EEG studies show that whales can sleep by shutting down one hemisphere of the brain at a time, allowing them to continue swimming and surfacing to breathe, even while partially at rest. Their body structure, migratory habits, navigation skills, and feeding mechanisms make them exceptionally adapted to life in the open ocean. Every behavior from their dive rhythm and migration routes to their vocal communication has been refined through millions of years of evolution to minimize energy expenditure and maximize survival. From a scientific perspective, the blue whale is not only the largest mammal on Earth, but also a near-perfect evolutionary model of balance between body size, energy demands, and the ability to thrive in one of the most extreme environments on the planet. The reproductive cycle of the blue whale follows a stable biological rhythm closely tied to the seasonal changes of the world's oceans. Typically, blue whales mate during the winter in warm, low-latitude waters, then migrate back to colder, nutrient-rich regions during the summer to feed. The gestation period lasts roughly 10 to 12 months, nearly a full year, and each pregnancy results in the birth of a single calf. Calving usually occurs during the warm season, when ocean temperatures and weather conditions favor the survival and growth of the newborn. Tracking data from satellite-tagged individuals show that major breeding areas are concentrated in tropical and subtropical waters, such as the Eastern Pacific, the Indian Ocean, and the Southern Atlantic. During the breeding season, blue whales often travel in pairs or small groups. Courtship behavior involves acoustic interaction, approach movements, and prolonged parallel swimming. Males produce powerful low-frequency calls ranging from 15 to 25 Hz, which can last from several minutes to several hours. These sounds help attract and locate potential mates across distances of hundreds of miles. When a male approaches, he may display competitive behaviors such as swimming parallel, accelerating, or blowing repeatedly to assert strength, though direct physical conflict between males is rarely observed due to the enormous size and generally peaceful nature of the species. Mating occurs quickly underwater, typically lasting less than a minute. After fertilization, the female enters a period of pregnancy, during which she moves more slowly and remains less active, often occupying deeper, quieter waters. The fetus develops inside a large uterus and is nourished by the mother's blood through the placenta. At birth, a blue whale calf measures roughly 23 to 26 feet in length and weighs between 5,000 and 6,000 pounds, making it one of the largest newborns in the animal kingdom. The mother nurses her calf with milk extremely rich in fat, averaging 35 to 40%, enabling rapid growth. During this nursing stage, a calf can gain between 150 and 200 pounds per day, more than a ton every 2 weeks. Nursing lasts 6 to 7 months, after which the calf begins to supplement its diet with small amounts of krill, while still relying partly on maternal milk. Throughout this period, the mother expends enormous energy, so nursing usually occurs in warm waters to reduce heat loss. The mammary system of the blue whale is specially adapted for a marine environment. The mammary glands are hidden within grooves beneath the abdomen, and the milk is pumped directly into the calf's mouth, since whale calves cannot suckle as land mammals do. Muscles surrounding the mammary glands force the milk out under pressure, ensuring efficient transfer of nutrients. Observations show that calves typically swim close beside or slightly below the mother, maintaining constant contact through sound and body movement. The bond between mother and calf is exceptionally strong in the early months. Each pair maintains a distinct acoustic signature, enabling them to recognize one another and avoid separation in the vast ocean. The mother protects the calf by keeping distance from other whales, especially in areas with vessel traffic or predators such as great white sharks or killer whales. Nevertheless, calf mortality during the first year remains relatively high, estimated at 10 to 15%, largely due to malnutrition, injury, or human impact. When the calf reaches about 40 feet in length, it begins to separate from the mother, usually by the end of its first migration. Sexual maturity occurs between 5 and 10 years of age, depending on nutritional and environmental conditions. A mature female can give birth roughly every 2 to 3 years, though this interval may lengthen when food availability is limited. Hormone studies from fecal and skin samples show that females ovulate only once per reproductive cycle, and conception depends heavily on physical condition. Studying blue whale reproduction is challenging due to their vast and remote habitat. Marine biologists rely on multiple approaches, including satellite tracking, environmental DNA, from seawater and drone-based aerial observation to record behavior. As a result, knowledge of blue whale reproduction has expanded significantly over the past 2 decades. Acoustic and hormone analysis has also helped pinpoint the timing and location of mating events, contributing crucial insight to conservation efforts. From a biological perspective, the reproductive system of the blue whale illustrates the remarkable evolutionary adaptations of a giant marine mammal. A long reproductive cycle, rapid calf growth, and a highly efficient nursing mechanism ensure survival, even though population density in the wild remains low. Understanding this reproductive cycle is essential not only for appreciating the species' biological complexity, but also for informing conservation strategies for a creature that plays a vital role in maintaining the ecological balance of the global ocean system. The blue whale is currently classified as an endangered species on a global scale according to the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN. Its population declined catastrophically during the 20th century due to large-scale industrial whaling. Between 1,900 and 1,960 more than 360,000 blue whales were killed for their oil, blubber, and meat, causing the global population to fall by more than 95% from its natural baseline. Whale oil, once widely used in fuel production, cosmetics, and chemical industries, was the primary driver of intensive whaling in the Southern Ocean, the North Atlantic, and the South Pacific. After the International Whaling Commission implemented a commercial whaling ban in 1986, the decline finally slowed, but population recovery has remained extremely gradual. Today, global estimates suggest a remaining population of roughly 10,000 to 25,000 individuals, only a small fraction of the pre-whaling numbers. Beyond the historical impact of whaling, blue whales now face numerous modern threats, including climate change, noise pollution, ship strikes, chemical contamination, and declining prey availability. Climate change directly affects the distribution of plankton, which forms the basis of the blue whale's diet. Rising ocean temperatures alter water stratification and algal bloom cycles, leading to reduced krill density in traditional feeding grounds, such as the Southern Ocean. This forces blue whales to migrate farther or alter feeding routes, increasing energy costs and lowering reproductive success. In addition, the growing density of vessel traffic along major shipping routes has dramatically increased the risk of ship strikes, especially in the North Pacific and off the coast of California, where blue whale concentrations are high. Reports indicate that vessel collisions are the leading cause of documented adult whale mortality, accounting for roughly 20% of recorded deaths. Another major threat is anthropogenic noise from ship engines, offshore drilling equipment, and military sonar. Low-frequency noise overlaps with the communication range of blue whales, disrupting signals and altering movement patterns. Studies show that in high-noise areas, blue whales reduce vocalization rates, dive more frequently, and avoid shipping corridors, behaviors that can impair mate finding and population cohesion. Chemical pollution also affects blue whale health through the marine food web. Persistent organic pollutants, such as PCBs, DDT, and heavy metals, accumulate in blubber and maternal milk, potentially causing hormonal disruption and reduced fertility. Although blue whales sit at the top of the food chain, their slow metabolism and long lifespan increase the risk of toxin buildup over time. Plastic pollution, particularly microplastics, has also been detected in the digestive tracts of some individuals, highlighting the widespread nature of ocean contamination. Conservation efforts for blue whales currently focus on three main strategies: population monitoring, mitigation of human impacts, and habitat restoration. Monitoring is carried out through satellite telemetry, underwater acoustic recorders, and drone-based visual surveys. These data help identify migration routes, breeding areas, and feeding patterns, enabling the establishment of marine protected zones and the adjustment of shipping routes to avoid high-density whale regions. Countries such as the United States, Chile, and Australia have implemented real-time ship strike alert systems for commercial vessels using acoustic signals and GPS data to warn ships of nearby whales. International organizations are also promoting reductions in underwater noise through regulations, limiting acoustic output from ships and seismic survey equipment. In research, environmental DNA, eDNA analysis has become a powerful tool for detecting whale presence over large ocean areas without direct observation. This technique relies on identifying genetic material shed by whales into the water, allowing accurate estimates of population density and distribution. Passive acoustic monitoring is also widely used to record vocal signals and track seasonal biological activity. In addition to direct conservation measures, maintaining the blue whale's food chain is crucial. Research programs in Antarctica monitor krill population changes, assessing the effects of industrial harvesting and climate change on plankton dynamics. Protecting krill is equivalent to safeguarding the primary energy source for the entire cold ocean ecosystem, in which blue whales are apex consumers. Although some regions, such as Antarctica and the western United States, have shown small signs of recovery, population growth remains slow due to the species' long reproductive cycle and low population density. Population models suggest that if favorable conditions persist, blue whale numbers may return to an ecologically stable level within the next 80 to 100 years. From a conservation science perspective, the blue whale is an important biological indicator of marine ecosystem health. Monitoring its population not only evaluates the effectiveness of protection policies, but also provides direct insights into the physical and biological changes occurring across the global ocean. Research on blue whales therefore extends beyond marine biology, forming an essential component of understanding and managing the climate and ecological systems of the planet. In the billions of years of Earth's history, no creature has ever reached the grandeur of the blue whale, the last giant of the planet. It is living proof of the near-limitless reach of evolution, the breathing pulse of the deep ocean, and the lingering remnant of a world once filled with colossal beings. An adult can grow to more than 100 feet in length and weigh close to 400,000 pounds, with a heart weighing over 800 pounds, whose beat can be heard miles away underwater. Its blood flows like a warm river, carrying oxygen through thousands of liters of internal fluid, sustaining a body that operates where pressure could crush steel. When a blue whale surfaces, its breath rises as a plume, more than 30 feet high, like a water tower lifting from the sea. That breath is the heartbeat of the ocean, a sign that the planet still holds places where life is not drowned out by human noise. In the cold light of an Arctic morning, its massive form glides softly beneath the surface, long, lean, and perfectly balanced. Every curve has been sculpted by millions of years of evolution, forming an almost flawless hydrodynamic design. No other animal matches its efficiency of motion, at once powerful and astonishingly frugal with energy. Beneath the blue-gray skin lies a blanket of blubber up to about 12 inches thick, serving as an insulating coat that keeps it alive in frigid waters and as a vast energy reserve for migrations that span thousands of miles. What makes the blue whale an emblem is not only its size, but the poetic contrast between its grandeur and its gentle nature. The largest creature that has ever lived feeds on the ocean's smallest beings, tiny crustaceans called krill, measuring less than 2 inches long. Each day, an adult may consume more than 3 tons of krill by engulfing tens of cubic meters of water and straining it through baleen plates along the upper jaw, trapping prey and expelling the sea. This is a perfected mechanism, subtle and forceful at once, maintained steadily across millions of years. To watch a blue whale open its mouth and swallow an entire cloud of plankton is to witness more than a feeding act. It is to see an ancient energy cycle still turning, a loop that, if broken, would steal the ocean's breath. It moves slowly, yet with resolve, each tail stroke heaving tens of tons of water and sending vibrations across hundreds of feet, like drums, keeping time for the world below. As it dives, the heart rate falls to about 8 beats per minute, the whole body entering near total stillness to conserve energy. Its eyes are small, no larger than a human fist, yet they hold the keen awareness of a being shaped through countless generations. At more than 3,000 feet below the surface, where sunlight fades to nothing, it still senses its path through echoes of its own sound. This is a language humans are only beginning to understand, a form of communication beyond our hearing limits at frequencies too low for our ears. These sounds travel hundreds of miles, linking individuals across an ocean, helping them fix position, find mates, and keep contact in a vast space. The blue whale's world is a realm of quiet but not empty silence. It is a symphony of invisible vibrations, where even the smallest signal carries the weight of survival. That quiet is the soundtrack of the ocean's breath. Where people hear only waves and wind, the blue whale hears the voice of the earth, the voice of life, and the voice of itself, carrying through thousands of miles of deep water. To understand why the blue whale rules the sea, we must look within its body at biological structures approaching near perfection. Every part of this animal testifies to the persistence and intelligence of natural design. Its heart, weighing more than 800 pounds, is not only the largest known in the animal world, but also its most powerful pump. With each beat, it pushes roughly 200 gallons of blood throughout the body, nourishing tissues and organs separated by many feet. Some vessels are so large a child could fit within their diameter, revealing the true scale of this circulatory system. To drive such a body, the whale needs vast oxygen stores, which is why its lungs can hold about 1,300 gallons of air. It inhales in seconds at the surface, and that oxygen sustains the body for more than 30 minutes during dives that reach hundreds of meters. The difference is not merely size but efficiency. Its blood carries hemoglobin with exceptional oxygen affinity, and the body can reroute blood to critical organs while at depth. On the seafloor, the heart rate slows to near stillness at roughly 8 beats per minute, then surges to more than 25 when the animal surfaces to breathe, as if the body springs back to life. This exquisite control allows survival where pressure climbs many times higher than at the surface, a realm that would crush most life. Its skeleton and muscles are wonders of their own. The bony frame stretches well over 80 feet, yet remains supple, allowing the body to arc with grace in water. The immense spine links vertebrae like a chain of coiled joints, and with each tail stroke, the whole body ripples in a smooth wave, throwing tons of water aft. This is not brute force alone, but a dance of energy refined over eons. The skin is thick and elastic, and it bears vast communities of symbiotic microbes that keep the surface clean and help reduce drag. Beneath lies blubber up to about 12 inches thick, acting as a perfect thermal shield, keeping core temperature steady even in near-freezing waters and serving as a colossal battery for long, lean seasons of migration. The jaw and baleen are masterworks of evolution. Instead of teeth, the whale bears around 300 baleen plates, each more than 3 feet long, flexible yet strong, arranged like the tines of a grand comb. In feeding, it engulfs tens of cubic meters of plankton. Rich water then forces the water out through the baleen, retaining the krill within. This seemingly simple act is an elegant energy problem solved. With each lunge, it captures more than 3 million calories and needs less than 10 seconds to clear the water. No other animal on Earth converts energy so quickly and so well. This filtration engine underpins the whale's entire way of life, the reason it can reach such size and still hold a stable place in the ecosystem. Its senses are tuned to the deep. Though the eyes are only about the size of a tennis ball, they detect motion and light down to nearly 1,000 feet, where daylight nearly disappears. Its strongest sense is hearing. The whale experiences the world less as image and more as sound. The whole body functions like a giant receiver, registering the faintest vibrations in water. Scientists believe it can detect the call of another whale from more than 500 miles away, a communication capacity beyond any other animal. Through this, it orients, finds mates, sets migration routes, and maintains bonds among individuals scattered across the open sea. The blue whale's form is not merely the product of evolution, it is the distillation of tens of millions of years of trial and selection, creating a creature at once powerful and graceful, immense and harmonious. Every cell, every heartbeat, every sweep of the tail is the result of a biological design still beyond human imitation. While we try to understand each tiny detail, the blue whale continues to move through the depths as living proof of life's miraculous capacity to adapt, endure, and evolve on a planet that changes by the day. The ocean was once a constant kingdom where life followed cycles so steady that humans could not touch them, but the last century changed everything. For millions of years, blue whales and countless marine species fit perfectly into a water world where temperature, sound, and nutrient cycles moved like a natural symphony. Yet in less than 200 years, we disrupted that rhythm. Since the industrial age, steel ships, drilling rigs, and invisible streams of waste have entered every layer of the sea. Human-made noise, almost unnoticed by us, has become an invisible weapon undermining whale communication. Engines, sonar drills, and blasts build a dense acoustic wall, leaving blue whales nearly deaf in their own home. Studies show underwater noise has multiplied many-fold since the last century, and in much of the deep, there is no quiet left for whales to send signals. A mate call, a migration song, or an alarm is now swallowed by mechanical roar. Plastic pollution threads through every corner too, from grains smaller than sand to abandoned nets, all of it a threat. Microplastics have been found in the stomachs of blue whales and in krill, the food they rely upon, and with every meal whales ingest millions of tiny particles that cannot be digested and may accumulate for years. No one knows the final cost, but if these fragments scar tissue and break energy pathways, the ocean's biological cycle could fail. Meanwhile, global climate is warming quickly, and the ocean, which absorbs more than 90% of excess heat, is changing in ways never seen. Rising temperatures melt polar ice, alter currents, and disrupt breeding cycles across species. The Southern Ocean, once a vast larder for blue whales, is losing krill as ice melts early and blooms shift out of season. Each year, plankton can fall by tens of %, forcing whales to travel farther and burn more energy to find dwindling food. One animal loses energy, then a herd loses reproductive power, and in time, an entire species weakens. The sea is also acidifying as it absorbs too much carbon dioxide. Falling pH eats away at the shells of plankton and tiny crustaceans, maiming the base of the food web. An ocean balanced on a thin edge now tilts toward collapse. This change reaches far beyond whales to all who depend on the sea, including us. More than 3 billion people rely on seafood, and the ocean draws down nearly a third of the carbon we emit. If this system fails, Earth will lose its largest natural regulator, and not only whales, but the whole planet will suffer. Yet, despite obvious signs of decline, human behavior has not changed fast enough. Hundreds of thousands of tons of plastic still reach the sea each year, thousands of ships tear the surface with thunderous noise, and dozens of nations continue to drill and blast along whale migration routes. The ocean is being remade into a giant factory where machines drown out the song of life, and the blue whale, once the sovereign of this realm, drifts alien in its own world. There are seas where no whale song is heard for months. That silence is not peace, it is a sign of despair. When the ocean goes quiet, it is a warning that life is fading. When people first conquered the sea, they found not only resources, but a vast, natural engine of energy in the blue whale. In the 19th century, as industry surged, whale oil became the liquid gold of the ocean, lighting lamps, greasing machines, and powering the first maritime economy. Behind that wealth lay a tragedy rarely faced. Tens of thousands of blue whales were killed each year, hauled ashore, flensed for oil and left as hollow bodies on sand. The frenzy stretched for more than a century, and in the 1930s in the Southern Ocean alone, more than 30,000 individuals were taken in a single season. Where whaling ships appeared, the ocean turned red, and the crack of harpoons cut through fog, where whale songs once traveled. In time, those voices dimmed. By the late 20th century, global blue whale numbers had fallen by more than 95%. A species that once ruled the sea was reduced to a few thousand survivors. Populations were fragmented, breeding cycles broken, and genetic diversity shrunken to peril. For decades, waters once full of music sank into hush, and biologists compared that quiet to a cathedral after its last service, when every echo fades and only the memory of something sacred remains. In 1982, the International Whaling Commission finally declared a global ban, ending one of humanity's darkest chapters, but rescue came late. Blue whale populations may need centuries to recover if conditions even allow reproduction. Survivors carry the legacy of fear. They changed migration routes, avoided former hunting grounds, and called less often, and some scientists argue that part of the species' collective memory has been lost. Where songs once rang across basins, now only lonely echoes remain. The image of the blue whale, once beyond biology's limits, has become a symbol of life's fragility. Its existence reminds us that even the greatest creature cannot escape human greed. Oceanic silence is not the absence of sound, it is a warning. When whales fall silent, an ecosystem loses its self-repair and an energy circuit begins to fail. Science has shown for decades that where whales thrive, water runs clearer, food webs grow richer, and the whole system strengthens. When these giants vanish, the sea weakens, and every current and every small life feels the cost. Whales are not just part of the ocean, they are its heart. Their loss, once treated as inevitable progress, is now understood as a profound mistake. In the faint breath of those that remain, we hear a reminder of limits, and if we keep crossing them, nature may never regain its balance. The ocean sustained us, and now we drain it, and if the ocean dies, Earth will die with it. No civilization survives on a planet that has lost the rhythm of water. When the giant falls silent, it is not only a species that disappears, it is a chapter of life closing. The question left to us is whether we let that happen or act before it is too late. In the planet's intricate machinery, every species holds an irreplaceable place, and the blue whale proves it more than any. It is not only a giant ruler of the sea, but a biological keystone maintaining balance across the marine realm. When a blue whale eats tons of krill each day, it does more than take in energy. It drives an immense nutrient exchange. Whale feces rich in iron and nitrogen rises to the surface and feeds phytoplankton, the base of the entire oceanic food chain. Those plants absorb carbon dioxide from the air and release oxygen, helping stabilize climate. With every ascent and dive, the whale stirs the surface, lifting nutrients from depth to sunlit waters and sustaining billions of small lives. Scientists call this the whale pump, a natural engine that keeps the ocean healthy. When a whale dies, its immense body sinks and becomes an island of nutrients, feeding deep-sea life for decades. A single blue whale can power a benthic community for more than 50 years, and in that way, even in death, whales continue to nourish life. Oceanographers estimate that if blue whale populations return to pre-whaling levels, the carbon they help sequester could rival the effect of planting hundreds of billions of trees on land. Each additional year of a whale's life can help remove many tons of carbon from the air, not by technology, but by the rhythm of its living. The ocean can absorb up to a third of human carbon emissions, and whales are pivotal to that capacity. Remove them, and the sea loses a stabilizing force, and global warming quickens. Their influence is not only chemical, their presence shapes the behavior of many species. Dolphins, sharks, seabirds, and countless small creatures alter movements in response to whales. Krill ride the flows generated by those vast tail beats, and small fish follow to harvest nutrient-rich streams. A single whale passing can reshape tens of square miles of surface ecology. Each tail strike is not only a physical motion, but a biological action that spreads energy and nutrients through the water column. While humanity builds carbon scrubbers and renewable grids, nature already runs a perfect machine called the blue whale. Yet that machine is faltering, and without action, it will stop. Losing the blue whale would not just erase a symbol, it would remove a biological pillar of the planet. Ecologists call this a biological domino effect. When a keystone falls, the system collapses. Krill may bloom, then crash microbes, strip oxygen, algal blooms, turn waters, hypoxic fish die, corals die, and at last entire seas slip into biological death, where nothing thrives. This sounds distant, yet signs already appear in coastal waters worldwide. When whales vanish, the ocean forgets to breathe, and when the ocean forgets, people will feel it next, because every life on this planet, from a forest leaf to our own breath, hangs on the same cycles of water, carbon, and living exchange. Every drop that rises as rain, and every oxygen molecule we inhale, may have once moved through a blue whale. These animals link sky and sea, life and death, past and future. When a whale surfaces at dawn and a white plume spikes into the air, we are watching the planet breathe, and if we fail to protect that breath, we will be the last to inhale from an emptying sky. The ocean does not need our salvation, it needs us to stop harming it. To do that, we must change how we see the natural world. We are not here to rule, but to live alongside. Blue whales existed for millions of years before us and will outlast us if we relearn how to live with the sea. Every human act can be a drop in the tide of change. When we reduce plastic, when a ship quiets its engines, when a nation protects migration corridors and bans hunting, the waters calm a little, the natural soundscape returns, and blue whales gain another chance to sing. Science shows that in protected seas, whales return faster, reproduce more, and ecosystems rebound far beyond predictions. Give nature a chance, and it will heal, yet time is short. Each year, millions of tons of plastic enter the sea, hundreds of rigs still drill, and thousands of square miles of ice continue to peel back to warmer waters. The future is being decided by what we do today. If people understand that the song of the blue whale is the echo of Earth itself, we may begin to listen differently. When a whale breathes, it breathes for the web it sustains, and when we protect whales, we protect the planet's own breath. Life does not persist in silence. It needs song and surf and wind and the voices only the ocean can make. To lose the blue whale is to lose a piece of the world's soul. The miracle is that it is not yet too late. Though once nearly erased, the species is slowly returning. Small groups are being recorded in the Southern Ocean, the Indian Ocean, and the North Atlantic, and each year their numbers rise slowly but surely, like the weak beat of a heart coming back. Nature has not given up on us, and now we must not give up on it. Imagine a quiet morning, the sun slanting through mist, as a blue whale surfaces and sends a tall plume into the light. That plume is not only the breath of a creature, it is a sign that life continues. If beings like this still exist, hope remains, but hope cannot live on admiration alone. It needs action, will, knowledge, and care. We need larger marine reserves, stricter limits on industrial activity in critical waters, lower noise, and less plastic, and education for a generation that sees the ocean not as a storehouse, but as the beating heart of the planet. Half of every breath we take comes from the sea. Every cloud and every drop of rain begins there, and all life on land carries the memory of the ocean. The blue whale is the last storyteller of that memory. If we let it vanish, the memory goes silent. Standing between greed and survival, between indifference and awareness, we must choose what we leave for the future, a spent world or a sea that still sings. Let our children hear that song again, the deep music of the ocean, the call of life, the breath of the earth itself, and when the blue whale raises its voice, know that it is not only the sound of the sea, but nature's. Thank you for choosing the side of life.
Beneath the vast blue skin of the Pacific Ocean lies a world so alien, so untouched, that even the most advanced machines tremble before its silence. Imagine descending into a darkness where no sunlight has ever reached, where pressure crushes steel and sound becomes memory, where life has rewritten its own rules just to exist. Down here, mountains rise upside down, volcanoes sleep beneath miles of black water, and rivers of fire flow through valleys of ice-cold stone. Every meter we descend is a journey backward in time, a descent through layers of Earth's memory carved by tectonic rage and sculpted by the quiet persistence of life. This is not just the ocean floor. It is a hidden continent of motion and mystery, a place where the planet itself is alive, breathing through cracks in its crust, whispering stories that have never been heard by human ears. Somewhere in this abyss, creatures glow like living constellations, their bodies painted with light made from chemistry, not sunlight, a reminder that even in the absence of everything familiar, life finds a way to shine. The deeper we go, the more impossible it feels that anything could survive. Yet every flicker of movement below proves that resilience is not a choice, but a law written into existence itself. Scientists call this region the ultimate frontier. Explorers call it the underworld of the sea. But to those who have seen its black horizons, it feels like standing at the edge of creation. What secrets lie in these cathedrals of darkness? What ancient forces still shape the crust beneath our feet? What forms of life have been waiting millions of years to be seen for the first time? The answers may change not only how we see the ocean, but how we understand our place within it. Because sometimes the deepest mysteries of the planet are not above us. They are waiting below, silent, immense, and alive. As the descent begins, the surface world fades into memory, replaced by an endless twilight that thickens into blackness with every passing second. The light from the vessel dissolves into a haze of drifting particles, like stars trapped in slow motion, and the only sound that remains is the quiet hum of machinery and the distant groan of the deep. At 6,000 meters, the ocean no longer feels like water. It feels like a living weight pressing from every direction. And yet, this place is far from the sentient, empty. In the beams of artificial light, shapes move with eerie grace. Translucent creatures with glowing veins pulse through the darkness, their bodies shimmering like glass filled with fire. Some are as small as a fingertip, others stretch longer than a man. And all of them live by rules that seem to belong to another planet. They do not eat sunlight, they do not breathe air. They take energy from the minerals that bleed from the earth itself. This is a world built on chemistry where hydrogen sulfide becomes food and darkness becomes fuel. At these depths, the pressure is over 1,000 times greater than at the surface. And still, life thrives indifferent to the forces that should destroy it. The submersible glides over a plain of fine sediment that looks smooth from afar. But up close, it is alive with movement. Tiny worms retreat into holes. Colonies of bacteria form glowing mats on the rocks, and strange fish hover motionless, waiting for vibrations that will guide them to their next meal. In the distance, a ridge appears faint at first, then clearer, a towering wall of rock that rises from the abyss like the side of a buried mountain. This is part of the Mariana Escarpment, a place so steep that it seems to slice the ocean in half. Crew adjusts the lights, and the cliff face bursts into view. Sharp ridges, jagged edges, scars that tell the story of tectonic battles fought over millions of years. Each groove, each fracture, is a sentence in the planet's autobiography. Record of pressure and heat and motion written in stone. The Pacific Plate dives beneath the Philippine Sea, plate here pulled downward by gravity and reshaped by the invisible strength of the Earth's mantle. The crust bends, cracks, and folds under unimaginable force, releasing energy that echoes as earthquakes and building mountains that may one day rise above the waves. The sub drifts closer to a fissure, where hot mineral water spews from the rock in ghostly plumes. The temperature around it rises, but only slightly, for even here heat is swallowed by the cold. A vent bursts open like a wound, and through it pours a chemical storm rich in iron, sulfur, and methane. The water shimmers like liquid smoke, and from this hostile flow, life blooms tubeworms without. Eyes stretch toward the vent, their white bodies ending in blood. Red plumes that wave gently in the current. Crabs coated in bacteria crawl across the rocks, feeding on invisible life that thrives in this toxic stew. It is here that the miracle of chemosynthesis reigns supreme, where bacteria create food not from sunlight, but from the chemistry of the planet itself. They are the architects of this hidden city, the base of an ecosystem that proves life can begin even in the most impossible places, as note of Lorg. The sub continues along the ridge. The landscape changes again, rising into massive terraces that resemble staircases carved for giants. These are remnants of ancient volcanic eruptions, frozen in time by the slow drift of continents. Above them, clouds of debris hang suspended, tiny flakes of organic matter that fall endlessly from the upper layers of the ocean. Scientists call this marine snow, and to the creatures below it is gold. Every particle, a fragment of a dead plant or animal, slowly returning to the cycle of life and death that never stops. The pilot whispers as new readings appear on the instruments. The depth increases past 10,000 meters. They are now approaching the deepest known point of the trench, where even the most advanced technology begins to strain. The lights reveal something unexpected, a shape moving with slow, deliberate rhythm. A giant squid drifts from the darkness, its eyes reflecting the beams like twin moons. Its tentacles curl and uncoil gracefully, and for the moment the entire crew forgets to breathe. It is not fear but awe that fills the cabin, for they are looking at a creature that has survived countless ages unchanged. The squid vanishes as silently as it appeared, leaving only the echo of its presence in the black. Beyond this point, the trench narrows, and the floor becomes uneven, scattered with fragments of basalt and strange metallic nodules. The sensors detect faint magnetic pulses, perhaps from the movement of molten rock deep below. or maybe from geological formations that defy full explanation. The walls of the trench shimmer faintly with bioluminescent algae forming patterns that resemble constellations seen from a reversed sky. It is as if the stars themselves have fallen into the sea. The narrator's voice grows softer, filled with wonder and gravity. We often speak of space as the final frontier, but in truth, the ocean is closer, older, and just as unknown. Down here, time moves differently. Layers of sediment build over centuries, turning the private seafloor into a slow-moving archive. Every dive adds a new line to our understanding, and every discovery reminds us how little we still know. The mission continues to the East Pacific Rise, where the crust of the Earth is being created anew. Magma from beneath. The mantle pushes upward, splitting the seafloor and forming ridges that span thousands of miles. Through this process, the planet recycles itself, melting and rebuilding in an endless cycle of destruction and birth. Along these ridges, black smokers release superheated water, rich in minerals, feeding entire ecosystems of blind shrimp and armored crabs. The sub passes over one of these vents, and the cameras capture something mesmerizing: a forest of chimneys glowing faintly with heat surrounded by clouds of living light. The water here is deadly to humans, yet it is home to thousands of species, each perfectly adapted to thrive where no sunlight exists. It is the purest form of resilience, a reminder that adaptation is the language of survival. The deeper the journey, the clearer the pattern becomes. Life does not resist change. It reshapes itself around it. Every organism down here is proof that limitations are illusions created by perspective. The fish without eyes do not mourn their blindness. They have evolved a new kind of vision, one that senses vibrations in the water. The bacteria do not need oxygen. They breathe metal and gas. The worms that cannot move have partnerships with microbes that feed them. In this darkness, cooperation becomes the highest form of intelligence. The vessel continues toward the Tonga Trench, another scar in the ocean's skin where the Earth folds upon itself. The region is restless, trembling with constant motion, and yet within that, instability. Life finds rhythm. Hydrothermal vents here roar like underwater volcanoes, and the seafloor glows with a strange metallic hue caused by minerals pouring from the crust. The cameras capture clouds of shimmering heat rising like ghosts. Each eruption reshapes the terrain, tearing apart what existed to make room for something new. It is violent, yet creative, much like the cycles that govern every aspect of existence. Above the trench, storms rage. Unseen hurricanes twist across the Pacific surface, their energy connected to the same forces that move continents. The crew falls silent as the realization settles that everything is linked. The winds, the waves, the fire beneath the sea, all part of one vast machine. The narrator speaks again, not as a scientist, but as a witness to something sacred. In this darkness, we find reflection because the ocean mirrors us. Its pressure tests the strength of our creations. Its silence amplifies the sound of our thoughts. And its persistence teaches what it means to endure. When we face the present, unknown, we are no different from the creatures that glow in the black. We adapt, we learn, we survive. The deeper we dive, the more we understand that fear is only curiosity waiting to be named. The sub begins its slow ascent, the lights dimming. As the surface draws closer, the team has gathered data samples and memories, but what they truly carry back is perspective. Every drop of water above them holds the weight of history. Every echo of movement tells a story older than humanity. The ocean is not a void. It is a mind, vast and ancient, that remembers every tremor, every birth, every silence. As the first rays of sunlight pierce the waves, the crew emerges blinking into the brilliance of day. The narrator concludes softly. In the end, the deep sea does not just reveal the mysteries of our planet, it teaches us how to live in our own depths. When life surrounds us with pressure, we adapt. When darkness hides the path, we create our own light. When everything seems still, The world is still moving beneath us, reshaping, renewing, reminding us that even in the deepest silence, life never stops finding its voice. The light of the surface fades behind once more as the vessel continues its descent along the shifting crust of the Pacific floor. The ocean at this depth is colder now, almost motionless except for the slow drift of sediment that falls like an eternal snowstorm. Each grain of dust tells a story of the world above, fragments of volcanoes, coral reefs and mountains, slowly returning to the deep to become part of the ocean's memory. The sensors show a gradual rise in temperature, which means they are approaching another rift where the Earth itself is alive beneath the sea. This is the edge of the Ring of Fire, a circle of relentless energy that wraps around the Pacific like a glowing scar. It is here that the planet breathes with fire and water, mixing in a dance as old as the continents themselves. The Tonga Trench lies ahead, a wound stretching across the ocean floor, its edges trembling with invisible power. The submersible moves carefully, its light slicing through the flies, black, until shapes emerge. Columns of smoke rising in slow spirals from the vents scattered along the ridge. Each vent is a portal into the mantle, the place where molten rock meets the freezing sea and gives birth to life in defiance of every natural law, the water. Looking around, the vents glows faintly blue from the minerals suspended in the current, and the scene looks almost supernatural, as if the Earth is exhaling stars. The pilot steadies the vessel as they approach a cluster of chimneys. Some stand taller than trees. Their surfaces coated in shimmering crystals of metal that formed from centuries of reaction between rock and ocean within the shimmering clouds around them. Life thrives in impossible density. Crabs covered in white fuzz scuttle across the rocks, their shells home to colonies of bacteria that feed on sulfuric gases. Swarms of shrimp flicker like embers drawn toward the heat, while pale eels twist through the plumes in slow, deliberate arcs. At first glance, the scene seems chaotic, yet everything here follows a hidden rhythm, each species perfectly tuned to the chemistry of its world. The cameras record every detail, capturing a landscape that looks more like an alien planet than the one we know. Yet in these strange forms we recognize something deeply familiar: the unstoppable will to live, the endless creativity of nature, finding balance where logic says it cannot. The narrator's voice fills the cabin with calm wonder, describing how each vent acts like a heartbeat for the seafloor, pumping nutrients through the dark ecosystem, feeding billions of microorganisms that in turn feed the larger forms of life. What appears fragile from above is in truth one of the most stable systems on Earth, because it is built on adaptation and cooperation. In this world of extremes, nothing survives alone. The sub glides further north, following the chain of activity until the ocean floor begins to rise into vast mounds that stretch for hundreds of miles. These are the remnants of ancient volcanoes, sleeping giants that once shaped the Pacific landscape long before humans existed. One of them looms ahead, immense and ghostly, the Tamu Massif. For centuries, it was hidden under layers of sediment until modern sonar revealed its true size. Single volcano larger than the entire state of New Mexico. Its slopes rise gently for hundreds of miles until they vanish into the darkness, beyond the reach of light and even imagination. The narrator explains that this structure was born from a single eruption, so massive it changed the chemistry of the ocean and the atmosphere above. It is a monument to the creative and destructive power of the planet itself. Now it sleeps, its fire extinguished, yet its legacy continues, shaping the current of the deep water and guiding marine life like an invisible hand. The vessel circles the massif, tracing its ridges, while the instruments pick up subtle magnetic signals, still pulsing through the rock, proof that even a silent volcano carries echoes of its past. Farther north lies another chain of mountains, the Emperor Seamounts, each one a mark left by a moving tectonic plate as it drifted across a hotspot deep below the crust. Together they form a trail that maps the journey of the Pacific itself, geological diary written in peaks and valleys that no one will ever climb. These mountains may never see the sky again, yet they shape the world above, influencing tides, currents, and even the climate in ways we are only beginning to understand. The deeper the sub travels, the clearer the connection becomes between all things. The ocean floor is not a graveyard, it is an engine. Each fault and fracture, each vent and volcano is part of a cycle that turns chaos into creation. Above this hidden machinery, humanity builds cities and dreams, often forgetting that everything we depend on begins down here in the silent dark. The narrator pauses, then speaks softly, reminding us that the same heat that drives these volcanoes fuels the winds that power our storms and the BOs. Same minerals that feed bacteria. Here are the foundation of every nutrient that sustains life on land. The planet is one organism, every part connected by invisible threads. And to understand the ocean is to understand ourselves. Beyond the mountains, the terrain smooths into plains, covered in metallic nodules, small round stones that gleam under the lights like scattered coins. These nodules contain nickel, copper, cobalt, and rare earth elements, materials that have become essential to modern technology. Satellites, electric cars, and batteries all depend on them. Yet these treasures come at a cost. For extracting them would mean disturbing ecosystems that have taken millions of years to form. The narrator reflects on this paradox, our hunger for progress and the price we pay when we forget to listen to the rhythms of the world that built us. Perhaps the ocean does not hide its riches to punish us, but to teach restraint and respect. The journey continues toward the northern trenches near Kuril and Kamchatka, where the seafloor bends once again, and the crust fractures into chaotic patterns. The sensors pick up the low vibrations of tectonic movement, the groan of plates grinding against each other like the slow turning of ancient gears. Every so often a tremor passes through the water, gentle yet unmistakable, a reminder that nothing here is still. The submersible holds steady, riding the pulse of the planet itself. The walls of the trench shimmer with sediment sliding like silk, revealing layers of history carved by centuries of motion. Fossilized shells of creatures long extinct lie trapped in the rock, silent witnesses to ages when this place was a shallow sea. The deeper layers hold traces of volcanic ash, evidence of eruptions that shaped the very continents above. The ocean is not separate from the land. It is the foundation upon which all continents rest. As the exploration continues, the team sends back real-time data showing how heat from the mantle rises through cracks, feeding vents, and influencing global temperatures. The narrator explains that the ocean acts as the lungs of the earth, absorbing heat and carbon, balancing the climate that allows us to live. Every heartbeat of the deep sea affects the air we breathe, rain that falls, the crops that grow on our farms. What happens in the silence of the trench decides the future of the surface world. The narrator's tone shifts from scientific to reflective, reminding us that while we often look to the stars for new worlds to explore, we have not yet learned to fully understand our own. The ocean is both mirror and teacher. It shows us that creation always begins in darkness, and that survival depends not on strength, but on adaptation. The creatures of the deep have no eyes, yet they see through vibration. They have no lungs, yet they breathe through chemistry. They have no light, yet they shine. This is not weakness, it is transformation, a lesson that echoes far beyond the sea. When life confronts pressure, it does not resist it. It shapes itself around it. When everything above collapses into uncertainty, the deep reminds us that even the heaviest weight can nurture growth. The sub begins to ascend again, tracing its way up through the thermocline where cold meets warmth, where the black fades into blue. The journey has mapped more than terrain, it has mapped humility. Each meter upward feels like returning from a dream, yet that dream carries truth. The narrator's final reflection lingers in the air, soft but powerful. The ocean is not empty. It is the origin of all life, and it speaks in silence. If we learn to listen, we might understand that progress is not always about reaching higher. Sometimes it is about diving deeper into the unknown to rediscover what it means to belong to this living planet. For the heart of the world does not beat in the sky, but in the quiet depths below, and every sound above is only its distant echo. The vessel continues to glide through the vast blackness of the Pacific abyss, the world above now a fading thought replaced by the rhythmic hum of machinery and the slow heartbeat of the ocean itself. Beyond the glass, darkness stretches endlessly, yet within it glimmers faint traces of life, like scattered sparks in a void. Every pulse of light tells a story of survival, of creatures that have mastered existence under impossible pressure and eternal night. The deeper the descent, the more alien this world becomes, yet somehow it feels hauntingly familiar, as if we are not discovering something new, but returning to something ancient, buried deep within the memory of the Earth. Ahead, the sonar picks up the edge of a vast plateau, the remains of an ancient volcanic system that once erupted with a fury beyond imagination. The landscape rises and falls like the frozen waves of a stone sea, each ridge sculpted by the slow grinding of tectonic plates that never cease to move. The narrator's voice carries through the cabin steady and reverent, describing how these geological giants are not relics of the past but living bones of the planet, shifting and reshaping even now beneath the crushing weight of the ocean. This is the Kuril-Kamchatka Trench, a region where the planet flexes its raw power, where earthquakes are born and tsunamis begin their journeys across oceans. The submersible's lights sweep across the jagged walls, revealing scars from centuries of collisions between the Pacific and Eurasian plates. Here, destruction and creation are one and the same, the death of old formations giving birth to new ones in an endless cycle. As the vessel drifts closer to the trench wall, shimmering clouds of sediment rise like mist. Within that haze, faint outlines move, fragile creatures that pulse with faint blue light. Bioluminescent jellyfish trail ribbons of color, and fish with translucent skin glide soundlessly between the rocks. The deeper they travel, the more apparent it becomes that life has written its own language here, one of adaptation, silence, and endurance. These organisms do not merely survive, they thrive, shaped by forces that would crush anything unprepared for such a world. A sudden vibration passes through the hull, faint but unmistakable, the sound of the Earth itself shifting in its sleep. The pilot steadies the vessel while the instruments spike for a brief second, registering the tremor before it fades. It is a reminder that even in the stillness, this world is alive, breathing, and moving, guided by energies far greater than any human hand could ever control. The cameras capture footage of cracks running deep into the trench floor, glowing faintly with the heat that rises from the mantle below. Here, magma and water meet in a silent dialogue of creation. Minerals erupt from these fissures, coating the rocks in metallic hues, gold, copper, iron, all glimmering like hidden treasure. It is said that these minerals are the fingerprints of the planet, clues to its ancient origins, fragments of a story billions of years in the making. The narrator speaks again, his tone filled with quiet awe. Humanity has always looked to the stars to find its beginning. Yet perhaps the answer lies here, in the dark heart of the sea, where life first learned to form from chemical chaos. It was in places like this, near hydrothermal vents and volcanic springs, that the first cells are believed to have awakened. To gaze into this abyss is to look back in time, to witness the cradle of existence still pulsing in the depths. The vessel moves onward, passing over a field of hydrothermal vents known as black smokers. They rise from the seafloor like chimneys, expelling plumes of superheated water that billow upward in slow motion. Around them, an entire ecosystem thrives independent of sunlight. Tube worms taller than a man wave crimson plumes that harvest energy from the chemicals in the vent water. Crabs with ghostly white shells pick through mineral deposits, feeding on colonies of bacteria invisible to the human eye. Tiny shrimp swarm near the edges of the vents, their bodies glowing with faint phosphorescence. The scene looks otherworldly, a paradox of beauty and danger, where life exists not because of the absence of death, but because it has learned to build upon it. The narrator reflects on how every discovery made in this realm reshapes our understanding of what is possible. The deep sea teaches that life does not wait for perfect conditions. It adapts. It transforms adversity into opportunity. Every creature here is a masterpiece of resilience, a reminder that the limits we believe in are often self-imposed. Outside the vessel, the terrain begins to change again. The trench gives way to a series of rolling plains covered with small spherical nodules glinting in the artificial light. These metallic stones contain the elements that power modern civilization: cobalt, nickel, rare earth minerals, all forged by geological processes that take millions of years. Yet they also raise a haunting question about humanity's future. The narrator's tone grows thoughtful as he speaks of the temptation to harvest these resources from the deep, to mine the ocean floor for the sake of progress. But the cost of disturbing this fragile world may be greater than we can measure. The creatures that live here have taken countless generations to adapt to their environment, and a single act of human greed could erase them forever. The ocean, for all its vastness, is not infinite. It is a living system that remembers every wound, every imbalance. The vessel ascends slowly now, moving toward the midwater layer known as the Twilight Zone, where light and darkness wage a quiet war. Here, life is abundant, yet hidden, existing in the delicate balance between visibility and concealment. Schools of lanternfish move like drifting constellations, their synchronized glows forming patterns that seem almost intentional. Larger shadows move among them, predators, adapted to the art of patience and precision. The deeper currents whisper through the water like wind through a forest, carrying the voices of the ocean's oldest inhabitants. The narrator's voice softens, almost like a meditation. There is something deeply human about this world of silence. The creatures that live here do not seek dominance or conquest. They live in harmony with their environment, taking only what they need, adapting to change instead of fighting against it. Perhaps the lesson the deep sea offers is not about exploration, but about coexistence. Just as these ecosystems thrive without sunlight, perhaps humanity too must learn to find light within itself when the world grows dark. Every layer of the ocean mirrors a part of the human spirit. The surface is where noise and chaos rule, but the deeper we go, the quieter it becomes. Beneath the noise lies understanding, and beneath understanding lies truth. The narrator pauses as the vessel breaks through the final stretch of darkness into the pale glow of the upper ocean. Rays of sunlight filter down like spears of gold piercing the water. For a moment, everything is still: the sea, the machine, even the thoughts of those within it. It is as if the ocean itself is holding its breath before exhaling the explorers back into the world above. As the vessel surfaces, the sky feels both familiar and strange. The stars replaced by clouds, yet the sense of infinity unchanged. The narrator concludes with a voice filled with reflection and quiet strength. The ocean is not just a place on Earth, it is Earth itself, a mirror of the human journey. Beneath its crushing pressure, life learns resilience. Within its darkness, life finds light. And through its silence, life discovers purpose. Perhaps the greatest lesson the deep can teach us is that we too are part of this endless cycle of transformation. When life bears down with weight, we cannot escape. We adapt. When uncertainty surrounds us, we listen. When all seems lost, we remember that creation often begins in the quiet places where no one is watching. The mysteries of the deep are not meant to frighten us, but to remind us that wonder still exists, that courage still matters, and that discovery does not always mean conquering the unknown. Sometimes it means becoming still enough to understand it. And as the waves close around the vessel once more, one truth remains clear. The ocean does not simply exist beneath us, it exists within us, eternal, vast, and alive. The horizon stretches endlessly as the vessel floats silently on the surface of the Pacific Ocean, the waves moving with a slow rhythm that feels almost alive, like the ocean is breathing after centuries of silence. The crew stands in awe, their minds still heavy with the visions of what they have seen beneath the dark waters. The world above feels fragile now, almost unreal, compared to the ancient strength of the deep. The sun dips low, scattering golden light across the sea. And in that glow, the water looks calm, gentle, innocent. Yet beneath this shimmering surface lies a universe of storms, volcanoes, and creatures that have never known sunlight. The narrator's voice returns, steady and contemplative, describing how every journey into the depths is not only an act of exploration, but an encounter with the truth of existence itself. For what lies below the waves mirrors what lies within the human spirit: quiet power, endless depth, and a constant struggle between creation and destruction. As the vessel drifts, sensors begin to register faint tremors beneath the hull, distant rumbles that roll through the water like the heartbeat of the earth. Somewhere far below, tectonic plates are shifting again, their slow collisions releasing energy that could one day reshape entire continents. The narrator speaks of this movement not as danger, but as life, for the Earth, like every living being, must move to remain alive. Stillness, though peaceful on the surface, can mean death beneath. The ocean reminds us that balance is not the absence of motion, but the harmony of constant change. The camera pans across the open sea, and the narrator's voice softens. Humanity often looks at the ocean and sees separation, the great divide between continents, but in truth, it is connection. Every drop of water that moves across its surface carries with it the memory of everything that has ever lived, from the first cells to the last breath of a whale. The tides we see on distant shores are the same rhythms that guide the migration of fish, the bloom of coral, and the pulse of weather systems that feed the rain above our cities. In every way that matters, the ocean is the bloodstream of the planet, a living network that unites all things. The journey continues eastward toward the equatorial Pacific, where vast underwater mountain ranges rise unseen. The vessel hovers above one of these formations, known as the East Pacific Rise, a line of volcanic ridges stretching for thousands of kilometers along the ocean floor. It is here that the Earth is reborn each day, as molten rock rises from the mantle and solidifies into new crust. The narrator describes it as the planet's workshop, where destruction becomes creation in a ceaseless cycle. The volcanic vents here release plumes of minerals and gases that feed ecosystems unlike any other, where bacteria create energy from the chemistry of the Earth instead of the light of the Sunday. This, the narrator explains, is the origin of all life, not light but transformation, not comfort but pressure. The camera follows a stream of bubbles rising from a vent, twisting and shimmering as they rise toward the surface. Within those bubbles are traces of the same elements found in every living cell: carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, the very building blocks of existence. It is a humbling thought that the same forces that shape the deepest trenches are the ones that once shaped us. The narrator reflects quietly that perhaps we are not so different from these creatures of the deep. They live in darkness, yet they create light. They face pressure beyond imagination, yet they endure. They exist in isolation, yet they are connected to a vast network of life that sustains the planet. Humanity too lives under pressures of its own making, the weight of time, of ambition, of survival, and yet we too continue to create, to adapt, to find beauty even in hardship. The narrator pauses, letting the sound of the ocean fill the silence before continuing. The true lesson of the deep sea is not hidden in the creatures that glow or the vents that burn. It lies in the way life has learned to exist without certainty. Down there, survival is never guaranteed. The currents shift, the chemistry changes, and yet every form of life responds not with resistance, but with transformation. It bends, it learns, it becomes something new. Perhaps this is what the ocean has always tried to teach us. The change is not our enemy, it is our nature. The vessel now travels north toward a region where the Pacific meets colder currents from the poles. The sea here grows darker, heavier, more mysterious. Whales move beneath the waves like shadows of memory, their calls echoing for miles through the water. These sounds, ancient and haunting, are songs of navigation and remembrance. The narrator explains how scientists believe whales carry generational memory, knowing paths their ancestors swam centuries ago. It is a reminder that wisdom is not always learned through thought, but through listening, through connection to what came before. The ocean holds this kind of memory too, silent and patient, keeping records in its layers of sediment, in the shells of plankton and the bones of forgotten creatures. Every discovery pulled from the depths is a message from the past, a reminder that nothing in nature is truly lost. The camera turns to the horizon where storm clouds are forming, dark towers that mirror the mountains beneath the sea. Lightning flashes in the distance, and thunder rolls across the water. The narrator speaks softly, almost like a prayer. Above and below, the forces of the planet are the same. Fire moves beneath the crust. Air moves above the waves, and both are part of one eternal conversation. Humanity stands between them, fragile yet aware, capable of witnessing the beauty and terror of creation. In that awareness lies our gift and our burden. The storm grows closer. The sea begins to rise and fall with a new intensity. The vessel rocks gently on the surface, while the crew watches in silence. The narrator's tone deepens as he reflects on how the ocean mirrors human emotion. Its calm is deceptive, its rage unstoppable, its beauty eternal. To know the ocean is to understand that peace is not the absence of storms, but the ability to remain still within them. The rain begins to fall, merging sky and sea into one continuous expanse of motion. The narrator's voice weaves through the sound of thunder and waves, drawing meaning from chaos. The ocean does not destroy without reason. Each wave that crashes is part of a rhythm that restores balance, that keeps the world alive. Even in destruction there is purpose. The same waves that erode cliffs create beaches. The same volcanic eruptions that devastate the seafloor give birth to new land. Every act of violence in nature is followed by renewal. The lesson is not to fear what is changing, but to see what is being born through change. The storm passes as quickly as it came, leaving behind a sea washed clean and shimmering under the light of a new dawn. The narrator's voice now carries warmth and hope. The journey through the depths has revealed more than the secrets of the ocean. It has revealed the patterns of life itself. Everything that exists moves in cycles of rise and fall, light and dark, creation and decay. The ocean is the embodiment of that truth, infinite, yet constantly new. Humanity's task is not to conquer it, but to learn from it, to mirror its patience, its resilience, its quiet power. The camera rises slowly, showing the vastness of the Pacific, stretching to every horizon. The narrator concludes with a final reflection. Gentle, yet profound, the ocean has always been a mirror, reflecting back to us what we choose to see. Some see danger, others see mystery, but those who look deeper find understanding. For the ocean, like the soul, holds everything within it, the calm, the chaos, the light, and the dark. To dive into its depths is to face ourselves, and to surface again is to be reborn, carrying with us the quiet truth that life, like the sea, is vast, ever-changing, and always worth exploring. The ocean lies quiet now, a mirror of the sky stretched endlessly in every direction, its surface calm and shimmering under the soft light of dawn. The vessel drifts without sound, as if the sea itself has chosen to rest after centuries of motion. Beneath the stillness, however, the great machine of the earth continues to turn, unseen yet unstoppable. Currents weave through the deep like veins, carrying the pulse of the planet. Far below, the tectonic plates grind, the vents release their eternal breath, and life continues its silent dance in the darkness. The narrator's voice returns, low and reflective, speaking not to describe what is seen but to reveal what is felt. The ocean, he says, is not merely water. It is time made visible, a living memory of everything that has ever been. Each wave carries the echo of ancient storms, each ripple the whisper of creation. To float upon it is to rest upon the surface of history itself. The crew looks out across the endless expanse, their faces calm yet thoughtful. What they have seen beneath the waves has changed something within them. It is no longer just about discovery or science. It is about understanding the rhythm that connects all living things. For in the deep, they have found a reflection of the human condition, the constant search for light in places where none seems to exist. The narrator continues, explaining that the ocean teaches patience in ways the land never can. On land, we measure time by days and years, but in the sea, time flows differently. It is measured in tides, in migrations, in the slow dance of continents. The ocean does not hurry, yet it achieves everything. Mountains rise and fall beneath it, species evolve and vanish, and still it remains unchanged in essence, though forever changing in form. Perhaps that is why humanity has always been drawn to it. The ocean reminds us of what we are capable of becoming, not through force but through endurance. As the sun climbs higher, the light spreads across the waves like liquid fire. The narrator's tone shifts, carrying warmth and wonder. For centuries, humans have feared the sea, calling it cruel, unpredictable, merciless. But the truth is that the ocean does not destroy, it reveals. It shows us the limits of our control, the fragility of our designs, the humility of our place in the vast system of life. The storms that terrify us are not punishment but lessons. They remind us that balance is not achieved through resistance but through respect. The wind may tear the sails, the waves may break the hull, but those who learn to move with the current, not against it, always find their way home. The vessel now moves toward the shallows, where the blue deepens into turquoise. Coral gardens appear beneath the water like cities built from light. Schools of fish move in perfect harmony, turning and shifting as one, their movements guided by instinct older than memory. Here, near the surface, life is abundant, vibrant, alive with color and sound. The narrator's voice carries a note of awe as he describes how everything in this ecosystem exists in balance. Every creature, from the smallest plankton to the largest predator, plays a part in maintaining the rhythm of the ocean. Even death here is not an ending but a transformation. What one life leaves behind becomes the nourishment for another. Nothing is wasted, nothing forgotten. The camera follows a single turtle gliding effortlessly through the water, its motions serene and unhurried. It moves with purpose, but without urgency, knowing instinctively where it must go. The narrator compares it to the flow of human life. We too are carried by invisible currents, guided by unseen forces that shape our paths. Often we resist, struggling against the tide, believing that control is strength. But the ocean teaches another truth, that true strength lies in surrender, in trusting the current that moves through all things. To fight it is to tire, to trust it is to arrive. The vessel stops for a moment as the crew prepares to return to land. The world above feels different now, quieter, more fragile. The narrator reflects on how humanity has built walls and machines and cities, yet beneath it all we are still creatures of water. Every drop of blood in our veins carries the same salt that fills the sea. Every heartbeat echoes the rhythm of the waves. We may have learned to cross the ocean, but we have not yet learned to listen to it. The camera turns upward to the horizon where the sun now burns bright, golden, and infinite. The narrator's tone grows soft but deliberate. The greatest mystery of the deep is not what we have yet to discover, it is what we have forgotten. In our pursuit of progress, we have lost the quiet connection to the world that birthed us. We have forgotten how to move in harmony with the tides, how to live as part of the whole instead of above it. The ocean, in its vast silence, invites us to remember. It asks us to pause, to breathe, to see not with our eyes but with our understanding. For when we look at the sea, we are not looking at something separate, we are looking at ourselves. The waves rise and fall like breaths, the tides shift like emotions, the depths hide secrets just as the human heart does. The ocean is a mirror, and within it, every truth we seek already exists. The wind picks up, scattering small ripples across the surface. The narrator speaks again, his voice carrying a quiet strength. There will come a time when the world grows louder, when noise drowns out the sound of the waves, when progress moves faster than understanding. When that time comes, we must remember the lessons of the deep. We must remember that creation and destruction are not enemies but partners. We must remember that pressure does not break life, it shapes it. We must remember that light is not always found above. Sometimes it must be made within. The vessel begins its journey back to shore, leaving behind the vastness of the open ocean. Yet as it moves, it carries something that cannot be measured, a sense of reverence, of humility, of connection. The narrator describes this feeling as the true gift of exploration, not knowledge, but perspective. To see the deep is to see the beginning of all things, and to understand that everything we do, every choice we make, ripples through the world like waves spreading across the water. The camera focuses on the shoreline appearing in the distance. the boundary between two worlds. The narrator's voice lowers to a whisper filled with reflection. We live our lives between the sky and the sea, between light and dark, between what we know and what we have yet to learn. The ocean has shown us that there is beauty in mystery, strength in stillness, and wisdom in the willingness to listen. As the waves lap gently against the vessel, the narrator offers the final lesson, calm and timeless. The deep is not just a place to explore, it is a teacher, a reminder that life's greatest truths are not written in books or carved in stone, but carried in the rhythm of the world itself. To live fully is to flow like water, to adapt, to move, to find peace even in turbulence. When we learn to live as the ocean lives, embracing both calm and storm, we will finally understand that we are not apart from nature, we are its reflection. The vessel reaches the harbor, the crew steps onto solid ground, and for a moment the world feels still. The narrator's last words echo like a tide returning to shore. The ocean does not end at the coast. It continues within us, shaping every breath, every heartbeat, every moment. To respect it is to respect life itself. To understand it is to understand who we truly are. The sea calls not to be conquered, but to be remembered. For within its depths lies not only the story of the earth, but the story of us all. The ocean stretches into eternity beneath a sky painted in hues of gold and violet, the air warm yet touched by the lingering chill of dawn. Waves move like the slow breath of a sleeping giant, gentle and endless, and each crest seems to whisper secrets carried from the beginning of time. The vessel now rests anchored near the edge of the continental shelf, suspended above both mystery and memory. The crew stands silently, their eyes fixed on the horizon where the sea meets the heavens in a line so faint it seems to dissolve into infinity. The narrator's voice rises softly, carrying the weight of reflection and discovery. Every journey, he says, must end. Yet no true exploration ever truly finishes. What we find in the deep is not only the story of the ocean but the story of ourselves, written in waves, in silence, and in the unyielding will to seek. Beneath the calm surface, unseen forces continue their eternal motion. The Earth's crust bends and breathes, the currents flow like blood through the veins of the planet, and the creatures of the abyss move in their silent ballet. Down there, where light fades and pressure reigns, life continues its quiet defiance against all odds. It is easy to forget that the same resilience exists within us. Just as the fish have adapted to darkness, humanity has learned to find hope in its own unseen depths. Every storm survived, every hardship endured, is its own form of evolution. The narrator's words linger as the camera drifts across the open water. There is peace here, but it is not the peace of stillness, it is the peace of understanding. The ocean is never truly still. It is always moving, always changing, always alive. To stand before it is to witness the eternal truth of nature, that nothing remains the same, yet everything belongs. The sun climbs higher, casting diamonds of light across the water. Seabirds cry in the distance, their wings catching the wind as if carried by invisible hands. The narrator speaks again, his voice calm, yet filled with quiet passion. For centuries, humankind has looked upon the ocean as a boundary, a barrier between lands, a thing to cross or conquer. But perhaps the sea was never meant to divide us. Perhaps it was meant to remind us that all things are connected. Every river that flows carries the memory of the mountains. Every cloud that forms above the waves returns as rain upon the land. Even the air we breathe has passed through the lungs of the ocean. For the smallest organisms within its waters create the oxygen that sustains us all. To harm the sea is to harm ourselves, though many have yet to see it. The vessel moves slowly through the water, its reflection stretching across the shimmering surface. The camera dips beneath the waves, showing the world that lies just below, a realm of soft blue light and dancing particles. Coral formations bloom like living sculptures, and schools of silver fish glide through the currents in perfect unison. Life pulses here in quiet harmony, untouched by the noise above. Yet the narrator reminds us that this fragile beauty is not eternal. The balance of the ocean depends on our choices, and its future is intertwined with our own. Every piece of plastic that drifts upon the tide, every toxin released into the water, every careless act echoes through the vastness of the sea. But so too does every act of care, every effort to protect, every decision made with respect and understanding. The ocean does not judge, it reflects. It gives back what we offer, magnified and transformed. The camera follows the sunlight as it pierces deeper into the water, fading slowly until only darkness remains. The narrator's tone grows contemplative, filled with quiet strength. We are born from this water, shaped by its rhythms even before we draw our first breath. The same salt that fills the sea flows within our veins. The same cycles that govern the tides govern the beating of our hearts. The ocean is not outside us, it is within us, written into our very being. Perhaps that is why it calls to us so powerfully, why its voice stirs something ancient and unspoken deep inside. It is not just curiosity that draws us to its depths, but remembrance, a longing to return to where life began. The waves grow larger as the wind shifts, their motion steady yet unpredictable. The vessel sways gently, and the crew looks outward, thoughtful and silent. The narrator continues, his words flowing like the current itself. The greatest lesson the ocean teaches is humility. It reminds us that we are not masters of this planet but participants in its story. We build, we create, we reach for the stars, yet everything we know depends on the breath of this one living world. The sea is its soul, vast and enduring, carrying the memory of every age. When we listen to it, we are reminded of our place not above but among. The horizon darkens as clouds begin to gather, painting shadows across the light. A storm is forming in the distance, a reminder of the ocean's power. The waves begin to rise, the air thick with the scent of salt and rain. The narrator speaks over the growing rumble, his tone steady and unwavering. The sea is not cruel. Its storms are not punishment. They are renewal. They are the way the earth exhales, releasing the energy that builds within. We fear the storm because we cannot control it, yet without it, the world would stagnate. Growth requires pressure. Transformation requires chaos. Just as the deep formed life through heat and darkness, so too must we sometimes face the tempests of our own making to be reborn. Lightning flashes across the sky, illuminating the waves in bursts of silver and blue. The rain falls in sheets, merging sea and sky into one. Through the storm, the vessel moves steadily, guided not by sight but by instinct. The crew holds firm, their faces lit by the glow of the instruments, but their hearts anchored in something deeper than technology. Trust in the rhythm of the world that has carried life through eons. The narrator's voice softens as the storm begins to fade. Even the fiercest wind must one day surrender to calm. The clouds part slowly, revealing a sky cleansed and bright. The water shines once more, vast and endless, as if nothing had happened. Yet everything has changed. The narrator speaks gently now, like a teacher sharing a truth long understood. This is the cycle of all things. Turmoil followed by peace, loss followed by renewal. The ocean does not resist, it flows. It bends, but never breaks. And in that surrender lies its strength. To live as the ocean lives is to understand that storms will come, but so too will sunlight. That endings are not final, but beginnings in disguise. That beneath the surface of chaos lies the quiet current of purpose, guiding everything toward balance. The camera pans across the open water one last time. The light of the setting sun turns the sea to molten gold, each wave glowing with the reflection of the sky. The narrator's voice carries the final lesson of the journey, calm and timeless. We have traveled to the deepest places and witnessed wonders beyond imagination, yet the greatest discovery is not in what we have seen, but in what we now understand. Life is vast, mysterious, and interconnected. The ocean has no beginning and no end, only flow. And we too are part of that flow, moving with time, shaping and being shaped by the world we inhabit. The vessel turns toward the shore, the coastline appearing faint in the distance, a reminder of home. The narrator concludes softly, each word measured and full of meaning. The sea does not keep its secrets to itself. It shares them with those who are willing to listen. Its message is simple: protect what sustains you, respect what you do not yet understand, and remember that even in darkness, there is always light waiting to be found. The waves lap gently against the hull as the scene fades into twilight. The last sound is the steady rhythm of the ocean's pulse, eternal, unbroken, carrying with it the memory of every voyage, every life, every heartbeat that has ever been. And in that sound, one truth remains: the ocean is not just the heart of the earth, it is the echo of life itself, endless, beautiful, and forever calling us to return. The sky glows with the deep amber light of evening as the vessel makes its slow passage back across the calm expanse of the Pacific. The air carries the scent of salt and memory, the rhythm of the waves blending with the steady hum of the engines, creating a sound that feels more like breathing than motion. The ocean stretches in every direction, vast and unbroken, reflecting the fire of the setting sun in streaks of gold and crimson. The crew stands on deck in silence, each of them lost in thought, their minds still caught between the world above and the one they left behind in the depths. The narrator's voice returns, quiet but resonant, carrying the tone of a final reflection. What they have witnessed, he says, is not simply a glimpse into the unknown but a revelation of what has always been. The deep is not a place to be conquered. It is a teacher, a mirror, a truth that has waited patiently for those who would listen. Beneath the surface of the sea, they found not emptiness but endless life, not silence but symphony, not darkness but the spark of creation itself. It is in the nature of humanity to look outward, to search the stars and the farthest reaches of the universe for meaning. But the greatest mystery lies here, just below the waves, in the living memory of the planet that gave us birth. The sun sinks lower, painting the sky in bands of violet and rose. The ocean, too, seems to darken with it, each wave holding the reflection of the dying light. The narrator continues, his words flowing like the tide. The sea is the oldest storyteller. Long before words, before language, before history, it spoke through rhythm and motion. Every wave that rises and falls is a sentence written in water, every current a thought, every storm a question. Humanity has always listened, though we did not always understand. The myths of our ancestors were born from its depths, tales of gods and monsters, of creation and loss, of journeys that mirrored our own. The ocean has been both cradle and challenge, testing our courage, shaping our imagination, humbling our pride. It has shown us that knowledge is not a possession, but a relationship, one built on curiosity, respect, and awe. The vessel glides through open water as the light fades completely, stars beginning to appear one by one, their reflections trembling on the surface below. The sky and sea become indistinguishable, two infinities mirroring each other. The narrator's tone softens as he speaks again. The deeper we ventured, the more we realized how fragile we are. Our technology, our power, our belief in control, all of it becomes small before the endlessness of the deep. Yet within that smallness lies something precious: awareness. The ocean does not need us, but we need it. It gives us air, food, climate, balance. It carries our past and determines our future. Every breath we take begins with the ocean. To forget that is to forget ourselves. The crew listens in silence, their faces illuminated by the dim glow of the instrument lights. The narrator continues, his words carrying the calm authority of truth. The lesson of the deep is not only scientific, it is spiritual. It tells us that strength is found not in dominance, but in harmony, that survival is not about isolation but connection. The creatures of the abyss thrive because they have learned to coexist, to adapt, to use every challenge as a chance to evolve. They remind us that resilience is not resistance, it is flexibility. The same law applies to us. To survive the pressures of life, we must not harden. We must learn to bend, to flow, to grow through change rather than against it. The night deepens, the stars multiplying, until the entire sky becomes a field of silver fire. The sea mirrors it perfectly, and for a moment, it feels as though the vessel is suspended between two heavens, one above and one below. The narrator's voice grows softer, almost like a whisper carried by the wind. The universe is a reflection of the ocean, infinite, mysterious, and alive. The currents of the deep mirror, the paths of galaxies, the pulse of tides echoes the rhythm of stars. Perhaps the boundary between water and space is not as wide as we think. Both are realms of silence, of beauty, of creation. Both remind us that life is a rare and sacred phenomenon, fragile yet unstoppable. The camera moves slowly across the faces of the crew, their eyes filled with quiet wonder. They have seen the abyss, and it has changed them. The narrator speaks again. To journey into the deep is to journey inward. It strips away illusion and noise until only truth remains. Down there, beneath miles of pressure, there is no room for pretense. There is only life in its purest form, simple yet infinite. That purity reflects back upon us, showing what we have forgotten in the rush of progress. We have built towers that touch the clouds, machines that reach the stars, but we have lost the art of listening. The ocean waits for us to remember that progress without understanding is emptiness. The vessel sails on through the night, guided by starlight. The waves whisper softly against the hull, a rhythm that feels eternal. The narrator continues, his voice calm but firm. The ocean does not ask for worship, only respect. It does not need saving, we do. When we pollute the water, when we poison the coral, when we drain the life from the sea, it is our own reflection we are harming. The ocean will endure as it always has, reshaping, healing, evolving, but we may not. The future of the sea is bound to the future of humanity. We are threads in the same fabric. The tide rises and falls with our choices. The narrator pauses, letting the silence stretch before speaking again. Yet even now, there is hope. Every action of care ripples outward. Every effort to protect, every moment of awareness matters. The smallest acts of compassion echo across generations. Like a drop of water falling into the sea, its ripples travel farther than the eye can see. The ocean has taught us this, that from the smallest beginning can grow something vast and eternal. The night slowly begins to fade. The first light of dawn spills across the horizon, soft and golden. The sea responds, glowing faintly as if waking from a dream. The narrator's voice grows warmer, filled with quiet optimism. The ocean is not a story of despair, it is a story of renewal. Every sunrise over its surface is proof that no darkness lasts forever. The storms come and go, the waves rise and fall, but the light always returns. And so it is with us. The camera captures the moment the sun breaks free from the edge of the world, scattering light across the endless water. The narrator's words flow like the tide, slow and deliberate. The journey into the deep has ended, but its lessons remain. Life is movement, not permanence. Everything changes, yet nothing is lost. The same water that falls as rain rises again as mist. The same atoms that form a human heart once drifted in the ancient seas. We are not separate from the world. We are its continuation. To live wisely is to live with awareness, to act not as owners of the earth, but as its guardians. The final images show the vessel turning toward home, cutting through the waves with quiet grace. The narrator's last words echo like the voice of the sea itself. The ocean calls to us not to conquer it, but to remember it, to listen, to learn, to live in harmony with the world that made us. Its depths remind us that beauty is not in what we possess, but in what we protect, that discovery means nothing without respect, and that the greatest mysteries are not those we uncover, but those we learn to cherish. The screen fades to the sound of waves and wind, timeless and steady, the heartbeat of the earth itself. And as the final light fades, only one truth remains. The ocean is alive, and through it, so are we. Listen. The night descends softly upon the ocean as the vessel drifts beneath a sky heavy with stars, each one a flicker of ancient light, traveling through eternity to touch the surface of the sea. The air is calm and filled with a deep quiet, a stillness that feels alive rather than empty. The waves move in slow, rhythmic patterns, as if echoing the heartbeat of the world itself. The water glows faintly in places where plankton shimmer, tiny sparks that mirror the constellations above. It is a perfect reflection, the heavens looking down into themselves, sky and sea becoming one endless mirror of time. The narrator's voice returns, low and serene, a whisper carried on the wind. In this silence, he says, the ocean reveals its greatest truth. It does not shout, it does not command, it only breathes. Its rhythm is the language of creation, its calm, the face of eternity. Every wave that rises and falls carries the weight of memory. Every ripple is a thought of the earth. The sea remembers everything. The birth of the continents, the rise of the winds, the first breath of life. It is the keeper of history, not in books or monuments, but in motion, in rhythm, in the endless conversation between water and time. The vessel moves slowly forward, guided by the soft pulse of its lights. Beneath it, the deep is infinite and unknowable, stretching farther than imagination can reach. The crew rests, but the ocean does not. Below, currents travel across thousands of miles, carrying warmth, nutrients, and life through invisible highways that connect every corner of the planet. The narrator speaks again, his tone thoughtful. The ocean is the great connector. It binds the world together not through walls or borders, but through flow. What begins as rain in one hemisphere becomes a current in another. The same drop of water that nourishes a coral reef today may feed a river tomorrow. Everything moves in cycles. Everything returns. Everything belongs. Humanity, too, is part of this cycle, though we often forget. We act as if we are separate, as if the sea is something we can own, control, or consume. Yet the truth is that we are made of it. Our blood is salt. Our cells hold the same elements that form the tides. Our first home as a species was within its embrace. To harm the ocean is to wound ourselves. To poison it is to dim our own reflection. The camera moves slowly across the surface, capturing the shimmer of moonlight as it dances across the waves. The narrator's voice softens as he continues. The ocean is not endless chaos. It is a system of balance, a masterpiece of self-regulation. It breathes with the planet, absorbing what is in excess, releasing what is needed, always seeking harmony. But harmony requires respect. When we take too much, the balance shifts. The coral bleaches, the fish vanish, the currents grow warm and restless. These are not punishments, but consequences, reminders that even the most powerful system depends on care. The sea does not demand reverence, only reciprocity. Give as you take, listen as you speak, protect as you use. In this simple truth lies the secret to survival, not only for the ocean but for us all. The vessel cuts through the water with gentle grace, its wake glowing faintly with the light of bioluminescent life. The scene feels dreamlike, as though the ship is sailing across a galaxy made of water and fire. The narrator's words drift through the sound of waves. The sea is not empty. It is filled with motion, with sound, with life. Beneath the surface there are voices, songs of whales that echo across continents, clicks and pulses that travel for hundreds of miles, each one a language of its own. The ocean speaks constantly, though we have forgotten how to listen. Its message is simple. Life is not a competition, it is a collaboration. Every creature, from the smallest plankton to the largest whale, plays a role in maintaining the harmony of the whole. Even death serves life here. For what falls to the bottom becomes food. For what lives in the dark, nothing is wasted, nothing forgotten. The ocean has perfected what humanity still struggles to learn: coexistence. The narrator pauses as the sound of the waves fills the silence, then continues with quiet conviction. We are a young species, still learning the rhythm of the world we inhabit. We build machines and cities and towers that scrape the clouds, but we have yet to master the art of balance. We mistake progress for separation, believing that to rise we must dominate. Yet every law of nature tells us the opposite. The sea rises not by resisting gravity, but by embracing motion. It moves freely, endlessly, without ownership or pride. It changes form but never essence. It is in constant surrender, yet it is unstoppable. Perhaps this is the wisdom we have been seeking all along, that strength does not come from control but from understanding, not from standing apart but from flowing together. The wind shifts, carrying a gentle mist across the deck, cool and alive. The narrator's tone grows softer, almost meditative. The sea is a reminder that everything we fear about the unknown is already within us. Its depth mirrors our own. We fear its darkness, yet we forget that without darkness, light cannot exist. We fear its storms, yet it is the storm that clears the air, that brings renewal. The sea is not an enemy, it is a reflection of the soul. Within its vastness lies every emotion, every dream, every truth. The waves crash and calm, just as hearts break and heal. The tides retreat and return, just as life ends and begins again. To live in harmony with the ocean is to live in harmony with oneself. The camera shifts upward once more, showing the night sky reflected perfectly upon the water. The stars seem close enough to touch, their light rippling gently across the waves. The narrator speaks again, his words like a quiet prayer. The ocean has shown us what eternity looks like, not as a destination but as a rhythm. It has no beginning and no end, only movement, only transformation. The same water that now touches this ship once touched the shores of ancient lands, once rose into clouds, once fell as rain upon forgotten forests. Every drop has lived countless lives, and through it, so have we. We are part of this eternal cycle, bound not by chains but by breath. To forget this is to forget who we are. The wind grows stronger, and in the distance, lightning flashes briefly over the horizon, illuminating the clouds like the opening of a great eye. The narrator's tone deepens, filled with calm reverence. Even the storms are sacred. They remind us that power is not to be feared, but understood. The ocean teaches that energy must flow, that suppression breeds chaos, and that only by allowing movement can peace return. When the waves rage, they are not destroying, they are restoring balance. When the sky darkens, it is preparing to give light. Nature is never still because life itself is never still. The vessel sails onward, leaving behind only a trail of luminous foam that fades quickly into darkness. The narrator's final words carry the weight of both farewell and continuation. The journey through the ocean is never over. Each time we return, it is different, because we are different. The sea reflects who we are in the moment we meet it, sometimes calm, sometimes wild, always honest. To know it is to know truth, not through explanation but through experience. The ocean does not teach in words, it teaches in feeling, in the rise of the tide, in the silence after the storm, in the light that returns after the dark. The scene fades to the horizon, the first hint of dawn glowing faintly in the east. The narrator concludes softly, his voice dissolving into the rhythm of the waves. The ocean endures, and through it, so will we. It asks nothing but presence. It gives everything in return. Listen to it, and you will hear the echo of your own soul. Follow it, and you will find not an ending, but an endless beginning, the eternal song of life itself, flowing forever between sky and sea. The dawn unfolds across the horizon like a slow awakening, its light stretching fingers of gold across the calm expanse of the ocean. The waves glimmer as if each one were breathing in rhythm with the sun itself. The vessel drifts upon the water, small and silent against the immensity of the world. The narrator's voice rises once more, gentle but steady, carrying the wisdom gathered from all that has been witnessed. The ocean has spoken, not through words, but through presence. It has taught that life is not a line but a circle, that every ending folds into another beginning, that every descent into darkness is followed by light. The sea has no need for permanence, for it knows that beauty lies in motion, that truth lives not in what remains but in what continues. The air is warm and soft, filled with the scent of salt, and Sunday birds sweep low over the waves, their wings cutting graceful arcs through the air. Beneath the surface, unseen, the ocean hums with quiet life. Currents move with invisible force, carrying messages across the globe, connecting coral reefs, ice shelves, and distant shores in a web of motion that sustains the entire planet. The narrator speaks again, his tone reflective. The sea is not just a body of water, it is the consciousness of the earth. It feels, it remembers, it responds. Every drop holds the story of creation. Every tide carries the rhythm of existence. Humanity has always looked upon it with wonder, yet too often with distance. We have sailed upon it, taken from it, feared its power, but we have not listened to its voice. The sea asks only one thing: that we live in awareness, that we remember we are part of the same living fabric. The vessel glides toward a coastline faintly visible on the horizon. Mountains rise beyond the mist, their peaks catching the first fire of the Sunday. The narrator describes this as the eternal meeting place of elements, where land and water embrace, where creation and destruction meet in perfect balance. The shore is not an ending, it is a threshold, the place where the known and the unknown shake hands. The camera moves across the waves, each one catching the light differently, each one unique yet part of the same endless flow. The narrator continues, his words carrying the rhythm of the water. The ocean is the great teacher of humility. It shows that nothing stands alone, that every motion influences another, that every life, no matter how small, shapes the whole. In the deep we saw creatures that glow in darkness, that thrive under pressure, that live where no sunlight ever touches. They do not fight the conditions around them, they adapt, they become part of them. From them, we learn that survival is not about strength but understanding. The world above could learn the same lesson. We cannot conquer what we do not respect, and we cannot protect what we do not love. The camera rises to show a vast panorama of light spilling across the sea, turning it into a field of liquid gold. The narrator's tone deepens, filled with emotion. The greatest truth of the ocean is not its depth or power, but its grace. It accepts without judgment, it forgives without words, it renews without rest. No matter what is poured into it, the sea finds a way to transform, to heal, to continue. Humanity has that same power, the ability to begin again, to cleanse itself of fear and pride, to flow forward into something greater. The journey through the deep has shown that life is never static, that it is the act of constant transformation that keeps the universe alive. The vessel nears the shore, and the sound of waves breaking upon rocks fills the air. The narrator's voice softens. The ocean's edge is a reminder that no boundary is absolute. The same wave that touches the coast will return to the deep, and the same water that feeds the storm will fall again as rain. We too are like this, part of a larger rhythm that moves beyond what we can see. The boundaries we draw between ourselves and nature are illusions. We are the sea, the air, the fire, and the earth combined. To live in harmony is to recognize this truth, not as philosophy, but as fact. The wind rises slightly, rippling the surface into countless small patterns that catch the light. The narrator reflects on what the voyage has revealed about time. The ocean does not measure in hours or years. It measures in cycles, in return, in renewal. Humanity rushes through time like a river in flood, always chasing, always consuming. But the sea reminds us that stillness is also movement, that patience is a form of power. The greatest changes happen not in explosions but in persistence, in the quiet accumulation of small acts repeated over ages. The same current that shapes a coastline does so not in a moment but in centuries of touch. The narrator's tone turns gentle again, filled with hope. If we wish to leave something lasting, we must learn the rhythm of the sea, steady, patient, unwavering. The camera now dives beneath the waves one final time, showing a world alive with color and light. Fish move in endless patterns. Coral blooms like living sculpture. Rays of sunlight pierce the water in beams that seem almost holy. The narrator speaks with quiet wonder. This is the secret the deep holds, that life is not a battle to win but a song to join. Every creature plays its note, every current carries its verse, and together they create the music of existence. The melody of life does not need perfection, it needs participation. To live fully is to listen to that song and to add one's voice to it. The camera surfaces again, showing the vessel approaching land. The waves break softly against the hull, and the light of the sun fills the sky with gold and silver. The narrator's tone grows tender, like a farewell. The ocean has given its message, simple yet profound. It has shown that strength lies in fluidity, that beauty lies in balance, that survival lies in connection. Above all, it has shown that life endures not through dominance but through harmony. Every current, every tide, every life form plays its part in the dance of the planet. To live well is to move with that rhythm, not apart from it. The ship reaches the harbor, and the sound of gulls returns. The crew steps onto the dock, their faces touched by sunlight. They do not speak, for some moments require silence. The narrator speaks once more, his words slow and clear. The journey is not over. It never will be. The ocean continues, and so do we. Every wave that breaks upon the shore carries the same truth, that endings are beginnings in disguise, that the flow of life is eternal. We are travelers in this great tide, not observers, and our choices ripple across the world like waves upon water. The scene widens to show the vast horizon, the sky and the sea blending into one. The narrator's final words echo like the sound of the tide returning. The ocean is not separate from us, it is us. It breathes through us, speaks through us, and calls us to remember what we have always known, that life is vast, that time is sacred, and that we are all part of the same great current moving endlessly toward the light. The waves rise and fall, eternal, patient, unbroken, and as the final light of the sun touches the water, the ocean whispers its last word, always, always, always. There is a moment when you look down at the surface of the sea and realize you are standing on the edge of another world, where light disappears after only a few meters, where silence has weight, where time seems to stop. And in that instant you understand that everything humans know is just a drop of water in the infinite ocean of the unknown. Scientists have sent submarines down more than 10,000 meters. Modern cameras have captured images no one has ever seen. Yet the deeper we go, the more tightly the ocean holds its secrets. Cliffs rise higher than skyscrapers. Creatures glow like drifting stars in the night. Strange sounds echo from places where no life should exist, making us wonder if down there is only water and rock or something else watching us back. Every centimeter in the darkness is a question. Every glimmer of light is a challenge. And that feeling, the mixture of fear and fascination, keeps us from looking away from the sea. We keep exploring, keep diving deeper, even knowing we may never reach the end. Because the ocean is not just a place that holds water, it is a keeper of time, the memory of Earth, the fragment of its soul that humanity has forgotten. There the wrecks of ships from centuries past rest like monuments. Cities swallowed by the sea lie buried under cold sand. Civilizations that may have existed and vanished without a trace, leaving behind only silent stones and indifferent currents flowing by. The ocean does not speak. It only watches, remembers, waits. And perhaps it is that silence itself that makes us tremble, because it reminds us how small we truly are before something so beautiful, so fierce, and so vast. You can see the deep blue quietly swallowing the light. You can feel the cold seeping into your skin. And in that moment you know you are looking into the planet's past, into mysteries no one has yet deciphered. Mysteries that could change how we understand life itself. And perhaps in that very moment you understand why humanity always returns. Why even in fear we still want to go deeper and farther. Because deep down we are not only searching for the ocean, we are searching for ourselves, for the answer to the question that has slept for millions of years. Where we came from and what still waits for us beneath those waters where the light never reaches. When the last light from the sea surface fades behind you, the space ahead thickens like a bottomless black curtain. The small beams from the submarine's lamps no longer cut through the water but dissolve like drifting dust, glowing faintly as they float in the cold. Each particle, each tiny organism, like fragments of stars adrift in an alien sky, no longer an ocean but a silent universe, a place without day or night, only the steady rhythm of human breath and the soft metallic groan as pressure rises. The submarine keeps descending, slowly, meter by meter, as if moving backward through time, to a realm where all sounds from the surface world are strangled, where every emotion becomes pure and frighteningly sharp. And in that silence, you begin to hear things you never could before: the murmur of the water, the faint crack of stone, even the beating of your own heart. Each sound a reminder that we are venturing into a place where humans do not belong. The deeper you go, the more the blue turns into a dim hue, shifting to indigo, then to complete black. The pressure gauge flickers, the temperature needle drops, while outside the world begins to change shape. The seafloor is no longer flat, but rugged, torn open with fractures like the wounds of the planet. Some parts rising like walls, others collapsing into abysses. The light reflects off silt and rock, creating strange illusions, as if something were moving slowly, a vast shadow then gone. Maybe just the current, maybe something watching. We do not know, and that unknowing makes the heart race, the breath shorten, like standing before a secret door you were never meant to open. And then within that pitch darkness, a faint light begins to appear. At first just a blur, then lines, then square shapes, slowly forming into structures that could not be natural. Stacked stones, walls, pillars, stairways worn smooth by time. And in that instant, you understand. This is not random scenery. These are traces of human hands. A city once alive now resting beneath the sea, buried under sand and seaweed, yet still radiating a cold beauty, both glorious and mournful. Small fish drift through doorways. Carved stones bear ancient patterns almost erased. Soft curves telling a story long forgotten. People call it the lost city beneath the Atlantic. Some say it is Atlantis. Others believe it is a fragment of an ancient civilization swallowed by an earthquake. But before such a sight, every theory feels small, because the sensation of standing between two worlds, one of the present and one of the past, is so vivid you almost hear footsteps and voices of those who lived thousands of years ago. The feeling overwhelms you, as if wandering through humanity's memory. Under the dim light, details emerge. A large statue broken in half, its face covered in algae, yet eyes still staring ahead. A long row of columns leading to a square buried in sand. At its center, a round stone engraved with strange symbols, like a language but unreadable. Water flows through the carvings, creating tiny ripples. And you realize this place is still alive, not in a human way, but in the way of the ocean. It breathes through the currents, speaks through silence, preserves memory through layers of sediment building year after year, and that makes it immortal. When you leave the area, your mind still echoes with the image of those ancient stones, a question repeating itself. How many other civilizations have been swallowed like this? How many stories never told? You look up, the light from the surface now a faint distant dot, and below your feet lies an endless trench where humanity has never set foot. This is the darkness of the Kuril-Kamchatka Trench, a vast crack on the planet's map, deeper than any ordinary ocean, where tectonic plates collide, where rock is crushed and melted, creating underwater mountains and vents spewing heat. Here life exists in unimaginable ways. Eyeless creatures with transparent skin glowing through chemical energy, drifting slowly in thick black water. Streams of microorganisms shimmer like tiny galaxies. A world completely different, both beautiful and terrifying. And you realize that here all rules of the surface mean nothing. There is no light, no trees, no warmth, yet there is life, resilient and enduring. And most striking of all, it does not need us. It does not need to be understood. It only needs to exist. You suddenly feel absurdly small. All the confidence of civilization, technology, and theory dissolves before something untouchable. You look through the glass, light glancing off the vertical walls of the trench, mineral veins glimmering as if the earth itself were breathing. Then suddenly the radar screen shows a strange signal, a massive metallic shape lying deep within the rift. Unnatural. The submarine moves closer, and when the light reaches it, you see it. A rusted hull, perhaps a sunken ship, perhaps relics of an ancient industry. No one knows. Because the sea keeps everything and buries everything. The sub circles it. Light reflecting off the metal makes the whole scene flare for a moment, then fade again, leaving only the sense of something unseen, watching from below, a gaze without form, not hostile but cold, as if the ocean itself were asking why you are here, why humanity insists on entering where it does not belong. That question whispers in your mind, then fades with the current as the submarine begins to rise, passing through black silt, through thermal vents spewing from the Earth's core, through schools of ghostly fish. Everything blurs until only the hum of engines and the pale returning light remain. But just when you think the journey is over, you notice the sea above has changed color, no longer blue but a brilliant red, like blood, like fire. And then you understand, it is the Red Sea, where water and history intertwine, once the root of empires, where ships carried gold, silk, and war. The Red Sea is not merely beautiful water, it is witness to thousands of years of trade, of civilizations, meeting and vanishing. The coral reefs here are not only natural wonders, but cemeteries for hundreds of ships, each a story, an ending, and a beginning. Sunlight pierces the clear water, reflecting on vibrant coral, on fish of every color, on scattered fragments of metal, and you feel the strange harmony between death and life, between ruin and rebirth. The Red Sea reminds us that nothing truly disappears. Everything only changes form. A rusted tank becomes home to thousands of creatures. A sunken ship turns into a reef. Things that once carried war now carry life. And in that peace there is a beauty that leaves you breathless, because it does not need to be touched, only seen and understood, that nature will always be stronger than man, always knowing how to turn sorrow into eternity. Sunlight sparkles on the surface, reflects on the submarine glass, and you catch your own reflection, small and drifting in the vast sky of water. You do not know where you are, whether it is day or night. You only know this world is larger than imagination ever dared, and as the submarine breaks the surface, as water bursts around it, sunlight flashes bright and blinding, yet your eyes still hold the darkness below, where lost cities lie still, where ancient roads await human footsteps, where untold stories continue to be written in the language of water. You realize this journey is not just exploration but a reminder that the ocean is not merely beauty or resource. It is the heart of the planet, the memory of life, and the mirror of humanity itself. We always want to know more, to understand more. But perhaps what matters is not the answer, but that we still know how to ask, still know how to look down into the deep and whisper, "We know nothing." And in that moment, we are truly alive. As the submersible leaves the warm waters of the Red Sea, everything seems to change. The surface above slips away until only faint halos shatter in the dark. And below that, the ocean opens like an invisible gate. leading into a world without a name. No more vivid blue or glittering coral, only blackness, stillness, and density. As if sinking into the breath of the earth itself, each low groan of metal in the hull echoes through the cabin like the slow, careful heartbeat of the planet. Every foot downward blurs the boundary between humanity and nature a little more. Bands of green light from the control screen sweep across the pilot's face and catch an eager and tense gaze. At this depth, a small mistake could erase everything in an instant. But curiosity is stronger than fear. That is the instinct that keeps us from stopping. We want to see, to know, to touch what no one has touched. The sub keeps dropping, past water, so cold glass could shatter, through churning clouds of silt. Then suddenly the radar draws an odd curve, an empty pocket far deeper than the terrain around it. And when the lamps sweep down, we see the vertical walls of the Tonga Trench, a vast rift where the ocean looks torn in two. Knife-edged ridges run toward a horizon that never arrives. Cold currents pour down like fog. In that space, nothing is still. Everything moves slowly, yet endlessly. As if the earth were breathing, you can feel pressure from every direction. An invisible weight pressing down until the hull trembles. There in the dark, the beams catch strange life. Long, glassy bodies with light pulsing along their vessels drift by like streams of souls. Silent, glittering, then gone. Once you glimpse the shadow of a giant squid longer than the sub, gliding away without a ripple, leaving only the feeling of eyes on your back, the pilot says nothing and tightens his grip on the stick, because down here, every sound travels far, and every silence says too much. The Tonga walls rise straight and monumental. Deep fissures yawn like the mouth of the planet. Pale rock flashes when the lamps touch it and throws back a cool silvery glow, as if some hidden energy were moving inside the earth. At a bend, we find an open pocket, like an underwater valley, where the current slackens. At the center stand upright stones arranged in a circle. No one can say whether they are natural or built, but the shapes are too clean and the angles too exact. Faint symbols are cut into the faces like a language ancient and unreadable. Everyone in the sub goes quiet. Only breath and the soft thrum of the engines remain. It feels like standing before a temple of a forgotten world. If what we saw under the Atlantic was the memory of a civilization, then here beneath Tonga is evidence of something larger, perhaps a source, perhaps a missing link in the history of the Earth. No one dares to touch. We only look, because it seems a small motion might make everything collapse or wake. The lights pass over the pillars and reveal a strange creature clinging to the stone. Coral-like yet moving, it tightens at the touch of light, then opens and exhales a dim glow like a breath. Time slips away. Then the pressure readout shifts and warns of a large opening below. The sub eases forward. A forceful current tips the hull. The lighting flickers. In that instant, a ribbon of electric blue erupts from the fissure like a lightning stroke held in place, brilliant yet gentle on the eyes. A living light with a rhythm as if it were answering our presence. The pilot stares at the screen and murmurs that it could be geothermal, but the pulse is too even and too musical to be anything known. When we push a little deeper, every system dies at once. Lamps out, monitors black, only a low electrical hum, and then nothing. Darkness swallows everything. A few seconds later, a weak glow stutters back. But ahead, where the fissure had blazed, there is nothing now. Only a pit of pure black. The radar shows no return at all, as if the space does not exist or never did. The sub holds position, then drifts away in silence. No one speaks. And through the long ascent, no one can shake the feeling that something down there is waking and waiting to be seen. When we reach a safer depth, we turn west toward the Mindanao Trench, longer, deeper, and lonelier than Tonga. There are no signals there, and no surf, and no sound. Only water, cold, heavy, and grave. When we arrive, the beams fall on countless tiny creatures, shining as they swim in rings like a secret dance. In the middle lies a strangely level plain, covered in fine white sand like mist. There is no coral and no algae, only parallel grooves running on and on. Steady as if something once moved here, or something was once built here. No one knows. We only know the quiet is so complete that every breath is audible, and in that quiet, there is a presence hard to name, as if the ocean were listening. Each time you swing a light, you sense something moving behind you, light and quick like a shadow then gone. Nameless beings, quick sparks rising and fading. The scene becomes a Milky Way in motion. Every speck a small soul, every current a long breath of the universe, and amid it all, a human is a single wandering mote. We continue south across the Atacama Trench, where burning rock below drives white plumes from the seafloor. Life survives here by other rules, clusters that feed on chemicals, bodies soft and translucent, giving off a faint haze of light. We find a strange reef growing on the bones of an old ship. The skin of the hull has nearly melted away, yet inside the shapes of steel columns, stair cages, and a rudder remain. As if time paused at the moment the vessel sank, schools of small fish weave through the frame. The lamps catch the rust until the whole ruin shines like glass. The pilot whispers that it looks like a church. It does. A cathedral underwater where ruin becomes peace. Light pours through a broken hatch and lays slow ribbons across the deck, like cracks in the memory of the sea. And we understand that down here there is no idea of loss, only change. The death of a ship is the birth of new life. Cliffs split so the world can move, and from darkness, light returns. We leave Atacama and head west, where the Great Blue Hole opens like a giant eye in the Caribbean. From above, it is a deep sapphire circle set in jade water, so still and perfect it inspires fear. We drop through water so clear you think you could touch the bottom. Then the light softens and stalactites appear, long and heavy, hanging like the teeth of time. This was once a dry cave when the sea was low. Now the ocean owns it. Inside, sound echoes like the voice of rock. Every motion slows. You hear bubbles pop and the faint tap of metal and the breath that spreads through the water. And sometimes it feels like something else, a distant resonance. People who lived and died and drifted through this place. No bodies remain, yet somehow their spirits seem stored in the water. And you see that the ocean keeps the memory of death as well as life. It does not separate or judge. It preserves forever. When we rise, the sun sends 1,000 dancing paths through the clear surface, like a flight of spirits. The sight is calm and unreal. You look up at the bright skin of the sea and smile, because you understand that this journey is not only about the ocean, it is about the nature of life and curiosity and the endless drive to understand the world. We will keep diving deeper and keep searching. Where there is mystery, there is hope. And in that darkness at the heart of the sea, you hear something very small, almost a whisper. From nowhere and everywhere, it makes your heart tremble, as if the ocean were saying, "Welcome home." The night sea grows unnaturally still. the surface flat like a vast mirror, reflecting the cold moonlight. The submarine drifts quietly through the endless expanse, and in that moment everything seems to stop. No wind, no waves, only the steady hum of the engine like a distant heartbeat. Then the transmission to the control center begins to flicker. Thin strands of electromagnetic waves stretch like threads, and within that static, a strange frequency appears. Low, drawn out, like a call from some faraway place beneath the sea. The captain looks at the screen, his eyes uncertain, for this signal belongs to nothing known. Not seismic waves, not whales. It is steady, deep, and rhythmic, like a deliberate pattern. No one speaks. They only look at one another, then fall silent. The submarine turns toward the source. The closer it gets, the stronger the sensation that something is beating below. A slow, heavy pulse that can be felt more than heard, as if the heart of the planet itself were alive. We descend deeper, the light outside fading until the water thickens like air made solid. The radar outlines a massive shape on the seafloor, larger than any undersea mountain ever mapped. Uneven, but with a flattened peak, like a dome half buried in mud. The submarine slows and beams light across it. Everyone holds their breath. It is not a mountain, nor rock, but a vast structure, a dome made of something unknown, neither metal nor stone, but a fusion of both, opaque yet faintly glowing from within as if it were breathing. The light brightens and fades with a rhythm, each pulse stirring the surrounding water as if in response, a sequence of slow heartbeats spreading through the depths. And in that moment, everyone knows this thing is not natural. It lives, or once did. The submarine edges closer. Currents twist violently. The hull trembles. Signals vanish. The screens flicker with lines of symbols no one can read. Data streams cascading in alien code. The recorders capture low, resonant tones mixed with whispers that sound like voices, not in any human language. The sounds merge into a slow chant, like a song or ritual older than memory. Then the cabin lights flicker. Darkness seeps in. Only a weak, blue glow remains from the monitor. Outside, bioluminescent creatures gather. Thousands of tiny lights drifting around the dome, forming a swirling halo. And as if guided, they begin to move together, circling the submarine in unison, creating a glowing ring so beautiful it chills the blood. For within the light something moves, not fish, not coral, but thin, shadowy figures gliding through the radiance as if watching. No one dares to speak. Then suddenly the dome below begins to tremble. The inner light flares, piercing through layers of silt and rising like columns toward the surface far above. The water churns violently. White plumes burst from fissures. The submarine is thrown back. Alarms scream. The pilot fights to steady the craft. Pressure surges, metal groans, and then everything stops, all at once, as if an unseen hand had gripped the entire world. Silence so complete you can hear your own heartbeat, and within it a faint shimmer appears ahead, slowly forming a shape, hazy and moving. A figure, tall and slender, no face, no hands. Only a presence suspended in the water. The flickering light reflects across it, and for an instant 2 points glow where eyes should be. Deep, still, not violent, only watching, yet freezing everyone in place. Time ceases. We cannot look away, as though pulled into that gaze, a gaze without life but filled with thought. Then a voice rises. Not through sound, but through sensation, echoing in the mind, slow and clear, not human yet understood, it says. You have gone too far. Not a warning, more a reminder, as if the ocean itself were speaking through it. Then the figure fades, the light dims, systems reboot, the radar shows nothing, currents calm. But everyone knows we have seen something that should remain unseen. No one speaks. The submarine turns and withdraws, but the signal lingers, a faint rhythmic pulse, like the heartbeat of something sleeping or waiting. When we surface, the sea is bright again, not with moonlight, but with the soft red glow of dawn, the water shimmering like fire. But as the light touches the glass, the monitors flicker, the strange frequency returns. This time, not as sound, but as image. Faint symbols repeating like ancient script, then gone, only for seconds, yet enough to know the story is not over. That night when the vessel docked and data was sent to the center, no one could decode it. The symbols matched no language, no math, no waveform, yet had rhythm, like a melody, like a message. Someone played the signal backward, and it became the sound of a human heartbeat, deep, slow, repeating 3 times, then silence. Experts studied it for months. None could explain. Only one note was added, that in the following days, seismic sensors at the Tonga Trench recorded gentle pulses, too weak to cause quakes yet perfectly regular, every 6 hours, like a beat, and through all that time no device could capture an image of the site. Every transmission blurred or blank as if light itself could not exist there, as if a veil covered it. The divers who returned all shared the same dream. They stood in black water under a starless sky, pale blue light beneath their feet, and within it, thousands of human-like shapes standing still, faces turned upward, silent, waiting, unmoving. And when they woke, they still heard the rhythm inside their heads, soft, steady, endless, like the ocean breathing within them. Some never returned to the sea. Some became obsessed, devoting their lives to that frequency. And in their final notes, they wrote that the ocean is not a grave, it is memory, the soul of the planet, and everything that touches it is never lost, only changed, reshaped, and returned. What humanity sees is only the surface. Beneath it, something waits, not enemy, not friend, but memory itself, alive, breathing, watching. Some say that on nights when the wind is still and the waves are calm, you can hear it. Not the sound of water, but the heartbeat of the ocean. Slow, deep, and endless, reminding us that some secrets do not belong to us, and some doors once opened will never close again. After long days of return, when the submarine is moored at the harbor and the sea lies still and wide like a sheet of black silk, everyone remains silent. No one speaks of what they have seen. No one dares to recall the images still etched deep within their minds. The pale blue light, the sleeping dome beneath the depths, the whisper that echoed inside their heads. All of it feels like a dream, yet each detail remains painfully clear. Time drifts slowly, waves lap softly against a beach. The hull the wind carries, the scent of salt, and the cool breath of the ocean. And in that stillness, something changes, not outside, but within, as though the sea has left a part of itself in each of them, a sound that never fades, a slow pulse like breathing. The echo is not loud or violent, only as gentle as wind, but steady, persistent. And the more you listen, the more you realize. It does not come to your ears, but from within your chest, from your heart, from your blood, from a memory you did not know you. Carried perhaps from that moment, humanity began to understand that the ocean is not merely water, not only waves, but living memory, the keeper of every beginning and every end of this planet. When you look into the sea, you are not seeing the present, you are staring into billions of years of history, where every grain of sand is a fragment of time, and every current carries the breath of creatures that once lived and vanished. And you are only a brief moment in that endless cycle that night. The city by, the shore still glows with light, yet human brightness cannot reach the void, where the sea and the sky become one in that darkness. Faint glimmers move, not ships, not stars, but drifting trails of light, slow and silent. Those who see them never speak, because they know some things must remain untouched, like dreams that need no meaning. The old captain sits on deck, gazing far out his eyes, no longer afraid, only understanding. He murmurs softly that the ocean is not frightening. It is only that humans are too loud to hear it. Speak. The others stay quiet. They know that everything they saw and felt was not chance, but the deliberate grace of nature, as if the sea wished to show them a piece of its soul before closing the door forever in the days that follow. Data is sent everywhere, but no one deciphers. The frequency scientists try to prove it is only physics, echoes between layers of water, results of pressure and temperature. Yet deep down everyone knows there is something else, something immeasurable, something beyond definition, because that feeling does not belong to reason but to spirit. Some leave their work and live by the shore, silent, unwriting, only listening. Some devote their lives to that sound, hoping to learn the language of the sea, but they do not know that some things are meant to be felt, not explained. For when we dissect mystery, we lose its beauty. Just as when we analyze a song, we stop hearing the music. The storyteller stands on the shore, watching the waves and in their rhythm. Here's something familiar, a slow, steady beat, like a heartbeat, like a call from the other side of the world. He understands that the sea does not wish to frighten us. It only wants us to remember that we were born from it, and sooner or later, we return to it. The ocean swallows no one. It merely takes back what has always belonged to it. We arrive, we depart, and it remains like a mother patient, vast, forgiving, sometimes fierce, but never cruel. Only humans break the balance. Only humans forget to respect what they cannot. Understand, the ocean hides no secret. It is silent, and it is that silence that terrifies us. For humans cannot bear silence. They crave noise and answers. But the sea needs no voice. It simply exists, and existence is enough when night falls. Sound of waves against the shore becomes breathing, becomes a lullaby, a story that never ends. You can sit for hours, and if you truly listen, you will hear your heartbeat in the surf, your breath in the wind and in the moonlight on the water. The memory of millions of lives that have loved, lost, and dissolved into the sea. All still here, only changed in shape and name. And with every wave that breaks, perhaps it is the greeting of old souls, those who sank, those who fell, those the sea kept and braced. Now return to say they are still here, that the sea is not a grave but a cradle, where all loss becomes renewal, where death is only another form of continuation. And because of this, the ocean never ends. It only moves like time, like life, and no matter how hard humanity tries, we are only travelers passing through, unable to own, unable to conquer, only able to give thanks. Some say that if you stand alone by the sea on a moonless night, close your eyes and listen, you will hear your name not called by wind but by water. Because within water lies the memory of every creature that ever lived, and a part of you belongs to it. We carry water in our blood, salt in our tears, tides in our hearts. We are not apart from the sea, we are of it. And when we look at the sea, it looks back understanding, for it has seen everything. It has watched humanity be born, build, destroy, and then beg for mercy. The ocean does not judge it, remembers, and in that memory we are forever, children, curious, frightened, longing to be loved. Perhaps that is why humans can never stay away from the sea, no matter how many times it takes them, no matter how many storms they face. They return, they reach, they listen. Because deep down we know that when we touch the sea, we are touching the origin of the mender, ourselves. And perhaps one day when humanity stops fighting, stops destroying, and simply listens, the ocean will tell all it keeps, not through words, but through feeling, through rain, through waves, through the taste of salt, through the light. Beneath the surface that day, we will understand that there are no secrets to solve, only beauty to recognize. And when we understand, we will stop fearing, stop claiming, and simply merge, dissolve, like a drop returning to the ocean, like a soul returning to its source. In that moment, there will be no boundary between human and sea, between life and death, between present and memory. Only clarity, stillness, and beauty, so pure it brings tears, because that is the moment we truly realize we were never apart, only lost from where we have always belonged. When the first dawn after that journey begins to rise, pale gold light weaves through the thin mist of the sea like silk, each droplet scattering into shimmering fragments across the waves. The small vessel still drifts there, suspended between two worlds, half belonging to humankind and half to the ocean. Everything becomes so quiet that you can hear the wind brushing the water, the wings of a weary bird returning toward land. And in that moment, all memories of darkness, of the call from below, of the silent domes breathing in the deep, feel distant like dreams. Yet the feeling remains, a feeling beyond name, both fear and gratitude, as though the ocean had touched the deepest part of the soul and left an imprint that can never fade. Humanity returns to the light, but carries within the shadow of the sea, a darkness no longer frightening but sacred, a reminder that beneath the calm beauty there is an invisible force patiently sustaining all life. And we, the small and fragile, are only allowed to exist within a moment of that mercy. After the voyage, everyone changes. The old captain sits on deck, his eyes no longer on the horizon but on the water, deep and still where he knows things continue to drift. He says softly that what frightens people about the ocean is not its depth, but its truth. For the longer you look, the more you see yourself in it, your fragility, your pride, the limits you try to deny. We believe we are strong, but one wave can erase everything. We believe we know, but the farther we go, the clearer it becomes that our knowledge is only dust. The ocean does not speak yet. Every time we look at it, we see ourselves. We see questions we have never dared to ask. And one day we understand that it is not the sea that keeps secrets, but humans who hide from truth, that we have forgotten where we came from. We have lived on land so long we forget the salt in our blood comes from the sea, that we once belonged to it, and that distance makes us lonely. But now, after seeing, hearing, and feeling, we can never be the same. For every breath carries the echo of the depth, every dream is tinted blue and still. Every time we close our eyes, we see the glowing creatures drifting, the sleeping domes, and we hear the ocean speak, not in words but in the heartbeat of the earth, of water, of ourselves. We understand that the sea neither lives nor dies, but exists in an endless cycle, without beginning or end, only continuation, transformation, and return. Within that circle, we are only a moment, yet a moment is enough to understand the meaning of existence. We begin to learn to listen instead of search, to feel instead of conquer, to breathe in rhythm with the world instead of apart from it. For only when we stop trying to possess do we truly merge with the eternal. The ocean teaches silence. It teaches that not every voice must be heard, not every question must be answered. Some truths are meant to be felt by instinct, like how the wave understands the shore, how the fish knows the current, and how the sea knows the wind. The further humanity goes into the future, the more it must relearn this, to exist as gently as a drop of water, not resisting, only blending, to realize that true strength lies not in control, but in the ability to let go. The sea does not compete, yet nothing can resist it, because it knows that time stands with it. We look upon the surface and see ripples spreading each ring like a human life, born, expanding, fading, and returning, and in that moment we know that everything is forgiven. Everything we have done, destroyed, or forgotten will be carried away not to judge but to renew. Like rain washing dust, like waves erasing footprints, we understand that life does not need to win. It only needs to continue. And when humanity understands that perhaps the world will finally be at peace, we will stop fearing death and loss. For we will know that nothing truly disappears. It only changes form and enters another cycle. We are water, we are salt, we are the breath of the sea. We have traveled far, only to realize that what we sought has always been here within our own bodies, our own heartbeat, our own tears, in the sound of waves that cradle us to sleep each night, and in the memories we once dropped into the sea. When the sun climbs high, lighting the ocean, the surface shines with gold, but beneath it, the light reaches only part way. The rest remains darkness. Yet we no longer fear that darkness because we know within it there is life, there is memory, there is warmth. Without words, darkness is no longer the enemy but the blanket that shelters. What we do not yet understand, the cradle of stories not yet told. And when we learn to love the darkness, we finally understand the light, for neither can exist without the other. Just as humankind and the ocean coexist, breathe together, stay silent together, and continue writing the endless story of this planet. When we stand before the sea and watch the waves crash and withdraw, we see ourselves coming and going, loving and letting go, fearing and daring, changing yet always the same, no more, no less. And in that realization, something within us is freed, not by an answer, but by knowing that no answer is needed, only the awareness that we live within the same breath as the ocean, and that is enough. Some say that when a person truly understands the sea, they stop speaking, stop fearing, and stop searching for. They have found themselves in the salt water, in the gentle darkness, and in the sunlight, shattering on the waves, and perhaps that is the gift the ocean gives to those who dare to dive deep. Not gold, not secrets, but awakening, return, and peace. A peace beyond words, only felt like the soft beating of waves against the heart. Steady, endless, and tender, like a greeting from The origin of life itself. That afternoon, the sky carried the soft blue of sunlight mingled with mist. The breeze drifted in from the open sea, tasting faintly of salt. The small vessel rested still in calm water, as though the ocean itself were taking a breath after a long dream. The few who remained on board had not yet left. They sat quietly gazing into the distance. No one spoke, letting time slip through the gentle rhythm of the waves. Something within them had changed, not in appearance but in depth, the way one changes after stepping through a doorway and knowing they will never see the world the same again. The sea looked unchanged, vast and endless, but the light on its surface was no longer only light. It now carried breath, memory, and the silent voice they had once heard rising from the deep. The old captain stood and looked down into the water, as if searching for something he had lost. He said that the ocean does not speak in words, it speaks in time. Each wave is a breath, each gust of wind a memory, and humans need only listen. Then he turned to the younger crew, his voice slow. When you are afraid, the sea will remain silent. Only when you show respect will it open its heart. And once it does, no one can return unchanged. They understood, because within them that sound still lived, the sound of darkness, the colossal heartbeat they had heard in the depths, now no longer frightening but part of them, like breathing, like remembrance. Perhaps the ocean had chosen them, or perhaps they had simply touched something humanity had long forgotten, that the world does not belong to us. We are only guests passing through, meant to learn, to remember, and to tell the story. In the days that followed, they returned to land but carried the scent of salt in their hearts. Everything on shore felt different. The hurried rhythm of life, the bright light, the endless noise, all seemed foreign. For once you have heard the silence of the sea, every other sound feels small. The young engineer who once manned the radar left his job. He walked the shore each day, recording wind and waves and smiling to himself. He told the captain, "The sea is still speaking, only no one listens." The biologist who once feared the darkness of the trench spent her life studying glowing creatures, believing that each spark of light was a living memory, the spirit of something reborn. She called it the language of renewal. The captain himself rose early each morning and sat by the shore, doing nothing but breathing and watching. He knew that when we stop trying to understand, we begin to feel that the sea is not a place we come to explore, but a mirror we come to face ourselves. Perhaps that is why every voyage outward is also a journey inward. We think we search for secrets out there, but we are really searching for our own essence. The others each went their separate ways, yet all carried a faint light in their eyes, a light only those who have touched the darkness of the sea possess. It made them quieter, gentler, and strangely happier. They no longer feared loss, for they had seen life within death. They no longer feared loneliness, for they knew that beneath every wave, countless souls were breathing with them. And they no longer feared forgetting, for they understood that memory does not live in the mind, but in the water, in the breath, in every drop of rain, in every heartbeat. The sound remained, even far from the ocean. Close your eyes, and it returns, slow and deep and steady, like the heartbeat of the earth, like the lullaby of an ancient mother. We live within that rhythm, sometimes forgetting, but it never forgets us, for we are part of it. And once we understand this, humanity stops chasing immortality, because we realize that eternity is not about extending life, but about merging with the flow of it. When we stop resisting, we are already eternal. Every droplet in our bodies was once part of the sea. once fell from the sky, once touched stone, once became cloud, and now it flows within us, carrying the memory of everything. This teaches us that nothing is lost, nothing is new. There is only transition and continuity, and that is why the ocean never dies, because it is the cycle of life itself, the memory of the earth. And we, though fleeting, are each a current within it. Perhaps this is what the sea wants us to know, that we need not conquer. Only remember, live, and breathe with it. Somewhere else on a strip of sand, a child stands before the sea, eyes wide in wonder at its immensity. He throws a pebble into the water and watches the ripples spread and laughs. In that laughter there is the innocence of one who does not yet know fear, and perhaps that is the state the ocean loves most, because it sees itself in that child. In him it sees the origin of life, the future, the faith. The old captain watches and nods. He knows the journey has ended but never truly ends. For each time someone stands before the sea, looks into its depth, and feels small, the journey begins again, needing no ship, no instruments, only a heart that can listen, a mind that can be still, and a soul humble enough to enter. For that is the only key to the deep, where the ocean keeps the secret of everything, not to hide, but to share with those who are ready. And in that final moment, as the sun sets, the sea glows again, not with sunlight, but with the light that comes from within, the light of life, of memory, of eternity, soft and slow and breathtakingly beautiful. Once more the ocean whispers so quietly it sounds like wind, that we were never apart. We had only forgotten the way home. And now it is time to remember. Night descends softly like a thin veil, laying a gentle silver light upon the sea. Waves brush the shore like the steady breathing of a vast sleeping creature. Yet beneath that calm surface the ocean moves, silent and endless. And perhaps it is within that silence that the greatest things take place, unseen, unheard, only felt by the soul. Now the vessel holds only a few people, those who have journeyed through the deepest night, who have heard the breathing of the sea and faced what reason cannot explain. They are no longer seekers but bearers of the ocean's message, each changed not by knowledge but by feeling, the kind of feeling only those who have touched infinity can know, a feeling of smallness so immense it dissolves the self, yet wraps it in nameless warmth, as if the infinite itself were not threatening but embracing them like a patient mother welcoming her lost child home. The old captain says little, his eyes fixed on the horizon where sky fades into water. In his gaze lies a quiet light, the understanding beyond words. He knows that what they witnessed is only a fragment of something far greater, for the ocean holds not only life but memory, the memory of the planet, of everything that has ever been. Each droplet is a story, each wave a chapter, and mankind has learned only the opening lines. The young woman who once trembled before the darkness of the trench speaks softly. She says that in the blackest night, she saw faint trails of light, drifting slowly like wandering souls. And in that instant, her fear vanished. She realized that life exists even in shadow, that beauty endures where light cannot reach. Only humans are too restless to see it. And this made her believe that nature speaks a language beyond words, needing no letters, only silence and presence. The engineer says that when he turned on the recorder at 10,000 meters, he did not just hear waves but a slow, steady pulse like a heartbeat. At first he thought it was a malfunction, but after hearing it hundreds of times, he understood it was not noise, but a living frequency, one he could not define, It made him realize that the ocean is not empty space, but a body breathing, feeling, thinking. Humanity simply has not yet learned how to speak with it. And perhaps their journey was never meant to discover but to listen, to hear what the world has long ignored, that Earth is not a stage but a living being. We do not stand upon it, we exist within it like cells in a body. And when we harm the sea, we wound ourselves. Understanding this, they no longer wished to prove or record anything, because every piece of evidence seemed small beside the truth they had felt. They only wished to live differently, slower, kinder, more grateful. That night, the captain told them an old tale that sailors once believed there were spirits in the ocean that kept the balance of the world, and that when humans forgot respect, those spirits would withdraw and the sea would rage. He said he did not know if it was true, but perhaps the true fear is not when the sea rages, but when it falls silent. For silence means it no longer hopes to be understood. Then his voice deepened as he said the ocean only wants to be heard, to be loved, as it has loved us for millions of years. And if we learn to listen, we will know it has never hated, never sought revenge. It is only waiting for us to remember. His words left them speechless because they understood that nothing is stronger than nature's patience and nothing weaker than human indifference. The next morning, the sea shone like a vast mirror, reflecting a sky of crystal blue. And in that moment, they felt the world reborn, each bird crossing, each beam of light touching the water, each drop of dew upon the rail carried the breath of a new beginning. They said nothing, because words could not contain what they felt, only silence. A silence full of gratitude, like a bow before the sacred. Someone quietly asked whether what they had seen was real. The captain smiled and said it no longer matters whether it was real. What matters is the feeling that we have touched something greater than ourselves. And once you feel that the world can never be the same, humans search for distant mysteries. Yet forget the greatest wonder lies within each breath, each drop of water, each passing moment of life. To understand this is to understand the sea, and to understand the sea is to understand ourselves. Dusk slowly descends. The red light spreads across the surface like blood, not the color of fear, but of life merging with eternity. The wind carries the taste of salt, and within the waves they hear a sound only those who have passed through darkness recognize, the sound of absolute peace, of awakening, of humanity finally ceasing to dominate and learning to move alongside. And in that moment, they no longer feel apart from the world. They are the sea, the wind, the light, and within their hearts, the ocean continues to breathe slow, steady, infinite, as though there had never been separation, only the long journey home. That night the sky was black as ink, without moon or stars. Only the faint scattered lights of distant boats melting into the water's shadow. The wind carried the chill of salt. Waves struck the hull in steady rhythm, like the heartbeat of some colossal being. The old captain sat silent as part of the sea itself, his eyes gazing far toward the horizon where light and darkness merged. The younger ones lay on deck sleepless, listening to the ocean's whisper. They knew what they had seen in the depths was no dream, because since returning none of them had lived as before. Each time they closed their eyes, they saw the ancient domes glowing blue, the statues staring upward from the dark, the strange lights drifting like breath, the sounds that belonged to no human world yet echoed in their minds. And the more they tried to forget, the clearer it became, as though the ocean spoke to them in a language only the soul could understand. The young engineer said that since leaving the sea, he often woke at night feeling his heart beat in rhythm with the waves. Sometimes he heard a faint voice calling inside him. He could not tell whose it was, but each time the surf crashed, the call grew louder, deeper, closer. And for an instant he felt himself drifting, not through water but through the ocean's memory. He saw visions not of this age, cities shining beneath the sea, luminous beings circling temples, people with eyes like liquid mirrors gazing at him before dissolving. He did not understand, but he was not afraid, because it felt not like threat, but welcome, as though he were returning to where he once belonged. The young woman dreamed of walking through coral-covered streets, past ancient walls carved with symbols she could not read yet, somehow understood, through feeling, through instinct. She heard the waves speaking, the breath of creatures long gone. And in that dream she wept, not from fear but from remembrance of something distant and forgotten, perhaps a former life, perhaps the ocean's memory flowing through her. When she woke, her tears tasted of salt, and she knew the dream was a message, a thread, connecting humankind to the sea. The old captain listened and smiled, saying that was natural, for once someone hears the voice of the ocean, they are never silent again, because that voice is not outside but within, in the blood, the heart, each cell. It is the oldest rhythm of the planet, the first breath of life itself now reawakened, his voice low and slow like the tide. He told them that long ago sailors believed the sea was the soul of the world, and when humanity lost its way, the sea would call them home, not through storms or disaster, but through longing, through dreams, through echoes, in the night to remind them they had never been separate from nature, only forgetful of the Psalms, Krablov, bond. The sea does not rage, it mourns that humanity forgot how to love, how to listen, forgot that life stands only in harmony. His words left them quiet because they knew nothing that had happened was chance. It was all part of an awakening. From that day, they no longer saw the sea as a place to reach, but as someone to return to. Each wave became music, each breeze a voice, each touch of water warmth. They no longer feared the dark. The sea felt near as breath. They realized that all they once sought, knowledge, power, conquest, meant nothing without reverence and understanding. For knowledge is only a tool, but reverence is the soul, and only with a soul does knowledge become light rather than flame. The engineer carried his old recorder each night, placing it near the shore, and in stillness he listened to the ocean's frequency, sometimes drums, sometimes song, sometimes deep vibrations like prayer. He recorded hours of it, but shared none because he knew it was not proof to show but truth to keep. The young woman kept writing not scientific reports, but pages of soul. She wrote that the sea is the heart of the world, that every small creature is a story, that every wave is a breath of ongoing life, and that when humans wound the ocean, they tear a part of their own memory. She believed that one day when humanity becomes quiet enough, they will hear the sea speaking in light, not through machines, but through spirit. And perhaps that will be the day the world finally understands itself. The captain left without a word, leaving behind a small notebook. Inside, no map, no coordinates, only one trembling line. The ocean is not beneath your feet, it is within your heart. Whoever understands this will hear the waves even in the desert. The day he vanished, the sea was unnaturally still. No wind, no surf, only a vast silence, as if the world itself held its breath. Then, from afar, a soft blue glow traced the surface like a farewell, like a blessing. And in that moment, They knew he had not gone but returned, not lost but merged with the sea. They did not cry, for they knew there is no true parting, only return, and as the light faded into the water, they heard a sound low and deep, like the voice of the earth. It rose, then disappeared, leaving behind a feeling both sorrowful and serene. They knew the journey had never ended, for the ocean still called, still invited, and everyone who had once touched it carried within them a fragment of its eternity, wandering the world with the sound of waves beating inside their hearts, as a reminder that we came from the sea and one day will return not in body, but in spirit, in memory, in love, because in the end all paths lead to the same place where silence is not emptiness, but fulfillment, where waves no longer strike the shore but merge with the wind, where every question dissolves into a single truth, that all is one, that we and the sea were never apart, only forgetful of how to see. Dawn rose slowly, the first light of day slipping through thin clouds like breath, casting a soft golden hue across the sea. The wind carried the scent of salt, the scent of life, the scent of memory. The old ship now nothing more than a shadow upon the vast expanse, everything so still it seemed. The whole world held its silence to hear the whisper of water, of sky, and of the souls that had passed through. The young engineer stepped onto the deck, light glinting in his eyes as though they were lit from within. He breathed deeply, tasting the salt on his tongue, and in that moment he understood he was no longer the man he once was. Everything had changed. The way he saw the sea, the way he felt the wind, the way he listened to the world, all different. For now he no longer sought answers. He simply listened, and each time the waves touched the hull, he heard the heartbeat of the ocean, slow, steady, endless. The young woman followed him, her hair lifted gently by the breeze, the light wrapping her in a veil of mist. She said nothing, only stood beside him, looking out where the boundary between sky and water dissolved into infinity. She whispered that perhaps humankind has been too busy to remember the beauty of stillness. Then she closed her eyes, letting the wind brush her skin, letting the water breathe, feeling life pulse through every drop of dew. She needed to see no more, for she had seen enough, and now it was time to feel. They stood together in silence, breathing in rhythm with the world. And in that moment they knew that life does not exist in reaching but in merging. The ocean asks not to be conquered, only to be heard, to be remembered as living, surrounding, preserving. Though the old captain had gone, his presence lingered, in the sound of the waves, in the scent of salt, in the trembling light upon the water. He had become part of the infinite, and now each gust of wind carried his voice faint and tender, saying that humanity was born from the sea and will one day return to it, not in body, but in memory, in breath, in understanding, in love. For only in love do we truly exist, and only in love do we touch eternity. The sea is the memory of the world, the keeper of all souls that have passed, and to love it is to love the deepest part of ourselves. The engineer placed his old recorder near the railing, letting it capture the morning, the gentle waves, the wind, the distant wings of birds. And among those sounds he heard something new, a low, deep pulse, not from any creature or tide, but the sound of a heartbeat, slow, warm, alive, as if the earth itself were breathing. He looked out across the water and saw faint blue glows rise and fade like luminous breaths dissolving into air. He did not fear or wonder. He only smiled because he knew the ocean was still there, still listening, still living, still telling its story. And now he was part of that story. The young woman stood beside him, their eyes reflecting the same light, no distance, no boundary, only understanding and harmony. In that moment, time seemed to stop. Everything became transparent. They saw past, present, and future blend into one rhythm, the rhythm of life, the rhythm of the ocean. They knew that here all things begin and end and begin again. There is no loss, no end, only transformation, continuation, like wave, following wave, breath, following breath, and humankind only a single note in that endless song, the song of the world, of nature, of spirit. The girl said, "Perhaps humans will relearn how to live if they learn to listen to the sea." He nodded, for he knew that was the only hope left for the world. Not technology, not power, but connection, listening, reverence. For when we know how to listen, we stop harming. When we know how to respect, we stop destroying. And when we know how to love, we stop fearing. The sea does not ask humanity to bow. It only asks that we open our hearts, our ears, our minds, to remember that we have always belonged to one another. The waves lapped softly. Light spread across the horizon. Sky and water became one. They stood small but not alone, for they knew they stood with the countless souls of the sea, of the wind, of the earth, of all who had come and gone. They heard everything, felt everything, and in that moment they were freed from fear, from loneliness, from the limits of the self. They understood that life never ends, it only changes. It moves like water, like breath, and the ocean in its silence had taught them this, had taught them that sometimes to understand the world we need not speak or prove, only listen. For in that stillness we hear the truest sound, the sound of life, of love, of return. The sun climbed higher, the sea blazed with light, the waves grew louder, and within that sound, they heard the familiar call, no longer distant but near. The call said, "The path continues. The journey is not over." For each time someone remembers, the ocean lives again, and when the world learns to listen, the sea will sing, will tell, will forgive, and will embrace all. Then everything will return to balance, to peace, to the pristine beauty of the beginning. And humankind will cease searching for miracles outside, for they will know the miracle never left. It has always been here, in every drop of water, in every breath, in the heart itself. And when they understand that they will no longer fear the sea, they will love, they will be grateful, they will be silent, and they will live as the ocean lives, deep, vast, compassionate, and forever flowing. Though time may change and all things may fade, the sea remains, and within it we remain, as breath, as memory, as an inseparable part of eternal life. That is the end of the journey, yet also the beginning of something new, something only revealed to those who open their hearts to see that the ocean is not where we go, it is where we belong, and where we will always return. At the edge of our planet, where the world turns to white and the horizon dissolves into silence, lies a realm few have ever truly seen, a kingdom of frost and wind, of endless ice and ancient storms, where the sun vanishes for months and the night glows with an eerie green fire that dances across the sky. This is the frozen frontier, the dominion of the cold, a world that tests every heartbeat that dares to exist within it. Here, the air itself cuts like glass, the sea turns to stone, and survival is not a right, but a victory earned through strength, instinct, and endurance. Yet, even in this desolation, life endures. It breathes, It hunts, it adapts, and in doing so, it reveals one of nature's most extraordinary truths, that even in the harshest corners of the earth, the pulse of life refuses to die. This is the story of the titans of the cold, nature's fiercest survivors, across the two poles of our planet, from the frozen crown of the Arctic to the icebound wilderness of Antarctica. An entire cast of remarkable creatures has evolved to master the impossible. They are sculpted by ice and time, hardened by blizzards and hunger, and guided by instincts as old as the planet itself. Their world is not one of mercy, but of balance. Every creature here, predator and prey alike, walks a razor's edge between life and death. And in that struggle, they reveal the pure essence of survival. As the camera drifts above the Arctic Ocean, the ice stretches endlessly, a mosaic of white and blue cracked by dark veins of open water. The temperature falls below -50 degrees Celsius, and the wind howls like a living thing. Beneath that frozen crust, a different world moves unseen. Whales sing in haunting tones that echo through the deep, seals drift between shadows, and from far above, the faint silhouette of a polar bear moves across the ice, a ghost of power and grace. The polar bear, monarch of the north, is the embodiment of endurance. Its white fur shimmers against the snow, but beneath that beauty lies a body built for war with the elements. 2 inches of blubber shield it from the cold. Massive paws spread its weight across fragile ice. It can swim for days through freezing seas, covering over 60 miles without rest. And yet, despite its strength, it lives on the edge of hunger. Every seal it catches is the difference between life and death, between another season of survival or slow starvation beneath the polar night. In this kingdom, even the greatest must fight for every breath. The polar bear's world is melting. The ice that once stretched for hundreds of miles now breaks apart sooner each year. It must swim farther, search longer, and endure more. But it does not surrender. For a creature born of the cold, struggle is not despair. It is life itself. Every stroke of its paws through the icy water is an act of defiance, a declaration that the North still belongs to those who endure. Across the tundra, where the land stretches flat to the horizon, another predator rules, the Arctic wolf, silent, intelligent, and relentless. Its white coat blends perfectly with the snow, its breath rising like smoke in the freezing air. These wolves live in packs bound by loyalty, stronger than steel. They hunt with precision, reading each other's movements with a glance. A flick of the tail, a soundless signal in the storm. Together they bring down caribou that weigh 5 times more than any one of them. For them, survival is not only about power, but unity. Each hunt is a symphony of timing and instinct, a performance passed down through generations that ensures the pack endures where the lone cannot. When night falls, their howls rise over the tundra, long and haunting, carrying for miles through the darkness. It is a sound that defines this place, a song of hunger, dominance, and belonging. To hear it is to be reminded that life here is not cruel by choice, but by necessity. The Arctic gives nothing freely. Every meal, every breath, every heartbeat must be earned. Beneath the ice, another kind of hunter moves, one that rules not the land, but the sea. The orca, or killer whale. It glides through the dark waters like a shadow made of muscle and intelligence. Each pod is a family, bound not just by blood, but by memory and language. They communicate in clicks and whistles, a dialect unique to their lineage, passing knowledge from mother to calf, the way humans pass down stories. They hunt with strategies so precise that scientists compare them to military operations. Some pods coordinate to create waves that wash seals from ice sheets. Others drive schools of fish into tight spheres before striking in perfect unison. In the frozen seas, intelligence is the greatest weapon of all, and the orca is its master. The narration slows. The sound of underwater calls fills the air, A calf swims beside its mother, mirroring her every movement, learning the art of survival with each flick of its tail. In this place, the line between predator and parent blurs. Every lesson is written in salt and blood. Every generation carries the memory of those who came before. The ocean, though deadly, is also a cradle. From the sea, we return to the land, to a creature that has weathered more winters than almost any other. The musk ox, massive, ancient, draped in fur that falls like a cloak. It is a survivor from another era, a living relic of the Ice Age. When the wind howls and the snow cuts across the tundra, the musk ox does not flee. It stands firm. Its coat is made of two layers, the outer coarse hairs that deflect the cold and the inner layer, chiviut, one of the warmest natural fibers on Earth. 8 times warmer than wool, lighter than air. It traps heat so efficiently that even in -50, the musk ox stands calm, snow piling upon its back. But what truly defines it is unity. When wolves attack, the herd forms a circle, horns facing outward, calves safe at the center. It is a wall of muscle and instinct, an unbroken line of defense that has stood since the time of mammoths. The tundra is vast and merciless, yet it is not empty. Everywhere there are signs of life. The snowy owl watches from a ridge, eyes bright as the low sun, feathers white as the snow. The Arctic fox darts across the ice, its coat changing with the seasons, white in winter, brown in summer, an embodiment of adaptation. Even the smallest creatures, the lemmings beneath the snow, carry within them the rhythm of survival. They dig tunnels through the frost, carving out hidden worlds beneath the cold, feeding the very web of life that sustains the Arctic. The camera pans higher, revealing the immensity of the North, a land that seems eternal, yet changes with every breath. Storms roll across the plains, auroras flare across the night sky, and glaciers creak like ancient giants shifting in their sleep. Above it all, the narrator's voice carries the truth of this world. In the cold, there is no room for weakness, but neither is there cruelty. Nature is not kind, yet it is never wasteful. Every life that ends feeds another. Every struggle gives birth to endurance. And so, across the frozen hemisphere, an unspoken order endures. The predators, the prey, the hunters of the sea, the guardians of the sky, all play their part in the great balance of the cold. It is a world without mercy, but not without meaning, for within its silence lies purity, the essence of what it means to live. As dawn breaks after months of darkness, the first light of the Arctic spring spills across the horizon. Ice crystals catch the sun, scattering it in 1,000 directions. The polar bear lifts its head to the light. The wolf raises its call. The orca breaches the surface of the sea, and for a moment, everything moves in harmony. Life, fragile yet fierce, declares itself once more against the impossible. The camera fades outward. The earth turns slowly beneath a blanket of blue and white, and the voice concludes, deep and resolute. This is not a wasteland. It is not the end of the world. It is its beginning, raw and unbroken. Here, at the threshold of life and death, the titans of the cold reign, unyielding and eternal, keepers of a world where the true strength of nature is not destruction, but endurance. For in the frozen silence, life still speaks. It whispers through the wind, sings through the whales, howls through the wolves, and breathes through the frost itself. The lesson of the cold is simple, yet profound. Survival is not about dominance. It is about balance, adaptation, and the will to persist when all else falls silent. These are the titans of the cold, and their story is not one of despair, but of triumph. A hymn to existence at the edge of the world, where life, against all odds, continues to rise from the ice. Beneath the frozen crown of the planet, where glaciers fracture into the Southern Ocean and the sun hangs low over an endless field of ice, a shadow moves with purpose through the deep. It is vast, yet silent, powerful, yet graceful, a hunter that rules not with savagery, but with intelligence. This is the orca, the killer whale, sovereign of the polar seas, and the most sophisticated predator ever shaped by the cold. In the Antarctic, the sea is more than water. It is a world of shifting light and sound, of pressure and silence. A living cathedral carved from ice and time. The surface gleams like glass, broken only by the slow drift of icebergs, their ancient blue hearts glowing beneath the waves. Beneath them, the temperature drops to near freezing, but life flourishes in impossible abundance. Here, at the bottom of the world, the orca reigns supreme. The camera glides through the water, following a pod as it cuts through the cold like black and white lightning. Each member moves with perfect coordination, mirroring one another's turns and dives, as if guided by an unseen rhythm. They are a family, bound not just by instinct, but by knowledge, communication, and memory. The matriarch leads them, a female who has lived for decades, carrying within her mind a map of the ocean's hidden roots, the places where ice cracks, where fish gather, and where seals rest. Her wisdom is the heartbeat of the pod, the bridge between generations. Orcas are not whales at all, but the largest of the dolphin family, and within their sleek bodies beats one of the most advanced minds in the animal kingdom. Their brains are enormous, with complex regions dedicated to emotion and memory. Each pod speaks in its own dialect, a pattern of clicks, whistles, and pulses that is unique, a language that can identify who they are and where they come from. Some scientists call it culture, passed down through countless generations, knowledge inherited not through blood alone, but through story. In the frozen ocean, intelligence is survival, and the orca's brilliance is its greatest weapon. A mother swims beside her calf, her movements slow and deliberate. The calf mimics her every motion, learning through repetition the skills that will one day define its life. She teaches it to breathe, to listen, to echo. When danger approaches, her body becomes a wall of protection. When the pod hunts, she places her calf behind her wake, shielding it from the chaos of the chase. Every gesture, every sound, every moment beneath the ice is part of the education of the deep, a silent school older than civilization itself. But the Antarctic is not a place that forgives weakness. The orca's mastery of its world is born from necessity. The prey is fast, the cold is merciless, and the distance between success and starvation is measured in heartbeats. Watch now as the pod assembles for the hunt. A bearded seal rests upon a small sheet of ice, unaware of the danger gathering below. From beneath, the orcas begin their assault, moving in unison like a single organism. They dive deep, then surge upward, their combined force creating a wave that crashes over the ice, washing the seal into the sea. In seconds, the water erupts in white foam. Precision, not brutality, defines the moment. The seal is caught, shared, and consumed quickly. The hunt is complete, but not for hunger alone. It is also a lesson for the young, a rehearsal of ancient tactics perfected by centuries of evolution. No creature in the ocean hunts with such strategy. Orcas can adapt their techniques to any prey. Some pods specialize in fish, herding them into dense balls called bait clouds, stunning them with tail slaps before feeding. Others target penguins or seals, using teamwork to corner them against the ice. In some regions, they even pursue the mighty minke whale, one of the fastest creatures in the sea, coordinating in shifts of pursuit and exhaustion until their prey tires. Each pod has its tradition, its own inherited wisdom, and when scientists observe them, they do not see chaos, but choreography, a ballet of survival performed with absolute precision. The music swells beneath the narration. Through slow motion, we watch the orca breach, its black body breaking the silver surface of the Antarctic Sea. Droplets of water scatter like diamonds around it as it crashes back into the depths, a display of strength and mastery. The camera lingers on its eye, dark and intelligent, reflecting the ice above. It is said that when an orca looks at you, it is not simply seeing but thinking, measuring, understanding. There is something ancient in that gaze, something that suggests awareness not of dominance, but of belonging. In the hierarchy of the Antarctic, the orca's power is absolute. Yet it rules without cruelty. It hunts for necessity, protects its young with tenderness, and communicates with a complexity that blurs the line between instinct and thought. To witness a pod move together is to see unity made flesh, a living testament to the strength of cooperation. And yet, even here at the top of the world, mystery remains. Scientists have discovered that there are not one but several ecotypes of orca across the Southern Ocean, each with distinct size, color, and behavior. Some are giants that chase whales through open water. Others are smaller, more agile, navigating the narrow channels between ice flows. Some feed exclusively on fish, while others specialize in mammals. Each group lives by its own rules, its own songs, and though they share the same sea, they almost never interact. It is as if the ocean itself has shaped multiple nations within a single species. Each evolved to thrive in its own domain. The camera dives deeper. Light fades, replaced by the haunting green glow of bioluminescent life. The soundscape changes to the low, resonant calls of the orcas as they communicate through the dark. Their clicks and pulses bounce through the water, painting a three-dimensional map of everything around them. To the human ear, it is music, eerie and beautiful. But to them, it is sight, conversation, memory. In this darkness, they are never lost. They read the shape of the ocean through sound, an ability so refined that they can identify the difference between ice, fish, or even the breath of another whale miles away. Far above, icebergs drift in slow procession, sculpted by the same forces that shaped the Earth itself. They groan and crack as they move, their fractures echoing like thunder through the sea. For the orcas, these sounds are part of the world's language, a constant conversation between water and ice. It is in this environment that their species has flourished for millennia. Masters not of domination, but of understanding, the narration deepens, inviting reflection. In the world of the cold, every advantage is hard-won. The orca's intelligence is not excess, but adaptation. It's compassion, not emotion, but survival. To care for one another is to live longer. To teach is to endure. This is not sentiment. It is evolution, written in grace and purpose. Humanity, with all its power and machines, has only begun to understand what the orca already knows. That survival, in a world of extremes, requires not just strength, but unity. We move now across the frozen ocean, where the horizon bends and the sea seems endless. The camera sweeps low over a pod surfacing together, exhaling great plumes of mist into the air. Their calls echo through the stillness. Somewhere, beneath that vastness, life continues its eternal rhythm. A calf rises beside its mother, tasting air for the first time. For a brief moment, the world feels unbroken, eternal, pure. But beneath this beauty lies fragility. The ice, once thick and eternal, now melts earlier each year. The balance that sustained these creatures is shifting. Warm currents creep farther south, changing the migration of fish, altering the patterns that have guided orcas for generations. What happens to the monarchs of the frozen sea when the ice that defines their world begins to vanish? This is the question that haunts scientists and storytellers alike. The orca's future, like its reflection upon the water, trembles with uncertainty. And yet, the camera shows the pod continuing onward, moving through the ice as they always have. Because for the orca, change is not defeat, it is the law of the sea. They have survived ice ages before. They will adapt again. Their song will continue to echo beneath the ice, long after the storms have passed, long after the human world has fallen silent. As the sun dips below the horizon, the Antarctic sky ignites with color. Curtains of green and violet ripple across the night, reflected upon the sea like liquid fire. The orcas rise through the glow, their black fins cutting through the aurora-lit water. It is one of nature's most breathtaking sights, a meeting of power and light, of movement and silence. The voice of the narrator returns, low and resonant, as if carried on the wind itself. In the frozen ocean, the orca is more than a hunter. It is a symbol of what life can become when it listens to the language of the world around it. Its strength lies not in domination but in harmony, not in fear but in understanding. The cold does not break it. It sharpens it, polishes it, transforms it into something extraordinary. To see an orca rise from beneath the ice is to witness nature's perfect paradox. A creature that embodies both grace and power, both intelligence and instinct. It is the mirror of life itself, reflecting back at us the truth we so often forget, that survival is not about conquering the world, but coexisting with it. The camera follows the pod as it fades into the distance, their voices lingering like ghosts beneath the waves. The sea falls silent again, the ice groans, and the world returns to stillness. Above, the stars shimmer in the thin Antarctic air, cold and endless. In the end, the orca's story is not about death or fear. It is about legacy, the passing of knowledge from one generation to the next, the continuity of life in a place where everything seems frozen in time. The mother who teaches, the calf who learns, the pod that endures. Together, they are a living testament to the resilience of the sea, a chorus of existence that refuses to fade. As the music swells for the final shot, we see them one last time, slicing through the ice-streaked water beneath a sky painted in aurora. The voice concludes in a whisper that feels eternal, beneath the frozen crown of the world, where silence reigns and darkness endures. Life moves with purpose. The orca, the monarch of the frozen sea, is not merely a creature of survival, it is the ocean's heart, the memory of the deep and the enduring soul of the cold, far beyond the frozen boundaries of the poles, where the icy breath of Antarctica meets the restless heart of the open ocean. A miracle of life begins. The sea is calm, wrapped in pale mist, and beneath its silver surface, a shape moves that dwarfs all others. It is the blue whale, the largest creature ever to exist on Earth. Even the mightiest dinosaurs that once ruled the land were small compared to this living colossus. Yet, today, the focus is not on the giant itself, but on a newborn, a calf, scarcely 2 days old, drifting beside its mother in the cold southern sea. It is fragile, awkward, yet destined for greatness. Within this tiny being lies the potential to become a titan of the deep. The mother moves slowly, her massive body casting shadows across the light below. She is enormous, stretching nearly 100 feet from nose to tail, her heart weighing as much as a car, beating slowly and steadily like the drum of the earth itself. Every minute, she inhales a vast column of air and exhales with the sound of thunder, a breath that can be seen from miles away. Her calf, still learning to swim, stays close to her side, guided by instinct and warmth. In the open ocean, protection is everything. The blue whale calf nurses beneath its mother's body, feeding on milk that is as thick as cream, rich in fat, the very fuel that will transform it from a helpless infant into a giant capable of crossing oceans. In a single day, it can drink over 100 gallons of this milk, gaining nearly 200 pounds before the next sunrise. In the realm of whales, growth is a race against time. The Antarctic waters are cold and full of predators, from great white sharks to orcas patrolling the edge of the ice. The mother must move constantly, guiding her calf through safe passages, always aware that one moment of weakness could mean the end. Yet, even in danger, there is grace. The camera follows the pair as they move through the endless blue, sunlight filtering down in golden shafts. Tiny clouds of krill shimmer in the water, microscopic life that sustains the mightiest creatures on Earth. The mother will soon need to feed, But for now she fasts, sacrificing her own reserves to nourish her calf. Her body, a fortress of flesh and power, grows thinner with every day. But she does not rest. For months, she has carried this young one through gestation, a journey that began in the warm waters near the equator. Now, thousands of miles later, she brings her newborn into the world's most dangerous nursery. The ocean around them is vast, stretching beyond imagination. There are no landmarks, no walls, no safe harbors, only the endless rhythm of waves and the deep heartbeat of the sea. For the blue whale, this immensity is home. Every sound, every vibration, every current carries meaning. Their calls, deep and resonant, can travel across entire oceans. When the mother calls, her voice echoes for hundreds of miles, a haunting melody that others may hear days later. Scientists believe these songs are maps of the sea, recordings of migration routes, feeding grounds, and perhaps even memories passed through generations. For the calf, these songs are its first language. It listens, learning to distinguish the tones of warning, of comfort, of distance. Its world is built of sound, a symphony of waves, currents, and echoes. To human ears, it is mysterious, almost alien. Yet for the whale, it is the most familiar voice in existence. The ocean itself speaking in tones older than time. As weeks pass, the calf grows stronger. Its movements become surer, its breath deeper. It learns to dive, to rise, to follow the light. When it surfaces beside its mother, the two exhale together, twin plumes of mist rising into the frigid air like smoke from ancient volcanoes. The sun glints across their backs, revealing the mottled blue-gray skin that gives the species its name. Despite its immense size, the whale is gentle, peaceful, and shy. It does not seek conflict. It seeks the rhythm of life, the endless migration between abundance and rest. But not all oceans are peaceful. One morning, as fog rolls low across the surface, the mother senses danger. Her instincts sharpen, ancient and infallible. In the distance, a faint sound ripples through the deep. The signature of orcas, the killers of the cold, are near. The pod moves with terrifying efficiency, scanning the vastness for weakness, for opportunity. For them, a blue whale calf is the ultimate prize, a meal that could sustain them for weeks. The mother hears them before she sees them. With one powerful stroke of her tail, she propels her calf forward, deeper into the blue. The water churns as she accelerates, her muscles flexing like rolling hills beneath her skin. The orcas close in, their sleek bodies slicing through the current, their clicks and calls echoing through the deep like radar. The chase begins. It is not chaotic, but orchestrated. The orcas divide, some driving the mother downward, others circling to cut off escape. But the blue whale is not helpless. Her size alone makes her a force of nature. She swings her tail, creating waves that can crush a smaller predator. Each movement generates enough power to rock the sea itself. The calf, frightened but obedient, stays close to her belly. Hours pass as the dance of life and death unfolds beneath the ice. At last, the orcas withdraw. The risk is too great, the mother too strong. The sea falls silent once more. The mother slows, exhausted, but victorious. Her calf is safe. For now, moments like this define the Antarctic Sea. Every creature here, no matter how vast, is part of the same fragile balance. Strength and vulnerability coexist. Predator and prey depend on one another to sustain the cycle. The blue whale, though unmatched in size, is still a participant in that eternal exchange. It feeds on krill, and when it dies, its body feeds the ocean in return. Nothing in this world exists alone. As the months pass, the calf grows at a staggering rate. It has now gained thousands of pounds, its body sleek and powerful. It begins to mimic its mother's dives, staying underwater longer each time. When it surfaces, it releases a blast of air that echoes like thunder. It has learned to navigate by the sun, by the feel of currents, and by the deep songs of its kin that travel across the planet. Soon, it will embark on its first migration, a journey of thousands of miles northward to the warmer seas where it was conceived. The ocean is alive with movement. Schools of silverfish flash beneath the surface. Penguins dive in graceful arcs, and in the distance, an iceberg turns slowly in the tide, glowing with internal light. Against this backdrop, the blue whales glide like living mountains, slow and deliberate, ancient and eternal. The mother begins to sing, her low voice vibrating through the water, a call that shakes the bones of the earth. It is both a lullaby and a command, a reminder that life in the ocean flows in cycles older than continents. The calf listens, responding with smaller echoes, finding its place in the chorus. For the first time, it sings back. It is a moment of connection beyond language. In the vast emptiness of the Antarctic Sea, two beings, separated by size, but united by blood, speak the same song. This is how the knowledge of the ocean is passed on, not through words, but through rhythm, tone, and presence. The calf does not yet understand the meaning of the song, but it feels it. It learns it by heart. Someday, when the mother's voice is gone, its own will carry the memory forward. As summer fades and the days shorten, the mother and calf begin their long voyage north. The ice around them thickens, and the water grows darker. They move through canyons of frozen blue, navigating cracks in the ice that stretch for miles. Above, the light dances faintly, a ghost of the sun that once blazed bright. The sea grows quiet except for the faint hum of their songs. They travel slowly, guided by instinct and memory. Their path will take them through dangers both natural and man-made. Fishing nets drift unseen, ships carve through the water, their engines thundering across the deep, drowning out the ancient songs. But the mother knows the way, and the calf follows. Weeks turn into months. They cross invisible borders, following currents that carry warmth and life. Along the way, they pass other whales, each one on its own journey. Some are solitary, others move in pairs, all driven by the same purpose: to reach the feeding grounds before the next cycle begins. For the blue whale, migration is not simply movement. It is ritual. It connects generations, linking past to future in an unbroken line that spans the globe. As the pair nears the equatorial seas, the water warms, turning from icy blue to tropical green. The calf is almost unrecognizable now, no longer a fragile infant, but a young giant in its own right. Its dives are confident, its breaths deep and steady. The mother slows, allowing her offspring to swim ahead. For the first time, it leads. The journey that began in the shadow of ice now continues under a blazing sun. The ocean around them teems with life, from swirling schools of fish to coral gardens that paint the seafloor in colors unseen in the polar world. Here, in the warmth of the open sea, the mother finally rests. Her mission is nearly complete. She has brought new life from conception to strength, carried it through the coldest waters on earth, taught it to breathe, to listen, to endure. Now the young whale must learn the final lesson: independence. One day soon, it will travel these waters alone, guided only by the memory of her songs. The camera drifts upward, breaking through the surface as the two whales rise together. They exhale in perfect unison, twin towers of mist reaching toward the sky. For a moment, the ocean seems to hold its breath. Then the mother dives once more, her massive tail lifting high, casting a shadow across the waves before disappearing into the deep. The calf follows, smaller but determined. The water closes behind them, erasing all trace of their passage. The narrator's voice lowers, filled with awe. In the story of the blue whale, we find the greatest paradox of life, that the largest creature ever to live depends on the smallest for survival, that in a world of chaos, life endures through balance, patience, and grace. Each generation carries the memory of the last, encoded not in words but in movement, song, and instinct. The journey never truly ends. It simply passes from one life to the next. Far below the surface, the young whale glides beside its mother, surrounded by endless blue. Together, they move toward the horizon, disappearing into the golden light of the deep. Their voices fade into a chorus that has echoed for millions of years, the eternal hymn of the ocean itself. This is the legacy of the blue whale, the gentle giant of the sea, a creature that reminds us that strength does not always roar, that greatness can move in silence, and that the truest power lies not in conquest, but in endurance. In the vast, cold heart of the planet, amid the rise and fall of tides and time, the blue whale calf begins its first journey. The same journey that will continue long after we are gone, the endless passage of life through the living sea. At the very top of the world, where the land dissolves into ice and the air burns with cold, the Arctic stretches in a silence older than time. Here, in this vast white wilderness, the wind sculpts mountains of snow and the horizon disappears into an endless haze of light. For most of the year, the sun never rises or never sets, creating a rhythm that belongs only to the north. Yet within this frozen desolation, life continues its quiet, determined march, deep beneath a mound of snow, hidden from the howling wind. A miracle of survival stirs. A mother polar bear, exhausted but vigilant, lies in a hollow chamber of ice, her breath rising in small clouds that shimmer in the pale light. Against her belly, two tiny cubs press close, their eyes still closed, their bodies blind and helpless. They weigh barely a pound each, but within their fragile hearts beats the blood of hunters, the heirs of the Arctic throne. The mother has not eaten for months. Through the long darkness of winter, she has survived entirely on the fat she stored during the autumn hunt. When she roamed the tundra and the sea ice, feeding on seals to prepare for this moment. Now, as the world above remains locked in ice and silence, she sleeps lightly, conserving every heartbeat, every breath. Her body is a living cocoon, radiating the warmth that keeps her cubs alive. Outside, the wind roars across the frozen landscape, sculpting ridges and valleys of snow. But inside the den, time stands still. For 3 months, the mother remains entombed in her snow fortress, nursing her young. Her milk is rich, nearly half fat, a dense energy that transforms her cubs from fragile bundles into strong creatures ready to face the cold. Slowly, they open their eyes. Their small paws begin to explore, and their voices, soft at first, begin to fill the chamber with faint squeaks and growls. Each sound is answered by the steady rumble of their mother's heartbeat, a rhythm of reassurance that has guided life here for millennia. When the time comes, the first light of spring seeps through the snow above, a soft blue glow that tells the mother it is time to rise. With careful movements, she digs upward, breaking through the ceiling of her den into the blinding brilliance of day. For the first time, her cubs see the world, a landscape of white stretching to infinity, the air crisp and sharp, the scent of life carried faintly on the wind. They step out hesitantly, stumbling through snowdrifts, their fur glinting in the sunlight like spun silver. The Arctic world greets them not with warmth but with trial, for here, every life is tested from the moment it begins. The mother leads her cubs down the slope, their tiny footprints trailing behind her massive paws. She pauses often, scanning the horizon. Every movement, every shadow could mean danger. The Arctic is not empty. It is alive with watchers. Arctic foxes prowl nearby, hoping for a chance to snatch a cub left unwatched. While far off, a raven circles in the pale sky. Its black form a reminder that even here, death is always near, but the mother is cautious, fierce, and unrelenting. Her cubs cling close, climbing over her back, tumbling in the snow, unaware that their play is also their first lesson in survival. The journey to the sea ice is long and perilous. For weeks, the mother will travel across the tundra, guiding her cubs toward the coast where the frozen ocean waits. There, among the shifting ice floes, she will hunt seals once more. Without that hunt, she and her cubs will starve. The Arctic does not forgive weakness, but she has done this before. She knows the wind, the stars, and the taste of the air. The land speaks to her through instinct, a language older than memory. As they move north, the weather turns violent. Blizzards sweep across the plain, transforming the horizon into a wall of white. Visibility disappears, and the temperature plummets to -40 degrees. The cubs bury themselves in the thick fur of their mother's side, shielded from the cold. Her breath forms frost on their tiny faces. Her heart beats steady even as the wind howls. In moments like this, survival is measured not in strength, but in endurance. The storm passes after 2 days, leaving behind a world reborn, a silence so complete that even the snow seems to listen. The mother shakes off the frost from her coat and continues forward. When at last they reach the sea, the sight is both beautiful and brutal. The ocean lies frozen in a mosaic of ice, cracked and shifting with the tide. Beneath it, the world is alive with movement, fish and seals swimming in the darkness. The mother steps cautiously onto the floes, testing their strength. This is her realm, the place where she becomes what she was born to be. Here she will hunt, not for sport, but for survival, and every success will be measured in the full bellies of her cubs. She waits by a seal's breathing hole, motionless, her white fur blending perfectly with the snow. Hours pass. The cubs watch, learning patience. When at last a seal surfaces, the mother strikes with lightning speed, her massive paw crashing down through the ice. The hunt is swift, efficient, and final. She drags the seal onto the surface and feeds, tearing through the blubber with deliberate strength. The cubs approach, timid at first, then hungry. She allows them to feed, nudging them gently. For the first time, they taste the meat of the Arctic, the flavor of survival. The feast restores her strength. Over the next weeks, she hunts again and again, teaching her cubs how to stalk, how to wait, how to move with silence. They imitate her every motion, their play turning into practice. When one cub slips into the icy water, she reacts instantly, pulling it out with her teeth and licking it dry to restore warmth. The bond between them is unbreakable, a tether of instinct and devotion forged in the cold. But the ice is not what it once was. Each year, it forms later and melts sooner. The hunting grounds shrink, forcing the bears to travel farther, swim longer, and face dangers their ancestors never knew. The mother senses this, though she cannot understand its cause. The world is changing, the balance shifting. Still, she endures. The Arctic has always demanded adaptation, and she will teach her cubs to survive whatever comes. One evening, as the sun dips low, painting the ice in shades of gold and blue, the mother lies down beside her cubs. The air is still, the only sound, the gentle cracking of distant ice. The cubs nestle against her, warm and content. For a brief moment, peace reigns. The camera lingers on the vastness of the landscape, the infinite silence that surrounds them. The faint shimmer of the northern lights beginning to glow on the horizon. It is a vision of beauty and isolation, a reminder that even in the harshest places, love and tenderness can exist. Weeks turn into months. The cubs grow stronger, their legs surer, their curiosity boundless. They chase snowflakes, tumble down ridges, and wrestle playfully. Yet always their mother watches, alert. She knows that every game prepares them for the future, when they will one day walk alone. In the Arctic, childhood is brief, and innocence melts like ice beneath the spring sun. The time will come when the cubs must part from their mother, when instinct calls them into the vast expanse to claim their place as hunters of the North, but not yet. For now, they remain a family, moving together across the ice, their shadows long beneath the endless sun. The mother hunts, the cubs learn, and the cycle continues, as it has for thousands of years. In the distance, the sea begins to shift. Cracks appear, splitting the ice into floating islands. The mother senses the change and begins to move inland once more. The journey back will be hard, but she knows no other way. Behind her, the cubs follow, their small forms trotting through snow that glitters under the fading light. The Arctic sky burns with color, pinks and violets swirling above like flames trapped in glass. It is both an ending and a beginning. The narrator's voice deepens, slow and reverent. In the heart of the Arctic, life is not measured by comfort, but by resilience. Every creature that survives here is a story of endurance written in frost and blood. The polar bear mother, with her cubs by her side, is both warrior and nurturer, predator and protector. She carries within her the ancient memory of ice, the knowledge that survival is not a victory of strength, but of devotion. The camera rises, showing the family from above as they move across the endless white, three small figures against an ocean of light. Their journey is both timeless and fragile, a reminder that every generation depends upon the one before it. The mother's tracks will soon be covered by snow, her story erased from sight, but her legacy will live on in the cubs she has taught to endure. As the wind begins to rise again, carrying with it the distant echo of cracking ice, the Arctic reveals its final truth, that beauty and danger, tenderness and survival, are one and the same. The polar bear, born of ice, lives not in defiance of the cold, but because of it. Her life, like the land itself, is shaped by extremes, carved by hardship, and illuminated by fleeting moments of grace. The camera fades to the northern lights dancing overhead, ribbons of emerald and violet twisting across the sky. The bears pause, looking upward, their fur glowing softly in the spectral light. The world around them is silent, eternal, vast, and within that silence, the smallest heartbeat carries the greatest power, the will to live. In the end, when all the snow has fallen and the sea has frozen once more, the Arctic will continue to breathe, its rhythms unchanged, its pulse steady. The polar bear mother will sleep again beneath the snow, her cubs now grown, roaming the ice as she once did. And somewhere, far above, the aurora will burn in the night, a whisper from the heavens that life, even in the coldest corners of the earth, never surrenders. This is the story of the polar bear, the guardian of the North, the mother of the frozen world, and the symbol of endurance. Born of ice and survival, her spirit stands eternal, a living testament that even where the world seems silent and still, love remains the warmest force of all. Across the endless tundra, where the land stretches flat as far as the eye can see, and the wind roams like a ghost from another age, a shadow moves against the pale horizon. It is ancient, powerful, and patient, a creature that has watched the rise and fall of empires, the retreat of glaciers, and the slow beating heart of time itself. This is the musk ox, the living relic of the Ice Age, a survivor from a world long vanished, a being that carries within its blood the memory of mammoths and saber-toothed cats, of frozen continents and eternal storms. The Arctic tundra is both home and trial. Here, the temperature can fall below -60, the wind can strip flesh from bone, and food can vanish beneath snow for months. Yet the musk ox endures. It has no shelter, no claws, no speed, no wings to flee. It survives by strength, by unity, and by a wisdom carved into its instincts through a million winters. To the untrained eye, it may seem slow, even clumsy, but beneath its shaggy coat lies a body built for endurance, and a spirit that knows no surrender. The camera draws near, and we see the details of this magnificent creature. Its horns curve like ivory crescents, sharp and heavy, polished by years of battle. Its eyes are dark and calm, holding the quiet of the tundra, and its fur, long and tangled, sways in the wind like the mane of some forgotten beast. That outer coat is more than decoration. It is armor against the cold, layered above the softest fiber in the natural world, called kiviut, a wool 8 times warmer than sheep's and lighter than air. It traps heat so perfectly that snow can rest upon its back without melting. Within this fortress of fur beats a heart that has defied extinction. The musk ox moves in herds, small families bound together by loyalty stronger than steel. Each member knows its place, each step measured by an ancient rhythm. When danger approaches, when wolves appear on the horizon, the herd does not scatter. Instead, it forms a circle, heads outward, horns low, calves safe at the center. It is a wall of muscle and determination, a living fortress that has protected their kind for 50,000 years. The wolves test their defense, circling, probing for weakness, but the musk oxen stand fast. The cold wind whips across the plain, carrying the sound of growls and hooves, and for a moment, time itself seems to pause. Then, with a burst of energy, the wolves retreat. They know that patience will serve them better elsewhere. The herd has won, for now, but victory here is never final. The Arctic takes what it wants. In deep winter, the musk ox digs through layers of snow with its hooves, searching for frozen grasses buried beneath the ice. Every mouthful is a victory. Every breath, a battle. The snow blinds. The wind burns. And still they feed. Their thick bodies move slowly, like mountains come alive, steaming in the cold, leaving trails of warmth that vanish almost instantly. The narrator's voice softens, filled with reverence. In a world that has forgotten the age of giants, the muskox remains as living proof that strength does not always roar, that survival is not about conquest, but endurance. These creatures have seen the earth change more times than humanity can count. When the glaciers withdrew, when mammoths fell, when sabers dulled, the musk ox endured. They adapted not by force, but by balance, not by speed, but by stillness. As the seasons shift, the tundra transforms. The white of winter fades, replaced by a brief burst of green and gold. The air warms, and the Arctic blooms for a few short weeks. For the musk ox, it is a time of renewal. Calves are born, tiny and trembling, their fur soft as smoke. Within moments of birth, they stand on shaky legs, guided by instinct as old as the stars. Their mothers lick the frost from their faces, murmuring low sounds that echo like the heartbeat of the land itself. The herd gathers around them, forming a shield of warmth and vigilance. Here, in the silence of the tundra, motherhood is sacred, a covenant between generations. The calves learn quickly. Within days, they run beside their mothers, exploring the tundra under the never-setting sun. The world is full of light, of buzzing insects, of distant rivers thawing from ice. But beauty here is fleeting. Summer in the Arctic is short, no more than a whisper between storms. Even as flowers bloom, the musk ox knows that the cold is never far behind. They feed with quiet urgency, consuming every blade of grass, every root they can find. Each meal is preparation for the darkness to come. As the days shorten, the herd begins to move southward, following instinct rather than path. The camera follows them in slow motion, hooves pounding against frost, snow swirling around their legs. Their breath rises in clouds that glow against the low sun. There is majesty in their movement, a reminder that even the slowest creatures can be powerful when they move together. The tundra stretches behind them like a frozen sea, vast and unforgiving, yet filled with life. Winter returns suddenly, without mercy. The winds scream once more across the plains, erasing all trace of the brief summer. The herd tightens its formation, huddling together for warmth. They face the storm with unflinching resolve, snow piling upon their backs, ice forming in their fur. To outsiders, it might seem cruel, but to them, it is simply life. The cold does not break them, it defines them. One old bull stands slightly apart, his fur heavy with frost, his horns scarred from battles past. He has lived longer than most, surviving countless winters and storms. He knows this land as one knows a heartbeat. He feels the change in the air before it comes, senses the danger before it appears. As he lifts his head, the wind carries a scent. Wolves again. The herd tenses. The calves huddle closer. The circle forms. The old bull steps forward, placing himself between the threat and the young. He knows his time may come, but he also knows that his sacrifice ensures the herd's survival. The wolves approach through the whiteout, shapes moving like smoke. Their hunger is ancient, as pure and relentless as the cold itself. For a moment, predator and prey face each other, two forces born of the same wilderness. The first, wolf charges, and the bull meets it with a clash that echoes across the tundra. The air fills with snow and sound, a storm within a storm. The wolves retreat once more, defeated not by violence but by unity. The herd remains, breathing heavily, the circle unbroken. The narrator's tone deepens. The musk ox does not seek glory. It does not conquer. Its greatness lies in endurance, in the quiet strength that has carried it through the centuries. It is a creature that reminds us that survival is not always a story of victory, but of persistence. The tundra teaches one lesson above all others. Those who endure inherit. As the storm fades, the Arctic sky clears to reveal a spectacle few have seen. The aurora spreads across the heavens, green and violet waves undulating in silence. The herd stands beneath it, their silhouettes black against the glowing light, their breath steaming in rhythm with the pulse of the earth. It is a vision from another world, a moment where time loses meaning. The camera circles them slowly, the wind whispering through their fur, the music rising with solemn majesty. Spring will come again. The snow will melt, rivers will flow, and the musk ox will continue its eternal migration across the tundra. New calves will be born, old ones will fall, and the story will repeat, as it has for tens of thousands of years. For the musk ox, the cycle of life is not tragedy, but truth. Each ending feeds a beginning. Each death gives strength to the land. In the modern world, where machines hum and cities burn with light, the musk ox remains untouched, a messenger from the past, walking through the present. To see it is to look through a window into Earth's memory, to witness what life once was when the planet itself was young. It is the embodiment of resilience, of patience, of harmony between creature and land. The voice of the narrator grows softer, as though speaking to the wind. In a time when speed is worshipped and noise fills the sky, the musk ox stands as a reminder that silence too can be strength, and slowness can be power. It lives by the rhythm of the earth, not against it, and in doing so, it has survived what others could not. The final scene fades in slowly. The herd moves across the tundra beneath a crimson sky. The sun, low on the horizon, its light scattering like fire through the frozen air. Snow glitters around them, each flake a fragment of eternity. The old bull lingers at the edge of the herd, his gaze steady, his breath slow. Behind him, the calves run beside their mothers, the next generation of survivors. The narrator concludes in a voice both reverent and timeless. In the heart of the Arctic, where life and death walk side by side, one creature carries the legacy of an age long gone. It is not the fastest, nor the fiercest, but it is among the most enduring. The musk ox, relic of the Ice Age, remains a symbol of nature's quiet defiance. Proof that even when the world changes beyond recognition, the ancient pulse of survival never fades. The wind rises again, carrying snow across the plain. The herd grows smaller in the distance, fading into the white, until all that remains is the whisper of hooves, the sigh of the earth, and the faint echo of life persisting against the impossible. The screen fades to black, and with it, the story of the musk ox becomes part of the eternal song of the cold, a hymn of endurance that has never ceased since the first dawn of ice. The sea has many voices. It whispers, it roars, it hums with life in endless forms. From the frozen silence of the poles to the glittering tropics where light dances across the waves, the ocean is a living mind, vast and aware. And within that mind swims one of its brightest thoughts, the dolphin, a creature of intelligence, grace, and joy, whose story is not one of survival against the cold, but of understanding within it. If the orca is the monarch of the frozen sea, then the dolphin is the poet of the warm tides, a being that turns motion into art and sound into conversation. The camera glides beneath the sunlit waves of the open ocean. Shafts of golden light cut through the blue, illuminating sleek bodies, darting like silver arrows. The dolphins move in perfect harmony, twisting, spinning, leaping through the water with effortless grace. Every movement is coordinated, every gesture meaningful. To the untrained eye, it looks like play, and in truth, it is. But beneath the laughter of the waves lies purpose. For the dolphin, play is not distraction. It is life, the very way it learns, teaches, and connects. Scientists have long been fascinated by the dolphin's mind. Its brain rivals our own in complexity, full of folds and layers that hint at consciousness, memory, even imagination. Dolphins can recognize themselves in mirrors, remember faces, and mourn their dead. They use names, unique whistles that identify each individual. They pass down hunting techniques from mother to calf, just as humans teach their children language and craft. To watch a dolphin is to glimpse something familiar, something human reflected in another form. A pod of bottlenose dolphins moves across the coastal shallows, their skin gleaming in the sunlight. They communicate through a chorus of clicks and whistles that fill the water like song. Each sound carries meaning. Each echo paints a picture of their surroundings. Echolocation, their gift of sound vision, allows them to perceive the world in ways we cannot imagine. A single click travels through the sea, bounces off a fish, a rock, even another dolphin, and returns as an image made of sound. It tells them not only where an object is, but what it is, how it moves, what texture it holds. Their world is not seen, but heard, a three-dimensional symphony of information. When they hunt, they work together with astonishing precision. The camera follows as a group herds a school of fish into a tight sphere, encircling them with synchronized sweeps of their tails. At a signal too subtle for human eyes to catch, they strike in unison, each taking just enough, never more than needed. It is a ballet of balance, a dance of survival, guided not by instinct alone, but by communication, trust, and coordination. In the world of dolphins, intelligence is the greatest adaptation. In tropical shallows, where coral reefs shimmer with color, another scene unfolds. A mother and her calf swim together, the calf tracing her movements like a shadow. She guides it gently, teaching it to breathe, to leap, to listen. Each lesson is wrapped in tenderness. When danger nears, her body becomes a shield, her voice a song of reassurance. The calf responds with chirps and whistles that echo her tone, and the bond between them deepens with every sound. This is not simple mimicry, but learning, the passing of culture from one generation to the next. The dolphin's intelligence is not just survival, it is connection. Above the surface, the camera rises with a burst of spray as dolphins leap into the air. Against the horizon, the ocean stretches endless and bright. They twist, flip, and crash back into the water, scattering droplets like diamonds. To many, these leaps seem like joy, and perhaps they are. There is no practical reason for them, no food to be caught or predator to escape. They leap because they can, because life itself demands celebration. The narrator's voice softens. In the heart of the ocean, joy is not luxury. It is a form of survival, a declaration that even in a world of struggle, there is still beauty worth expressing. Farther offshore, the scene darkens. The sky turns gray. Waves rise with the coming of a storm. The dolphins sense it before the clouds form. They move quickly, calling to one another, guiding the young toward calmer waters. Beneath the surface, thunder rolls like distant drums. The ocean becomes a tempest of energy, yet within it, the dolphins move as one. They dive deep, using the calm below to wait out the chaos above. Lightning flashes through the water, and for a moment, the world becomes a theater of shadow and light, of sound and silence. The narrator speaks with reverence. To live in the sea is to live with change. Every wave carries both creation and destruction, and the dolphin, with its intelligence, survives not by resisting the storm, but by understanding it. When the storm passes, the sea returns to stillness. The pod rises once more, breathing in the golden light of dawn. The air is fresh, the water clear, and the world feels new again. Dolphins have an almost mystical ability to adapt, to transform fear into knowledge, danger into wisdom. Their understanding of the sea is not dominance but harmony, not ownership but belonging. The camera shifts to another part of the world, to the cold edge of the North Atlantic, where the water darkens and the dolphins are larger, stronger, built for the chill. These are the white-beaked dolphins, cousins to the tropical species, yet perfectly adapted to colder seas. Their movements are slower, their calls deeper, but their intelligence burns just as bright. They swim alongside ships, curious, playful, watching humanity with the same fascination we feel toward them. There is something unspoken in their gaze, a bridge across a species, an awareness that life, in all its forms, seeks connection. The film slows. A single dolphin drifts apart from the group, swimming through shafts of light that pierce the dark water. The narrator's voice becomes reflective. There are few creatures on Earth that remind us more of ourselves. They feel curiosity, compassion, even grief. When a member of their pod dies, they do not abandon it. They linger, touching it gently, circling as if in mourning. They sing to it, their calls echoing through the sea like a requiem. In that sound, we hear the echo of something ancient, something shared, the understanding that life, however fleeting, deserves recognition. The dolphin's relationship with humans is equally complex. Fishermen tell stories of dolphins, guiding them through fog, of rescuing sailors from drowning, of driving fish toward their nets. Ancient cultures worshipped them as messengers of the gods, symbols of freedom and wisdom. Even now, when we meet them in the open sea, a strange stillness falls, a silent acknowledgement between minds. It is not language, but understanding. In shallow waters near an island, a dolphin and a human swimmer meet. The camera captures the moment from below, sunlight fracturing around them. The dolphin circles once, twice, its movements fluid, deliberate, then it stops, eye to eye, for a heartbeat. Two species share a space beyond fear, beyond difference. The narrator whispers, there are moments when the boundary between worlds dissolves, and we realize that intelligence is not ours alone. It moves through the ocean, the air, the earth, taking form in countless ways. The dolphin is one such form, a voice of the sea that speaks not in words, but in presence. As night falls, the ocean glows faintly with bioluminescence. Every movement of the pod leaves a trail of light, turning the sea into a canvas of fireflies. The dolphins leap through it, painting arcs of brilliance across the dark. It is a vision of pure wonder, a living dance of light and life. The narrator's tone deepens. Beneath the waves, where time moves differently, beauty becomes survival, the joy of motion, the grace of intelligence. These are not luxuries, but necessities. They keep the mind alive, the spirit strong, the species enduring. Months pass, and the pod migrates along the coast, following the rhythms of the earth. They know the tides, the seasons, the songs of the currents. When the water cools, they travel south. When it warms, they return north. No maps, no compasses, only memory and sound. Their lives are bound to the pulse of the planet, to the hidden pathways of the sea. The camera widens, revealing thousands of dolphins moving together, stretching to the horizon. It is a spectacle of unity, a reminder that intelligence does not separate. It connects. Each dolphin moves with awareness of the others, each decision flowing into the next. It is the ocean's consciousness made visible, a living network of thought and motion. The narrator speaks softly, as if in awe. In an age when humanity searches the stars for signs of life, the ocean beneath us already hums with it. The dolphin, with its laughter and song, is proof that intelligence is not rare. It is the natural expression of life itself. The sea dreamed of thought, and the dolphin was born. As dawn breaks once more, the pod reaches open waters. The sun rises in fire. The waves shimmer like molten glass. The dolphins surface, exhaling in a rhythm older than language. Their silhouettes move across the golden light, timeless and serene. The music swells, carrying the sound of the ocean's eternal heartbeat. The narrator concludes, in a voice filled with quiet reverence, "In a world of struggle and noise, the dolphin reminds us of the power of grace, of the wisdom of joy, of the intelligence that listens rather than conquers. It teaches that strength lies not in domination, but in harmony, not in silence, but in song." The camera fades to the endless blue, where the light dissolves into mystery. Beneath the surface, the dolphins continue their dance, their laughter echoing through the deep. And in that sound, carried by the water, we hear the voice of the sea itself, forever alive, forever aware, whispering to those who will listen that life, in all its beauty, endures. The Arctic is a world of light and silence, a place where the horizon stretches into infinity and the air itself seems to glow. For months, the sun hides beneath the edge of the world, and then, without warning, it returns, flooding the ice with a radiance so pure it feels like the first dawn of time. It is in this fragile season of rebirth that a new life begins. On a lonely sheet of drifting ice, a mother harp seal lies still, her breath forming clouds in the cold air. Beside her, wrapped in the thin warmth of her body, lies her newborn pup. Its fur is white as snow, soft as down, a disguise and a blessing. Against the endless whiteness of the Arctic, it is invisible, a living ghost of the ice. The pup is barely hours old, its eyes wide and black, its body trembling with the shock of the world. It cannot swim, cannot hunt, cannot protect itself. Every heartbeat depends on its mother. For 12 long days she will stay, nursing her pup with milk rich in fat, transforming the fragile creature into a small sphere of energy and hope. Each day, it gains weight, its body filling out with strength, its fur glowing under the pale sun. The mother watches constantly, her instincts sharp, her senses tuned to the faintest sound. To her, the ice is not silent. It sings with danger, the crack of shifting floes, the distant call of a gull, the whisper of wind across snow. All are signals in the endless struggle for survival. Around them, life stirs. Snow buntings flutter in the cold air. Arctic foxes wander the ridges, their eyes searching for weakness. And in the distance, the shadow of a polar bear moves across the horizon. The seal mother knows that time is short. The ice beneath her drifts constantly, carrying her and her pup across the sea like a raft in a vast frozen tide. When the ice breaks apart and melts, the safety of solid ground will vanish, and predators will come. Her mission is clear, simple, and sacred: to feed, to protect, and to prepare her pup for the sea. The days pass in stillness. The light grows stronger, turning the snow into a mirror that blinds the eyes. The mother and pup lie together, motionless, conserving energy. The air smells of salt and life. When the mother rises to stretch or to scan the horizon, the pup calls softly, a high-pitched cry that cuts through the wind. She answers with a low rumble from deep in her chest, a sound only her pup can recognize. In this frozen emptiness, their voices are the thread that binds them together. As the pup grows, so too does its curiosity. it begins to explore, rolling awkwardly across the ice, slipping, tumbling, learning balance. Its eyes follow every movement of its mother, every breath, every ripple in the snow. The mother watches, but does not interfere. She knows that strength cannot be given. It must be learned. And so the pup learns the texture of the world, the weight of the wind, the taste of cold air. Then, one morning, the calm breaks. The mother lifts her head, alert. Something moves on the horizon, something vast and silent. A polar bear, drawn by scent, approaches, its white form almost invisible against the ice, its movements slow and deliberate. It is the hunter of hunters, the undisputed ruler of the north. The mother seal slides into the water instantly, vanishing into the dark, her instincts screaming to survive. The pup remains behind, alone on the ice, trembling. The bear draws near, its breath steaming, its nose twitching. The world holds its breath. Then, at the very edge of life and death, the ice shifts. A crack opens between predator and prey, a chasm of black water. The bear halts, snarling, unable to cross. The pup, unaware of how close it came to the end, blinks in the sunlight. The mother returns, surfacing through another crack, calling out. The pup recognizes her voice and wriggles toward the edge. In an instant, she grabs it gently in her jaws and pulls it into the safety of the sea. The camera follows them underwater, into a world of blue light and silence. For the first time, the pup floats in the sea that will one day become its home. Its small body bobs uncertainly, but its mother supports it, guiding it gently with her flippers. Beneath the ice, the water is alive with strange beauty. Tiny fish shimmer in the half-light. Bubbles rise like silver beads, and the sun above turns the ice ceiling into glass. The mother and pup move through it slowly, their movements synchronized, their bond unbroken. Learning to swim is a race against time. In only a few days, the mother will leave, driven by instinct to return to the open sea and feed. The pup must learn quickly or perish. Each dive grows longer, each movement more confident. Its white coat, once a perfect camouflage on the ice, now becomes a burden in the water. Slowly, it begins to shed, replaced by a silvery gray that will allow it to blend with the sea. The transformation is as symbolic as it is physical, the passage from innocence to independence. When the day of separation comes, it arrives without warning. The mother lingers near the ice, calling softly. The pup calls back, but she does not return. The ocean has claimed her once more. For a time, the pup waits, crying out, circling, confused. The ice drifts farther, the sun dips low, and the wind begins to rise. Alone for the first time, the pup faces the endlessness of the Arctic. Yet something within it stirs, a spark ignited by instinct. By the memory of its mother's lessons, it dives beneath the ice. It moves hesitantly at first. Then, with growing confidence, the world below is alien and magnificent. Shafts of light pierce the water, fish flicker like shadows, and the deep hum of the ocean echoes all around. The pup learns to hold its breath longer, to steer, to listen. It discovers that it can survive here, that the sea, though vast and cold, accepts it. It is no longer a child of the ice, but a creature of both worlds, land and ocean, light and shadow. As the camera pulls back, we see the Arctic in all its vastness, an endless expanse of frozen sea and drifting snow. The voice of the narrator deepens. Every life here is a miracle of adaptation, a fragile flame burning in a storm of extremes. The harp seal, small and delicate, thrives, not because of strength, but because of timing, because of the unbroken thread of instinct that binds mother and child through the generations. Months later, when summer melts the ice, the young seal has grown strong enough to hunt on its own. It glides through the open water, sleek and confident. The Arctic that once seemed boundless now feels familiar. The dangers remain, the polar bears, the foxes, the orcas, but the pup has become what it was meant to be, a survivor, a swimmer of the cold, a child of light. Above, the midnight sun hovers on the horizon, casting endless twilight across the sea. The ice breaks and reforms, the tides shift, and life continues its eternal rhythm. The young seal surfaces, breathing deeply, its whiskers shimmering with droplets. It looks toward the distant horizon, where its mother once vanished, and exhales. A cloud of mist rises into the golden air, then fades. The moment is fleeting, but in it, the circle of life is complete. The narrator's voice softens, reflective. In a world so harsh, tenderness might seem like weakness. But here, it is the opposite. It is strength. The mother's love, brief yet infinite, gives her child the courage to face a world that knows no mercy. Each pup that survives carries forward the memory of that love, written into its blood, into the rhythm of its heart. As autumn returns and the sea begins to freeze again, new mothers gather on the ice, heavy with life, preparing to give birth as their ancestors did for thousands of years. The cycle begins anew, fragile yet unstoppable. The Arctic, though cold and unforgiving, is never empty. It is alive with beginnings, each one shining against the white expanse like a spark in the dark. The final image is one of silence and light. A young seal sleeps on a small floe, the aurora shimmering above. Ribbons of green and violet painting the night sky. The ocean glows faintly beneath, the world suspended between ice and dream. The narrator speaks one last time, his voice a whisper that blends with the wind. In the heart of the Arctic, where life and death walk side by side, every heartbeat is a victory. Every breath is a song. The sealed pup, born of ice and light, carries within it the oldest story of all, that even in the coldest place on Earth, life finds a way to shine. The Arctic night never truly sleeps. Beneath the endless silence, life moves in whispers, unseen and patient. Across the frozen forests of the north, where the moonlight falls on snow like silver dust, and every breath hangs suspended in the cold air, a shadow glides between the trees. It is neither spirit nor ghost, but the Arctic lynx, the silent hunter of the north, with eyes that pierce the dark and paws that leave no sound. It rules the kingdom of stillness. Its world is one of frost and instinct, a realm where survival belongs to those who can listen to the heartbeat of the snow itself. The lynx is built for this land. Its thick fur ripples in the moonlight, pale gray and spotted like drifting clouds. Its paws are wide and furred, natural snowshoes that let it walk upon the surface where others sink. Its ears, tipped with black tufts, twitch at the faintest sound, the snap of a twig, the rustle of wings, the distant cry of prey. To the lynx, sound is as vital as sight, for in the Arctic forest, visibility is often an illusion. The snow blinds, the wind deceives, and only silence tells the truth. The camera follows the lynx as it moves through the birch woods, a ghost among shadows. Its body is low, deliberate, controlled. It stops often, listening. The world around it is still, frozen in breathless anticipation. Then, without warning, the lynx strikes, a single leap, swift and precise, and the forest explodes into motion. A snowshoe hare darts through the powder, white against white, vanishing and reappearing between trees. The lynx follows, weaving through drifts, every movement silent, every decision calculated, for seconds that feel like eternity. Predator and prey dance through the snow. Then, with one perfect pounce, it ends. The lynx's claws sink deep, and the forest grows still again. The hunt is over. The hunter eats quickly, for in this place, nothing goes to waste. Not even sound. The narrator's voice deepens. The Arctic lynx is a master of patience, a creature whose greatest weapon is restraint. It waits for hours, motionless, in temperatures that would freeze breath into ice, conserving energy until the moment to act. This discipline, this precision, is what defines its rule. Power here is not measured in force, but in control, in the ability to become part of the landscape itself. Winter in the north is a trial without mercy. The sun disappears for months, leaving only twilight and starlight to mark the passing of days. The snow deepens, burying the earth beneath layers of silence. The lynx moves alone through this world of white, guided by instinct and memory. It travels vast distances, sometimes over 100 miles, following the migration of hares, the rhythm of scarcity and survival. Solitude is its companion, not its burden. The lynx does not fear the silence. It thrives within it. The camera shifts to a close-up of its face. Frost gathers on its whiskers, its breath forming clouds that vanish in the air. Its eyes, pale gold, reflect the faint shimmer of the aurora above. There is intelligence there, not human, but something older, colder, and pure. The lynx knows no words, but it understands the world through a language of motion, scent, and sound. Every snowflake that falls tells it a story. Every gust of wind, a warning. It reads the earth as we read a book, effortlessly, fluently. Beneath the frozen surface, life continues unseen. Lemmings scurry through tunnels under the snow. Birds sleep beneath branches, and the forest dreams in frost. For the lynx, this hidden world is both map and maze. Its hearing can detect the faint movement of a mouse beneath a foot of snow. Its paws, soft yet strong, strike without hesitation. It kills not for pleasure, but for balance. Each hunt feeds not just the lynx, but the forest itself, for what it leaves behind nourishes others. In the Arctic, death is not cruelty, it is continuity. As the weeks pass, the air begins to shift. The first blush of dawn returns to the horizon. The lynx senses the change before the light arrives. It grows restless, driven by instinct deeper than thought. Soon it will mate, continuing a lineage that has endured since the Ice Age. But finding a partner in this vast emptiness is no easy task. The forest is wide, the snow thick, and sound carries far. The lynx calls, a haunting cry that echoes through the trees, a mixture of longing and command. Somewhere, another answers. The meeting is brief and primal. For a few days, two solitary creatures share the same path, their movements synchronized, their breath mingling in the cold. Then, just as quietly as it began, it ends. The male disappears into the night, leaving the female to her journey alone. Months later, deep in the shelter of the forest, she gives birth to her cubs, tiny, blind, helpless. They lie nestled against her fur, their warmth fragile as candlelight. She guards them fiercely, feeding, grooming, teaching them the silent laws of the wild. Outside, the Arctic howls, but within their den there is peace, a small circle of life burning against the cold. As spring arrives, the forest transforms. The snow softens, rivers crack open, and sunlight spills through the trees. The cubs venture outside for the first time, stumbling on oversized paws, their eyes wide with wonder. They chase shadows, pounce on snowflakes, learn the rhythm of the world through play. Their mother watches, patient, guiding with soft growls and gentle nudges. For a few short months, the Arctic becomes kind, wrapping its children in light. But the mother knows the truth. Summer is only a pause between winters. When the first autumn winds return, the cubs have grown strong. Their coats thicken, their movements sharpen. It is time for them to leave. The mother watches as they vanish one by one into the forest, each step carrying the legacy of her patience and skill. Her mission is complete. She returns to her solitude, her silence, her endless vigil. The narrator's voice slows. In a world that worships noise and speed, the lynx is a reminder of another kind of power, the power of stillness. Its life is a meditation, a balance between hunger and restraint, between presence And invisibility? To see it, even for a moment, is to witness the perfection of adaptation. It does not conquer its environment, it becomes it. The camera pans high above the Arctic forest, revealing a landscape of infinite white and dark, of frozen rivers snaking through valleys and peaks that glitter under the northern lights. Somewhere below, the lynx moves unseen, a ghost in motion, its fur blending seamlessly with snow and shadow. The aurora dances across the sky, and for a moment, it seems that the earth itself breathes. As night deepens, the lynx pauses on a ridge, gazing across its territory. The wind brushes through its fur, carrying scents of life and distance. It closes its eyes, listening to the pulse of the land. There are no roads here, no walls, no boundaries, only the vast and ancient wilderness. It belongs to no one, yet it owns everything within its silence. The narrator whispers, "The lynx is not the strongest of the Arctic's hunters, nor the largest, nor the most feared, but it is the most elusive, the most disciplined, the most attuned to the stillness between heartbeats. It hunts not for power but for balance, not for domination, but for continuity. It is the echo of the old world, the last whisper of a time when the forest was eternal and the snow unbroken." The camera closes in one last time. The lynx moves forward, its eyes glowing faintly in the moonlight, its steps soundless, its breath steady. Then, without a sound, it fades into the mist. The forest swallows it whole, and the screen is left with only wind and light. The narrator concludes in a low, resonant tone. In the frozen north, where silence rules and shadows endure, the lynx walks between worlds, seen and unseen, known and unknowable. It is the heartbeat of the wild-made flesh, the quiet intelligence of nature itself. Every step it takes, every hunt it ends, every breath it draws, is part of a larger symphony, the music of survival that has played since the first snowfall of time. The aurora brightens overhead, casting a green glow across the white landscape. Snow falls slowly, endlessly, each flake a fragment of eternity. And somewhere beneath it all, the lynx moves on, silent, patient, eternal. This is the Arctic lynx, the silent hunter of the north, the ghost of winter, the keeper of the stillness that defines the edge of the world. In the farthest reaches of the Arctic, where the land meets the sky in a blur of white and blue, there is a creature that reigns not over the ice, nor the sea, but the air itself. It is the snowy owl, the guardian of the Arctic skies, a being of silence and light, of patience and precision. In a world where survival belongs to those who master the cold, the snowy owl commands the wind, embodying the purity and danger of the north. Its white feathers mirror the snow beneath, its golden eyes pierce the storm, and in every movement there is both grace and power. The Arctic tundra stretches endless below, a vast, open wilderness, broken only by shadows and wind. In this land without trees, the snowy owl becomes the forest. Its wings, the branches that carve paths through the air. It perches on frozen mounds, scanning the horizon, perfectly still, its gaze unbroken for hours. The owl sees what others cannot. It watches the subtle twitch of a vole beneath the snow, the flicker of a shadow across the ice, the tremor of life hidden in stillness. When the moment comes, it strikes with blinding speed, a flash of white against white, as if the snow itself has come alive. The camera follows in slow motion, wings spread wide, silent as thought. The owl glides inches above the ground, its talons extend, its eyes locked upon its target. Then, in a single movement, the hunt ends. The sound is almost nothing, a soft thud against the snow, the whisper of feathers closing. The owl lifts its head, the prey limp beneath its claws. There is no cruelty in the act, only the unbroken rhythm of survival. In the Arctic, life feeds life, and each breath taken is paid for by another. The snowy owl's silence is its greatest weapon. Unlike most birds, its feathers are designed to absorb sound, allowing it to fly without a whisper. Even in the dead of night, it passes unseen and unheard. A phantom of the wind. Scientists have studied this adaptation for decades, inspired by the way nature creates perfection through necessity. For the owl, silence is not a trick, but a philosophy. The essence of its existence. In the frozen north, noise brings death, and stillness ensures life. As the camera pans across the horizon, the light changes. The sun, low and golden, casts long shadows across the tundra. The owl lifts from its perch, wings catching the faint breeze. It flies low, following the curve of the earth, its body cutting through the air with effortless control. Each wing beat is measured, deliberate, beautiful. The narrator's voice rises, filled with awe. The snowy owl does not conquer the Arctic. It belongs to it. Every movement it makes is a conversation with the wind, a dialogue with the landscape. For months, during the long Arctic winter, the owl endures the darkness. When the sun disappears, it hunts by memory and instinct. Relying on hearing so precise, it can locate prey beneath a layer of snow thicker than its own wingspan. Its world is painted in shadow and moonlight, yet it moves through it as easily as through day. When the aurora flares across the sky, green and violet rivers flowing above, the owl continues its flight, a white silhouette against the lights of heaven. In those moments, it seems less a creature of earth than a spirit of the air, timeless and eternal. When spring returns, so too does life. The tundra, which seemed barren for endless months, bursts into color. Mosses and lichens bloom, insects hum over thawing pools, and lemmings emerge from their tunnels in abundance. This is the season of plenty, and for the snowy owl, the season of birth. The female chooses a nesting site on high ground, a small rise of earth that will remain visible even when the snow melts. There she lays her eggs, perfect spheres of white, each one a fragile promise of the future. She guards them fiercely, her body shielding them from the wind. When snow falls, she lets it cover her wings, becoming part of the land itself. The male hunts tirelessly, bringing food to the nest, his figure a constant flicker across the sky. Together, they embody the Arctic's eternal balance, strength and tenderness united against the cold. Weeks pass, and one by one, the eggs hatch. Tiny owlets emerge, covered in soft gray down, their eyes blinking at the brightness of the endless day. Their cries fill the air, sharp and small, the sound of new life in a land that knows little mercy. The parents work without rest. Each day, the male brings back prey, dropping it gently at the nest. The female tears it apart, feeding her young piece by piece. The chicks grow rapidly, their hunger insatiable. They stretch their wings, test their legs, fight playfully for food. The Arctic summer is short, and they must learn quickly. The sun never sets, casting a constant glow over the tundra. The air hums with insects, the ground alive, with movement. For a brief moment, the north feels generous, but soon the change returns. The days shorten, the light fades, and the air grows thin with cold. The lemmings vanish once more, hiding deep beneath the frost. The parents begin to prepare their young for flight. One by one, the fledglings take to the air, awkward at first, then strong. Their first flight is clumsy, full of missteps and flailing wings. But soon, they learn. The sky accepts them, as it always has. The narrator's tone deepens. In the Arctic, survival is a lesson written in patience. The snowy owl's young, like all life here, must grow quickly or die. There is no margin for error. The mother watches each one, her gaze following them as they vanish into the pale horizon. When the last chick flies, she remains for a while. Alone upon the tundra, the wind lifts her feathers. The snow begins to fall again. Her work is done, but her vigil never ends. In the months that follow, the Arctic transforms once more. The sky darkens, the sea freezes, and the world returns to silence. The snowy owl becomes a solitary figure against the endless white, gliding low across the ice in search of what little life remains. Its golden eyes reflect the faint glow of the moon, twin fires burning in the cold. To those who have seen it, the snowy owl is more than a bird. It is a symbol of endurance, of grace under hardship, of wisdom born from solitude. Its beauty lies not in fragility but in resilience. While other creatures flee from the cold, the owl embraces it, turning the desolation into sanctuary. It hunts where others starve. It thrives where others falter. It is both sentinel and survivor, guardian and ghost. The camera pulls back, showing the vastness of its realm. Ice stretches to the horizon. Mountains shimmer like glass, and the aurora dances above, eternal and unbroken. The owl glides through the light, wings silent, body steady. The narrator's voice becomes almost a whisper. The snowy owl reminds us that power does not always roar. Sometimes it whispers. Sometimes it waits. Sometimes it simply watches, knowing that patience itself is strength. In the modern world, few creatures remain so untouched by time. The snowy owl lives as it has for millennia, bound to the rhythms of light and darkness, of abundance and famine. Its migrations follow no calendar, only instinct. When the prey vanish, it travels south, crossing thousands of miles to lands it has never seen, yet somehow remembers. There, in open fields and farmlands, it waits, perching on fence posts, watching the ground for movement. Even in these foreign places, it carries the Arctic within it, a fragment of the North in every beat of its wings. When the cycle turns again, it returns to the tundra, drawn home by something deeper than memory. The cold does not repel it. It calls to it, the way the sea calls to the whale, the forest to the wolf. The Arctic is not simply where the snowy owl lives, it is what it is. As the camera descends for the final shot, the owl perches on a ridge overlooking the frozen world. The wind rises, sweeping snow into spirals around its body. It turns its head slowly, eyes fixed on the horizon, as if reading the secrets of the land. The light fades, and in the last glow of dusk, it takes flight once more, disappearing into the endless sky. The narrator's voice concludes, soft yet resonant. In a land where silence reigns and time stands still, the snowy owl watches over all. It is the guardian of the Arctic skies, the keeper of the balance between life and death, motion and stillness, sound and silence. It teaches us that wisdom is not knowledge, but awareness, not noise, but understanding. And so, beneath the eternal lights of the North, the snowy owl continues its flight, unbroken, eternal, and free, a symbol of purity and patience, of the quiet power that holds the Arctic together. In its wings lies the memory of the world before us, and in its eyes, the reflection of everything we have yet to learn. Across the endless white expanse of the Arctic, where the land shimmers like glass beneath the low sun, a tremor ripples through the stillness. It begins as a faint vibration, a whisper of hooves against frozen earth, and then it grows, rising like thunder from the horizon. Out of the glare of the snow, shapes emerge, hundreds, then thousands, moving together as one. This is the Arctic reindeer, the nomad of the frozen north, and their migration is one of the greatest journeys on Earth. For them, motion is survival, and endurance is destiny. Each year, as the seasons turn, the reindeer follow an ancient path that spans hundreds of miles, a route carved not by maps or roads, but by memory and instinct. They travel from the deep forests of the south to the open tundra of the north, chasing the promise of food and safety. Along the way, they will face rivers of ice, storms that blot out the sun, and predators that shadow their every step. Yet still they move, driven by the rhythm that has pulsed through their blood for thousands of years. The camera soars above them, capturing the sheer scale of their migration. The herd stretches like a living river, flowing across valleys and plains. A tapestry of brown and white against the frozen ground. Each reindeer knows its place within this vast procession, each step synchronized by instinct. Calves stumble beside their mothers, learning to match the pace. Their small legs moving quickly to keep up. The herd breathes as one, exhales as one, and when danger comes, reacts as one. The narrator's voice carries a tone of reverence. In the Arctic, unity is survival. Alone, a reindeer is vulnerable, but together, they are unstoppable. Their strength lies not in their antlers, nor their speed, but in their connection. Each life is part of a greater whole, each heartbeat an echo of the herd. The reindeer are built for this world. Their coats are thick, layered with hollow hairs that trap air and insulate against the cold. Their hooves are wide and sharp, designed to cut through ice and snow, to dig for lichen hidden beneath the surface. Their noses warm the air before it reaches their lungs, and their eyes, adapted to the extremes of light and darkness, can see ultraviolet, allowing them to detect predators and trails invisible to others. Every part of their body tells the story of adaptation, a masterpiece sculpted by evolution and endurance. As they move, the Arctic changes around them. The sun rolls low across the horizon, painting the snow in gold and blue. The wind howls, sculpting drifts that rise like waves. Above, the aurora flickers faintly, a curtain of green dancing across the twilight. The herd presses on. To stop is to freeze. To move is to live. Predators wait at every turn. Wolves trail the edges of the herd, patient and silent. They watch for weakness, for a calf that lags behind, for an old reindeer too tired to continue. When the moment comes, they strike, swift and coordinated, testing the herd's resolve. Panic ripples through the ranks, snow exploding beneath 1,000 hooves. But the herd closes ranks, pushing the young to the center, forming a moving wall of flesh and strength. The wolves dart, snap, retreat, testing again and again. Sometimes they succeed, often they do not. The reindeer lose few, for unity is their defense. The narrator speaks softly. There is no malice here, no cruelty, only the balance that has governed life since its beginning. The wolves take what they need. The herd continues. The snow covers the fallen. The Arctic remembers. When the herd reaches a river, frozen at the surface, they do not hesitate. The leaders test the ice, their hooves tapping like drumbeats against glass. The sound echoes across the valley, sharp and hollow. Then, with careful steps, they begin to cross. The ice groans beneath their weight, cracking, shifting, but the herd moves with precision, each animal trusting the others. It is a dangerous passage. One misstep can mean death, a plunge into freezing water, but they continue. And when they reach the far side, the sound of their hooves returns to the rhythm of the land. As days pass, storms rise, snow falls in blinding sheets, and the wind becomes a living wall. The reindeer lower their heads, pushing forward through the whiteout. Mothers guide their calves, pressing them close for warmth. The temperature drops to unbearable lows, but the herd does not break. Their movement is slow, steady, unrelenting, like time itself. At night, they rest only briefly, huddled together for warmth. Steam rises from their bodies, creating a faint mist that glows under the moon. The sound of their breathing fills the silence, a slow, steady reminder of life enduring against the impossible. As spring approaches, the tundra begins to thaw. The snow softens, revealing the first shoots of grass and moss. The reindeer feed greedily, replenishing the energy spent on their journey. Calves grow stronger, their legs steadier, their coats thickening with new fur. The herd spreads across the plain, grazing, resting, rebuilding. It is a time of abundance, brief but vital. The camera lingers on a mother and her calf. She lowers her head to nudge it gently, encouraging it to stand. The calf stumbles, then takes its first confident steps, Around them, the herd graces quietly, the Arctic wind carrying the sound of life across the open space. For a moment, the world feels soft, kind, forgiving, but the cycle never pauses for long. The seasons shift again, and soon the call of migration returns. The reindeer begin to move southward once more, retracing the path of their ancestors. Their antlers, now heavy and sharp, mark the passage of time. Some will fall away as new ones grow, a reminder that even in repetition, there is renewal. The narrator's tone deepens, reflective. The reindeer's journey is more than migration. It is memory made flesh, the Earth's heartbeat expressed in movement. They walk the same routes their ancestors walked thousands of years ago, following rivers that no longer exist, crossing valleys carved by glaciers long gone. Their path is not just through space, but through time. As they travel, storms rise again, and the aurora returns, lighting their way across the endless snow. The green light ripples across their antlers, turning them into glowing crowns beneath the sky. The music swells, and the narrator continues. The reindeer remind us that survival is not conquest, but endurance. Not dominance, but persistence. To move forward, to continue despite the cold and the hunger, is the essence of life itself. When they finally reach their southern grounds, the herd slows. The air is warmer, the snow thinner. Here they will rest for a while, feed, give birth, and prepare for the next cycle. The calves born here will one day make the same journey, guided by instincts written into their bones, by a knowledge older than thought. The camera rises, showing the herd from above, stretching across the landscape like a living river. In the fading light, their bodies cast long shadows across the tundra, a moving mosaic of motion and stillness. The wind carries their scent across the plains, a signal to the wolves, the foxes, the eagles that the cycle continues. The narrator whispers, every year they walk the same path, through storm and silence, across ice and wind. They are the eternal travelers of the north, the keepers of the rhythm of the earth. Their journey is not a struggle, but a prayer, a hymn of movement offered to the land that sustains them. As the final dawn rises over the tundra, the camera focuses on a single reindeer standing atop a ridge, its antlers outlined by the rising sun. Steam curls from its nostrils, its breath mingling with the cold air. It turns its head toward the horizon, where the rest of the herd moves like mist across the plain. The light catches its fur, and for a moment, it shines like silver. The narrator concludes, voice deep and steady. The Arctic reindeer is more than a wanderer. It is a symbol of endurance, of connection, of the unbreakable bond between creature and earth. It teaches us that life is not meant to be still, that to survive is to move, to follow the path laid down by those who came before, and to leave footprints for those who will come after. The herd continues, fading into the distance, their silhouettes dissolving into the white horizon. The wind rises once more, erasing their tracks, but the journey goes on, unseen, eternal. In the frozen north, the reindeer walks not toward a destination, but within a circle without end. Guided by the pulse of the planet itself, it is the movement of life through time, the living memory of the cold. The soul of the tundra carried on 1,000 silent hooves. And so, beneath the endless sky, under the breath of the Arctic wind, the reindeer continue their journey, steadfast and free. Nomads of the frozen north, the Arctic Ocean is both cradle and grave, a realm of stillness and power where life endures beneath the weight of ice. Here, between worlds of air and water, dwells the Arctic seal, guardian of the frozen seas, a creature perfectly balanced between land and ocean, between light and shadow. It is both vulnerable and eternal, an embodiment of the quiet resilience that defines the North. In its eyes shines the calm of the deep, and in its breath, the rhythm of the ice. The camera glides low across the frozen expanse. Vast sheets of sea ice stretch to the horizon, broken only by narrow cracks, where dark water shimmers beneath. From these openings, a shape emerges. A seal rises to breathe, its sleek head glistening under the pale sun. Steam curls from its nostrils as it exhales, then inhales once more before slipping soundlessly back into the blue beneath. To live here is to move between two worlds, to know both the silence of the sea and the wind of the sky. The Arctic seal spends most of its life beneath the ice, navigating a labyrinth that changes daily. It knows the locations of breathing holes by heart, memorizing them as the ice shifts and reforms. In darkness and cold, it finds its way using a sense far beyond our comprehension, feeling vibrations, currents, and echoes that reveal the world around it. To a seal, the ocean is not an empty void, but a living map of sound and motion. Beneath the surface, light filters through in pale green ribbons, and the water glows with an ethereal calm. The seal glides through this world effortlessly, twisting and turning with a grace that belies its size. Its body is perfectly adapted for the cold. A thick layer of blubber insulates it against temperatures that would freeze most life in moments. Its blood carries oxygen with extraordinary efficiency, allowing it to remain underwater for over 20 minutes without surfacing. Every heartbeat is slow, deliberate, a rhythm tuned to survival. The narrator's voice deepens. The Arctic seal does not fight the cold. It becomes part of it. Its strength lies in surrender, in adapting so completely that the ice itself accepts it. This is the secret of survival in the North, not to conquer, but to belong. The seal hunts beneath the ice, chasing schools of fish that flash like silver lightning in the gloom. It moves with astonishing agility, twisting its body through narrow gaps, accelerating in sudden bursts to strike. Its whiskers, long and sensitive, detect the slightest disturbance in the water, allowing it to find prey even in total darkness. When it catches a fish, it eats quickly, wasting nothing. Every meal is a victory. Every breath, a continuation of life. Above the surface, danger is constant. Polar bears prowl the ice, waiting beside breathing holes for the faintest sign of movement. The seal knows this and approaches with infinite caution. It rises slowly, listening, sensing the vibration of footsteps above. If the bear is near, the seal waits, sometimes for hours, holding its breath in silence until the threat passes. Patience is survival. The moment the path is clear, it breaks through the surface, breathes deeply, then vanishes again into the safety of the water. In spring, when the ice softens and the sun returns, the seal's world transforms. The surface fractures into floating flows, and the water below comes alive with light. This is the season of birth. On a small patch of snow above a hidden den, a mother seal lies still. Beneath her, in a chamber carved into the snow, her pup takes its first breath. Its fur is white and soft, blending perfectly with the surrounding ice. It blinks at the brilliance of the world, unaware of the dangers that await. For the first weeks, the mother rarely leaves. She nurses her pup with milk so rich in fat that the newborn doubles its weight in days. The den shields them from wind and predators, but it is temporary. The Arctic never stays still, and the ice will soon break apart. Each day, the pup grows stronger, learning the texture of snow, the scent of the sea, the rhythm of its mother's voice. Their bond is silent yet profound, a connection older than time. The camera shifts underwater. The mother glides below the ice, gathering fish for herself, her body a shadow moving through light. She surfaces near the den, cautious, scanning for danger before emerging. The pup greets her with a soft call, and she responds with a low, rumbling tone that vibrates through the air like distant thunder. It is a conversation spoken in frequency and touch, one the wind cannot steal. But even in this moment of tenderness, the clock of the Arctic continues to turn. The ice begins to melt faster, the floes drift apart, and predators return. Polar bears roam more widely now, Desperate for food after the long winter, the mother seal knows she cannot protect her pup forever. The time has come for it to face the sea. The scene unfolds with solemn beauty. The pup approaches the edge of the ice, hesitant, sniffing the cold water. It looks back once, then dives. The camera follows as it sinks beneath the surface, its white fur glowing in the dim light. For a moment, it struggles, disoriented by the cold and weightlessness. But then instinct takes over. It moves forward, clumsy but determined. The mother swims beside it, guiding, teaching, watching. Together, they vanish into the blue. The narrator's tone softens. Every creature born in the Arctic must learn the same truth, that survival is not a gift, but a lesson written in movement. The seal's life is a cycle of breath and silence, of emergence and retreat. It teaches its young the art of balance, to exist between worlds, never fully of one or the other. Months later, the young seal will live on its own, drifting between the ice floes, hunting, resting, watching the sky through the cracks above. It will sing to the sea in low, haunting calls that travel for miles. Songs of memory, territory, and love. These calls are more than communication. They are echoes of the ocean's heart, the music of an ancient lineage carried through generations. The Arctic Ocean changes with the seasons, expanding and retreating like a living lung. When winter returns, the seal once again adapts. It thickens its coat, slows its pulse, and finds safety beneath the frozen surface. There, in the dim green light, life continues, unseen but unbroken. The camera pans wide, revealing the vastness of the polar sea. Icebergs drift like mountains, their undersides glowing turquoise beneath the water. Sunlight filters through cracks, scattering beams of gold that dance across the dark. A single seal swims through this cathedral of ice, its body gliding through columns of light. A solitary figure in a world of silence. The music swells, ethereal and haunting. The narrator's voice deepens, filled with reverence. The Arctic seal is not the strongest creature of the North, nor the fiercest, but it is among the most enduring. It survives through grace, through awareness, through harmony with a world that shows no mercy. It is both hunter and prey, teacher and student, ghost and guardian. As the camera moves closer, the seal rises to the surface once more, breaking through a thin sheet of ice. Its breath explodes in a burst of mist, catching the light like silver. It gazes across the horizon, where the aurora dances above and the ice glows from below. In that moment, it seems to embody the spirit of the Arctic itself, ancient, calm, and infinite. The voice of the narrator slows. The seal's life is a lesson written in stillness, a story of survival through surrender. It reminds us that strength does not always roar. Sometimes it breathes quietly beneath the surface, unseen but enduring. As the film nears its end, the camera drifts upward, rising above the sea. From above, the ice stretches in every direction, a mosaic of white and blue. Small, dark circles mark the seal's breathing holes, the gateways between worlds. One opens briefly, and a seal surfaces, exhales, and disappears once more. The ripples spread across the ice, fading into stillness. The narrator concludes, voice hushed and solemn. In the frozen north, where life clings to the edge of existence, the seal guards the threshold between air and sea. It is the guardian of the frozen deep, the keeper of the balance that binds the ocean to the ice. And though the Arctic may change, though the ice may melt and reform, the spirit of the seal will remain, swimming forever through the cold heart of the world. The music fades. The camera holds on the horizon, where the last light of the sun reflects across the water. The sea breathes. The earth listens. And beneath the ice, the guardian moves in silence, eternal and unbroken. The Arctic crown belongs to one creature alone. Across the kingdom of ice and silence, where wind sculpts mountains from snow, and the sea hides beneath a frozen veil, walks the monarch of the eternal ice, the polar bear. It moves with the authority of an empire and the patience of a ghost, a being shaped by hunger, solitude, and cold. Every step it takes leaves an imprint of power and grace, a reminder that here, at the roof of the world, life still bows to the will of the elements. The camera opens upon an endless expanse of white. The horizon is indistinguishable from the sky, a seamless realm of frost. A single figure moves across it, massive, yet silent. The polar bear, Ursus maritimus, the sea bear. Its fur, though pure white to the eye, is actually translucent, hollow hairs that scatter light and hide its true body beneath. Underneath lies skin as black as the deep ocean, drawing in every ray of warmth the sun will give. It is not merely adapted to the Arctic, it is the Arctic, flesh and spirit combined. The narrator's voice is low and steady. The polar bear is both hunter and ghost, ruler and prisoner. It dominates its realm, yet its realm is dying. In a place where survival demands perfection, it stands as the pinnacle of creation, but also the most fragile of kings. The bear moves with deliberate power. Its paws, broad and furred, distribute its weight across the thin ice. Each step measured, cautious, precise. It can smell prey from more than 20 miles away and swim for over 100 without rest. Its body is a machine of endurance, fueled by the smallest victories, yet those victories grow rarer with each passing year. Ahead, the bear stops, lifting its massive head to the wind. The scent of life carries faintly through the air, a seal beneath the ice. The bear lowers its body, pressing its ear to the frozen surface. Listening, beneath, the sea whispers with faint vibrations. Then, silence. The bear waits, motionless, a statue carved of frost. Minutes stretch into hours. The Arctic rewards patience, and the bear has nothing else to give. Finally, a faint sound. The seal rises to breathe. The bear explodes into motion, striking with lightning speed. The ice shatters. Water bursts upward, and for a heartbeat, the world is chaos. Then the bear lifts its prize from the sea. The hunt complete. It feeds quickly, devouring the rich fat that will sustain it for days. The rest it leaves for the foxes and gulls that linger in its wake. Even here, the cycle of life is absolute. The king eats, the scavengers follow, and the land endures. But power in the Arctic is never permanent. The bear must keep moving, for hunger never sleeps. It walks for days across the ice, guided by scent, memory, and instinct. It knows the taste of the wind, the texture of each drift, the weight of snow beneath its paws. Its solitude is total, yet not empty. The Arctic itself is its companion, a vast and living presence that speaks through the creak of ice and the hum of storms. The camera follows from above as the bear crosses a field of fractured ice. The floes shift and drift, groaning under their own weight. Beneath, the dark water waits. The bear pauses, calculating. It leaps across the cracks with effortless precision, a dancer in a world of death. It has no fear, for fear wastes energy. Survival here depends on stillness, calculation, control. The bear moves not through the Arctic, but with it. When spring returns, the sun climbs higher, and the ice begins to melt. The world that was once solid becomes a labyrinth of water and slush. The bear's kingdom is vanishing. It swims between floes, searching for seals, but the prey is gone. Hunger gnaws like a living thing inside it. Still, it presses on. The Arctic gives nothing freely, but the bear never asks. It endures, as it always has, far away. Another bear emerges from a snow cave, followed by two cubs. The mother has not eaten in months. She gave birth in the heart of winter, in a den carved deep into a drift, where the wind could not reach. There, in total darkness, her cubs were born blind, hairless, fragile as breath. She warmed them with her body, fed them with the last reserves of her strength. Now, as the sun returns, she leads them out into a world of light and danger. Each step she takes is measured, each breath careful. The cubs stumble behind her, their paws sinking into the snow. Their journey begins with hunger and hope. The narrator's tone softens. The mother's love is silent, but absolute. In a world that knows no mercy, she gives everything she has, carrying within her the continuity of life. She will teach them to walk, to swim, to hunt, but not all will survive. The Arctic allows no weakness. The mother hunts tirelessly, crossing miles of ice in search of food. When she finds a seal's den, she waits, listening for the faintest movement beneath the snow. Her cubs sit beside her, mimicking her stillness, learning the art of patience. Hours pass. Then suddenly, she strikes, collapsing the snow and dragging the seal to the surface. The cubs rush forward, their faces smeared with life, learning through instinct and imitation. For a few days, the family will eat. For a few days, they will rest. The seasons turn again. The cubs grow, their strength rising with each hunt. But the ice grows thinner each year, breaking earlier, melting faster. The mother must travel farther and farther between meals, swimming for miles to find solid ground. The cubs cling to her back, exhausted as she pushes through the frigid water. Her breath grows shallow, her strength fading. Yet she continues, because to stop is to surrender. The narrator's voice deepens, filled with weight. In every struggle, there is beauty. In every act of endurance, there is grace. The polar bear's life is not a tale of cruelty, but of devotion, a reflection of the will to live that binds all creatures of the Arctic. When night returns and the sun vanishes once more, the Arctic becomes a world of blue and silver. The aurora stretches across the sky, shimmering over the ice. The mother and her cubs find shelter among frozen ridges. The stars, reflecting in their eyes. The wind moans like a song from another age. In this silence, they rest. The cubs pressed against her warmth, the vast emptiness of the world wrapped around them like a shroud. Time passes. The cubs grow into hunters, their instincts sharpened by hardship. The mother, older now, slows. Her body bears the scars of survival, her fur marked by the years. One day, she will stop walking, and the snow will cover her, as it covers all. But her legacy will continue in the strength of her young. In the memory of her tracks across the ice, the camera pulls back, showing the immensity of the Arctic. Icebergs drift through the pale water, glaciers crack like thunder, and above it all, the bear moves on, solitary, eternal. The narrator's voice becomes almost a whisper. The polar bear is the embodiment of the North, magnificent and doomed, a ruler whose throne melts beneath its feet. Its story is not one of tragedy, but of truth. The Arctic changes, as all things must, and even kings must bow to time. In the modern world, the bear's image has become a symbol, a warning, a reflection of our own fragility. Yet in the wild, it knows nothing of this. It walks the ice as its ancestors did, feeling the wind, smelling the sea, listening for life beneath the surface. It is not aware that its empire fades, only that the hunt continues. In that persistence lies purity, the essence of what it means to live. The camera draws near for the final moment. A lone bear stands on a melting floe, surrounded by water that mirrors the sky. The sun hovers low, turning the sea to gold. The bear lifts its head, sniffing the air, searching for scent, for direction, for purpose. Around it, the world breathes. The ice cracks, the water laps, the wind whispers. The bear stands unmoving, a silhouette of strength and solitude against the dying light. The narrator concludes in a voice both somber and reverent. At the top of the world, where the horizon has no end and the sun never truly sets, walks the last monarch of the ice. It reigns not through conquest, but through endurance, not through fear, but through presence. The polar bear is the soul of the Arctic, the living memory of a frozen earth. As long as it walks, the North endures. The camera rises, The music swells. The world fades into white. The wind carries the echo of its steps, vanishing into the silence from which all life began. And somewhere beyond the edge of sight, the bear continues its journey, patient, powerful, eternal, the monarch of the eternal ice. The Arctic is dying, and yet it is alive. It is melting, and yet it endures. It is vanishing before our eyes, and yet its spirit remains, vast and infinite, echoing across ice, wind, and water. The last light of the Arctic does not fade like fire, but burns slowly, softly, eternally. A whisper of creation still breathing beneath the frost. This is not an ending, but a transformation, a passage between what was and what will be. The camera rises over the frozen ocean. The horizon stretches unbroken. The sky, a pale veil of gold and blue beneath the surface. Whales move through pillars of light, their songs carrying across miles of open sea. Above, a single polar bear walks along the edge of a collapsing floe, its reflection shimmering in the dark water. A flock of Arctic terns sweeps across the wind, tracing the same routes their ancestors flew 1,000 years before. Life continues, fragile and defiant. As the ice cracks beneath it, the narrator's voice is calm, reverent. The Arctic is not a place, it is a pulse, a heartbeat that connects every living thing to the breath of the earth. It is the mirror of our planet's soul, showing us not what we wish to see, but what we are. Here, every gust of wind carries memory, every drop of water holds time. The ice groans as the sun rises higher, the sea reflecting light like molten glass. A pod of belugas glides beneath the surface, their white bodies glowing like spirits in the green water. Their calls echo like laughter, rising through the cracks in the ice. Near them, a young seal surfaces to breathe, its whiskers glistening. Above, an Arctic fox darts across the snow, its fur gleaming silver in the sun. Each life is a thread, woven into the tapestry of survival. The film slows. The camera follows the movement of the light, tracing the journey of the sun as it sweeps across the sky. Days blend into nights that never truly fall. The Arctic lives in a circle of time without beginning or end. Its rhythm set by the tilt of the earth, by gravity, by light. The narrator whispers, "This is the song of the planet, the deep, slow music of existence." Every glacier, every storm, every creature moves to its rhythm, whether it knows it or not. In the distance, icebergs drift, ancient as mountains, carrying secrets trapped for millennia. Within their frozen cores lie bubbles of ancient air, whispers of a world before us. As they melt, they release those memories back into the atmosphere, merging past and present. The Arctic is not just the world's beginning, it is also its archive. Its ice holds the handwriting of time itself. The camera descends beneath the waves. The ocean glows with bioluminescent light, flickers of blue and green swirling like galaxies. Jellyfish drift through the dark, delicate and translucent, their slow movements hypnotic. Fish flash silver in the distance, their scales reflecting the faint light of the sun far above. A narwhal passes through the frame, its spiraled tusk gleaming like a blade of light. In this underwater cathedral, sound replaces sight, and silence becomes sacred. The narrator's voice deepens. Life in the Arctic has always been defined by contrast, by the tension between abundance and absence, between creation and decay. Here, death is never an ending, but a return. The snow absorbs the fallen, the sea reclaims the lost, and the cycle continues. Even as the ice retreats, new forms of life emerge. The planet reshapes itself, as it always has. The scene shifts. The reindeer move once more across the tundra, their hooves striking the thawing ground. Above them, the snowy owl glides silently, wings stretched wide. The musk ox grazes in the distance, its shaggy coat shimmering in the golden light of late summer. The lynx watches from the shadows of a birch grove, patient and unseen. All the creatures of the north, once scattered across time and season, now converge in one final tableau, a chorus of survival. As the sun dips low, the aurora begins to rise. Green, violet, and blue ribbons of light weave across the sky, reflected in the eyes of every living thing below. The music swells. The narrator speaks again, softer now, almost as if speaking to the wind. The Arctic is more than ice. It is memory made visible, the soul of water caught between the sky and the deep. To lose it is to lose a language, a song that the earth has sung for millions of years. But even as the ice melts, the song continues, changing, adapting, finding new ways to be heard. The film cuts to the polar night. The sun disappears, and the stars emerge in full glory. Brighter here than anywhere else on Earth, the Milky Way stretches across the heavens, a river of light mirroring the frozen rivers below. The camera moves slowly across the landscape. In the distance, a lone wolf howls, the sound carrying through the still air. It is answered by another, and another, until the silence of the Arctic becomes a symphony of echoes. The narrator pauses, then continues, "The Arctic does not end with us. It existed long before our memory, and it will exist long after. It has no need for witness, no desire for mercy. It is a reminder that beauty and impermanence are one and the same, what we call loss. Nature calls transformation." The camera now focuses on a sheet of ice breaking apart, sunlight shining through its fractures. The water below ripples with life, plankton blooming in radiant color. Whales feed on the abundance, their massive shapes moving gracefully beneath the surface. The camera follows one whale as it ascends slowly, its eye reflecting the light. When it breaches, the world seems to stop. Water cascades from its back, glowing like liquid glass. The sound of its exhale fills the air, a deep and resonant sigh. The voice of the ocean itself. The narrator's tone grows reverent. The Arctic teaches us that strength and fragility are not opposites, but partners. The ice that cracks is the same ice that shelters life. The cold that kills is the same cold that preserves. Every ending is also a beginning. The bear, the seal, the owl, the fox, the whale, all are part of a single story written across the face of the earth. The story of endurance. As the final sequence begins, the light changes. The sun dips low, painting the snow in hues of amber and rose. The wind slows. The sea stills. For a moment, the entire Arctic seems to hold its breath. The music softens to a single note, and the narrator whispers, "This is the last light of the Arctic, the glow that lingers before the dark, the final breath before the world turns again." The camera rises higher and higher until the curve of the Earth becomes visible. The Arctic gleams like a jewel at the top of the world, glowing faintly against the shadowed oceans below. Clouds swirl in slow motion, and the aurora dances one last time, like a farewell from the heavens. The narrator concludes, voice low and filled with grace. The Arctic is not vanishing, it is changing, evolving, teaching. It reminds us that all things move in cycles, that even the coldest heart holds fire, that even silence speaks. The world does not mourn itself, it transforms. And so the ice will melt, the sea will rise, and new life will bloom where old life fades. The spirit of the North will remain, not in the ice, not in the wind, but in the memory of the earth, in the rhythm of the tides, in the breath of every creature that has ever lived. The music rises to its final crescendo. The camera fades to white. In the last moment, only a voice remains. Soft, distant, eternal. Even when the ice is gone, the light will remember. And somewhere, beneath the waves, the Arctic still breathes. The ice does not die. It dreams, even as it melts, even as it fades into the sea. It remembers the weight of 1,000 winters, the silence of stars that once burned over frozen plains. The Arctic breathes differently now, The air tastes of salt instead of frost, and the ocean that once slept beneath its prison of ice begins to stir. In this awakening, something ancient returns, not as memory, but as motion. The world begins again. The camera sweeps low across the water. The icebergs drift apart like continents reborn, their undersides glowing blue as fire beneath the surface. Waves lap at their edges, gentle at first, then growing stronger, alive with energy that has waited for centuries. Beneath them, the sea swells with color, teeming with life that had lain dormant through the age of cold. Plankton bloom in radiant spirals, filling the water with light. Fish return in shimmering schools, moving as if guided by a rhythm older than the moon. The Arctic, once silent, begins to hum. The narrator's voice flows like tide. The sea is not mourning the ice. It is celebrating it. For every drop that melts is a story released, a memory freed into motion. The Arctic Ocean is waking, and in its heartbeat, the planet feels alive again. Whales return to these waters, their songs deep and resonant, carrying through the vast expanse like hymns to a newborn world. Their voices blend with the crack of distant glaciers, the whisper of waves, the rhythm of wind. Together, they form the first music of a new age. The bowhead whale breaches, its massive body glistening in the sun, a monument to endurance. It has lived through the centuries of ice and now swims through the dawn of warmth, ancient and eternal. The camera follows the currents beneath the surface. There, the true transformation unfolds. Microbes that once slept in the frozen deep now awaken, feeding on minerals released by melting ice. Their growth feeds plankton, which in turn feeds fish, seals, whales, and birds. A chain of life reweaves itself, thread by thread, in perfect balance. From death comes nourishment. From ending comes renewal. The narrator's tone deepens. This is how the world heals, not through sudden change, but through quiet persistence. Nature does not rebuild with haste. It breathes, waits, and moves in circles. The ice melts into water. The water feeds the world. And one day, the cold will return. The film slows to a vision of the shoreline, where ice meets land. The tundra that once lay buried begins to thaw. Moss spreads like emerald fire, and flowers bloom in clusters of violet and gold. The air fills with the hum of insects, the cries of birds returning to nest. Arctic foxes prowl the ridges, their fur shifting from white to brown with the seasons. The land, long silent, begins to speak again. The narrator whispers, "The Arctic has not vanished. It has changed its language. It speaks now in water and wind, in growth and sound. It remembers everything. Above the waves, the sky reflects on the surface like a mirror. Clouds drift low, heavy with rain instead of snow. The first storm of the new era arrives, and it does not freeze, it nourishes. Rain falls onto the open sea, drops mingling with the meltwater, and the surface ripples with rebirth. The ocean shimmers, as if recognizing itself anew. The camera dives once more into the depths, revealing coral slowly beginning to form along submerged ridges. Color seeps back into the world, faint at first, then vibrant. Sea anemones, jellyfish, and crustaceans explore these new foundations, colonizing what was once frozen wasteland. The ocean does not forget where the ice once lay. It builds upon it, far in the distance. The last remnants of the great glaciers stand like temples, eroded but magnificent. The narrator speaks softly. These are not ruins. They are monuments to endurance, reminders that even the strongest must yield so that life may continue. The light begins to shift. The sun dips low, scattering gold across the waves. Whales breach again, dolphins leap beside them, and seabirds dive into the water, wings cutting through the air like blades of light. The Arctic breathes in unison, every sound, every movement, part of a greater harmony. It is no longer the kingdom of silence, but of song. The camera ascends above the sea. From this height, the ocean appears as one living organism, veins of current, glowing faintly beneath the surface. The narrator's tone rises. The earth is remembering how to move, how to feel, how to sing. The melting of the Arctic is not an end, but a return to rhythm, a reminder that all things flow, all things change, and yet the spirit remains unbroken. As night approaches, the sea glows faintly with bioluminescence. Waves roll softly against the remnants of the ice, each crest shining like a pulse of light. The stars above reflect below, sky and ocean blending until they are one. In that reflection lies truth that the Arctic was never just a place, but a soul, one that now lives in every drop of water it left behind. The narrator's voice becomes a whisper. The ice is dreaming still. Its memories drift with the tides, whispering to coral reefs, to distant shores, to every corner of the earth. The Arctic has gone nowhere. It flows through us, through the rivers we drink, the clouds we see, the rain that falls upon our faces. The camera fades slowly into the horizon. The last iceberg glows faintly in the distance, melting beneath the crimson sky. The water around it ripples with color, reflecting both the past and the promise of tomorrow. The narrator concludes in a tone both somber and hopeful. When the ice begins to dream, the world remembers its beginning. It learns that endings are never endings at all, only transformations in disguise. The Arctic's final breath becomes the ocean's first, and the circle turns once more. The music rises, soft and eternal. The screen fades to blue, the color of memory, the color of life reborn. The ocean sighs, the wind carries the sound, and in that endless hum of motion, the Arctic lives again. When the ice gave way to water, and the water rose to meet the light, the sky awoke. It had watched for ages in silence, heavy with clouds of frost and storms of snow, waiting for the world below to breathe again. Now, as the sun climbs higher each day, the Arctic sky opens, vast and endless, filled with motion. Wind sweeps across the melting plains, carrying whispers of salt and warmth. And from the horizon, wings begin to stir. The first cry of a bird cuts through the stillness, a sound that breaks centuries of quiet. It is the sound of return. The camera soars through the new air. Above the tundra, flocks of snow geese move in perfect symmetry, white bodies flashing silver in the sun. They rise from the wetlands, their calls echoing across the valleys, a chorus of life reborn. Each wing beat is a heartbeat, each flight a testament to the power of instinct and memory. For these birds, migration is not travel, it is remembrance. They follow invisible paths written in the stars, returning to the same grounds where their ancestors once nested under glaciers, now gone. The narrator's voice flows like wind through open sky. The air is no longer the silence of winter, but the song of motion. The Arctic has become a realm of wings. From the cliffs and coasts, puffins, terns, and guillemots fill the air with sound and color. The sky, once a pale mirror to the ice, now glows with life. On the shore, Arctic terns prepare for their journey. They will fly farther than any other creature on Earth, from pole to pole, chasing the sun across seasons. Their wings carve lines across the clouds, a reminder that even in a world of change, purpose endures. The camera follows them as they take flight, cutting through the wind, rising into the blinding light. Their journey is endless, a thread that ties both ends of the world together. The narrator's tone deepens. The wind is their guide, their map, their memory. Born from the warmth of the earth and the chill of the sea, it speaks a language older than sound. It shapes the world below, carrying seeds from one land to another, sculpting dunes, carving mountains, spreading life where none was before. The wind is the first artist of the planet, and the sky, its endless canvas. As the day stretches, the light grows softer, golden and fast. Clouds drift low, their shadows painting the ground in slow waves. In the distance, a storm begins to form, dark and heavy. Lightning flickers inside it like veins of fire. The camera glides through the heart of it, revealing swirls of vapor and ice. The endless dance of chaos and beauty. The narrator whispers, "This is the breath of the North, the living pulse of change." Every storm is a lesson in creation. Every gust, a reminder that even destruction feeds life. The storm passes, and the world glows again. Rain falls in silver threads, kissing the surface of the sea, awakening new growth along the shore. The air is thick with scent salt, moss, and the sharp sweetness of flowers that bloom for only a moment before the frost returns. Bees hum through the air, their wings shimmering in the sunlight. In this fragile balance, every creature becomes a messenger of renewal. High above, the Arctic falcon circles, its eyes sharp, its movements silent. It dives, cutting through air like an arrow, striking with precision born of generations. The falcon is the sky's predator, the balance to the abundance below. Its hunt is a ritual, swift, efficient, without cruelty. Life in the Arctic sky is not chaos, but rhythm, a balance between flight and fall, between hunger and grace. The narrator's voice grows solemn. Every creature born beneath this sky carries a fragment of the Arctic's soul. The fox that leaps across the snow, the seal that surfaces to breathe, the whale that sings beneath the waves, all move to the same invisible song. The birds are its chorus, the wind, its melody. Together, they tell the story of a world remade by loss and light. As the seasons turn, the sky changes once more. The endless daylight fades, and twilight spreads across the horizon. The sun hovers low, casting long shadows over the water. Migratory birds gather once more, filling the air with sound and motion. Their wings catch the golden light, creating patterns that shimmer like waves in the air. They will soon depart, returning south before the cold returns. Yet their departure is not sorrow. It is promise. They will come again, as they always have. The narrator speaks softly. The Arctic teaches that nothing is ever truly gone. It only changes form. The ice becomes water. The water becomes wind. The wind becomes flight. Even the sky remembers. It carries within it the breath of every creature that ever lived beneath its clouds. The camera follows a single feather drifting through the air. It falls slowly, carried by invisible currents, turning, gliding, finally landing on a pool of still water. The reflection of the sky shimmers in its surface, and the feather floats, trembling slightly in the breeze. The narrator continues, "To the world, it is nothing. To the Arctic, it is everything. A fragment of motion, a symbol of continuity." Night comes softly, not as darkness, but as blue. The first stars appear, faint and trembling. The wind slows, the air cools, and the last calls of the birds fade into silence. The sky, once alive with movement, becomes still again. But this stillness is not the end. It is the breath before the next flight. The Arctic sleeps, but the wind does not. It continues to move, invisible and eternal, carrying the promise of return. The camera rises higher, revealing the full curve of the Earth. The northern lights begin to bloom across the horizon, painting the darkness with ribbons of green and violet. The aurora dances like fire, its waves echoing the wings that once filled the sky. It is as if the souls of every bird, every storm, every breath of wind have gathered to write their story across the night. The narrator's tone turns reverent. The Arctic sky is no longer a ceiling of ice and shadow. It is a bridge between worlds, between the past that froze and the future that flies. Its children, the terns, the falcons, the geese are the carriers of its memory. Through them, the North still moves, still speaks, still sings. As dawn returns, the wind rises once more. The camera follows its path across the ocean, through drifting fog and shards of sunlight, past cliffs and waves and valleys reborn. The wind carries the scent of salt, the sound of wings, the promise of life. It moves endlessly, touching everything, binding land and sea and sky together. The narrator concludes, in a voice soft and timeless. The new sky was born from the old silence, shaped by loss, but filled with light. Its wind carries the voices of the Arctic, whispering through every breeze on Earth. We may not hear it, but it touches us still, in the rustle of trees, in the flight of birds, in the quiet between storms. And so, the Arctic breathes through the sky it left behind, eternal, invisible, alive. Its children of wind and feather roam the world, reminding us that even the coldest dawn gives birth to flight. The music swells one last time. The camera fades to the horizon, where light and cloud become one, and the wind moves forever on, carrying the dreams of the Arctic into the endless blue. The snow remembers, even when it has melted, even when it has fallen into the sea and vanished beneath the waves. It remembers what it once was. Every crystal carries a memory, every flake a story. The snow has seen the world born and broken, frozen and remade. It has fallen on mammoths and men, on mountains and oceans, on the quiet heart of the earth itself. And though it fades each spring, it never truly dies. It waits, silent and patient, for the cold to call it home again. The camera opens on the tundra, vast and still. The sun hangs low, its light filtered through mist and drifting cloud. A faint wind stirs, carrying whispers of ice. Slowly, the first flakes begin to fall. They are small at first, fragile, uncertain, but as they descend, the air fills with millions more. The ground that was once green and wet begins to turn white again. The snow returns, not as an invader, but as a memory made visible. The narrator's voice is soft, reverent. The snow is not the past. It is the language of time, the voice through which the earth remembers itself. Each winter, it writes again upon the world, covering what was, preparing what will be. It is the pause between breaths, the silence before renewal. The flakes drift downward in endless spirals, each one unique, each one perfect. They fall upon the ocean, the mountains, the backs of reindeer moving south, the wings of birds still lingering beneath the clouds. They fall upon the remains of icebergs melting into the sea, upon the bones of glaciers sleeping beneath the waves. And everywhere they land, they whisper the same truth. Nothing is lost. Beneath the falling snow, the Arctic changes once more. The waters slow, the land cools, the world exhales. Moss and grass bend under the new frost. Frozen dew, glinting like stars across the tundra. Seals return to thicker ice, carving dens in the snow to give birth again. The polar bear roams the frozen sea, its breath rising in silver clouds. It hunts not only for survival, but for the memory of what it once was. A monarch walking through silence. The narrator continues, his tone deepening with awe. This is not the return of the old world. It is its continuation. The snow falls not to reclaim, but to remind. It is the keeper of balance, the eternal witness. The warmth will come again, and it will go again, and through it all, the snow will fall, marking the rhythm of the Earth's great heart. The camera glides across the ice. Beneath the surface, frozen air bubbles shimmer like captured time. Each one holds ancient breath, whispers from thousands of years ago, trapped in crystal. The snow that falls today carries echoes of that same air. It is a cycle too vast for minds to grasp, too simple to deny. The Arctic breathes in centuries, not seasons. A lone wolf appears on the horizon, its fur thick and pale. It moves through the falling snow with purpose, leaving a trail of prints that vanish almost as soon as they are made. It pauses, raises its head, and howls, a single sound that pierces the wind, echoing through the emptiness. For a moment, the world seems to listen. The howl fades, and snow fills the space where it was. As if swallowing time itself, the narrator's voice softens, The snow does not fear silence. It lives within it, in the stillness. It grows, it gathers, it transforms. It is the most fragile of things, and yet it has endured for longer than mountains. Its memory is the planet's memory. Its fall, the rhythm of eternity. The film slows. The camera focuses on a single snowflake, resting on the fur of a sleeping fox. Its crystalline shape glows faintly in the light, reflecting a miniature world within its form. Then it melts, absorbed into warmth. The narrator whispers, "Memory is not meant to last forever. It is meant to return." In the distance, the aurora shimmers once more, faint but steady, painting the sky in green and violet. The lights reflect off the snow, turning the land into a sea of shifting color. Every flake becomes a mirror, every shadow a ripple. The Arctic glows, as it did in ages past, alive with the same light that once illuminated the birth of the Earth. The snow deepens. The camera dives into its layers, revealing a hidden universe beneath the surface. Tiny air pockets shimmer like stars. Threads of frost connect crystals together in intricate webs. Within these spaces, life persists: microbes, sleeping, waiting, dreaming. They are the oldest of the Arctic's children, born before the ice, surviving after it. Their dreams will seed the next age. The narrator's voice deepens. Beneath the snow, time sleeps. Beneath the snow, the world prepares. It is not death that the cold brings, but patience. The Arctic understands what we forget, that stillness is not the absence of motion, but the gathering of it. The camera pans upward. The storm has passed. The land lies covered in white, pure and silent. The sun emerges, pale and distant, casting long shadows across the ice. Each shadow stretches like memory, reaching toward the horizon. The snow sparkles under its light, alive and awake. From the cliffs, an owl rises, wings wide, silent as thought. It glides over the frozen land, the embodiment of grace and endurance. Its golden eyes reflect the light, its feathers blending with the snow. Below, foxes move through the drifts, seals surface to breathe, and whales sing beneath the frozen sea. The Arctic is whole again, for a moment suspended in perfection. The narrator's tone grows softer, as though speaking to the world itself. This is the Arctic's promise that even in change, there is return. The cold may fade, the ice may melt, but memory will always find its way home. The snow will fall again, the world will rest again, and from that rest, life will rise once more. The camera drifts higher, above the horizon, showing the curve of the planet. White spirals of cloud twist above the poles, mirroring the swirl of snow below. The Earth spins slowly, its surface shimmering with light. The narrator continues. To the stars, the Arctic is a flicker, a heartbeat, a brief flash of blue and white against infinity. But to the Earth, it is the soul, the still point around which all things turn. The wind rises one final time. It lifts snow from the ground, swirling it into the air. The flakes dance, suspended between earth and sky, between being and becoming. The music swells, gentle yet fast. The narrator whispers the final words. The snow remembers the first dawn, when light touched the frozen sea. It remembers the warmth that came after, and the silence that followed. It remembers the creatures that walked and flew and swam, the voices that sang, and the shadows that fell. It remembers everything, because it was there for all of it. And when it falls again, as it always will, the world will remember too. The camera fades to white, the sound of wind fading to silence. For a moment, there is nothing but light. Then, faintly, the sound of a single snowflake landing, a whisper, a heartbeat. The beginning again. The screen goes dark, and the final words appear. The Arctic never ends. It only dreams.
In the frozen silence of the far north, a breath of life begins where logic says it should end. The wind razors across a white horizon, and yet tiny hearts learn their first rhythms against the glassy cold. Small footprints stitch the snow like careful handwriting. And in burrows cut into frost, the whisper of hunger becomes the first lesson of courage. This is the cradle of the Arctic, where childhood is not a season, but a trial. Where every hour is earned, and every mistake is punished by weather. A polar bear mother rises with the dawnless light, and two trembling cubs lean into her shadow. Their steps uncertain on the drift, yet guided by a map written in scent and muscle and memory. Above the sea, a ring of ice sighs as water breathes. Below the crust, a seal pup waits for the sound that means return. The soft scrape of a mother rising through a narrow throat of air to feed the promise she left hidden. In the fox den, the world is warmth and milk and the softness of fur. Gray kits pressed together like sparks banked in ash. Their eyes opening to a pale day that may break them or bless them. When they stumble into the open, the tundra is an ocean of quiet, and everything moves against them. Cold. Hunger. The pale shadow of an owl that owns the silence. But the mother teaches a rule that outlives storms. Listen before you leap. Measure before you move. Learn the wind like a second skin. On the shore, flows drift and tilt, and the lesson, there is patience. A bear waits at a hole no wider than a handspan for hours that become days. The cubs watch the stillness and discover that power is often the art of not moving. In the forests where spruce stand, like black needles against milk sky, a lynx writes her signature in the powder. Paws broad as snowshoes. The kittens absorb the grammar of stealth. Weight forward. Breath shallow. Strike once and do not miss. This is a country where childhood is apprenticeship, where mothers are tutors in an academy of weather and hunger and light. The aurora unrolls a green script across the dark, and the young read it as if it were a clock. The season will turn. The ice will crack. The sun will vanish and then return. Fear learns to share a body with curiosity, and curiosity grows into skill. The fox kit changes coat and vanishes into winter. An act of magic repeated by ancestry. The seal pup learns the doorways between worlds. Snow above. Sea below. Breath as passport. The wolf pup hears a chorus rise along the edge of night and understands that family is not comfort alone, but geometry and duty. Circles formed against danger. Voices braided across distance. Across all of this, the cold remains without malice. It does not hate. It does not forgive. It only asks the same question of every living thing. Are you prepared? The smallest answer, yes, becomes a heartbeat louder than the wind. The first hunt succeeds. The first crossing holds. The first storm is survived. and with each small triumph, the fragile become fearless. The cub becomes a shadow across blue ice. The kit becomes a white idea moving through white light. The pup becomes a runner cut from moon frost. And the Arctic reveals its secret, that it is not merely a kingdom of cold. It is a school of resilience. A place where love is logistics and devotion is geometry. Where mothers teach the math of calories and distance and risk. Where play is rehearsal and failure is tuition and the diploma is another dawn. Life here does not ask to be admired. It asks to be worthy. Beneath the auroras and the long night, the youngest write the oldest story with their breath. A story that says the world is harsh and holy at once. That tenderness can live inside endurance. That even where the sun forgets to rise, the will to live will lift its own light. And in that light, the wild childhoods of the Arctic step forward. Small, bright, unafraid. Across the frozen wilderness of the Arctic, where blizzards erase the horizon and the sea turns to endless sheets of ice, one creature reigns supreme: the polar bear, the silent king of the North. It is not born to rule through conquest, but through endurance, shaped by hunger, solitude, and an eternal conversation with the cold. A full-grown male can weigh more than 600 kilograms. Yet he moves with a grace that defies his size. His massive paws spreading his weight like snowshoes so he may cross the thinnest ice. His fur translucent, not white, catching and bending the light of the frozen sun until he becomes the landscape itself. Beneath that coat lies a fortress of blubber and muscle. A living insulation against a world that punishes weakness. Every step he takes writes a line of history across the snow. A record that will vanish with the next storm, but remain forever in the rhythm of survival. Hunger is his compass. He follows it across frozen seas and shifting ice fields, guided by a sense older than memory, toward the breath of a seal somewhere beneath the crust. Here, patience is not a virtue. It is a weapon. He waits motionless by a breathing hole for hours, sometimes days. His body, a statue of waiting. His mind, a single pulse of focus. Then, in a heartbeat, the stillness breaks. An explosion of power. Claws striking. Water surging. And the hunt is over before the echo fades. Each meal is victory over the impossible. Nourishment against a world designed to starve. But his story is not only one of strength, it is also of inheritance. The mother bear. Fierce and tireless. carries the future of her kind across a labyrinth of ice that never stops moving. Her cubs follow, clumsy and wide-eyed, their paws sinking into soft drifts as she teaches them the arithmetic of survival. How to read the wind, how to test the ice, how to wait for prey without losing hope. They are born in darkness, nursed in a den carved from snow. And when they finally emerge into the blinding white, the world greets them with silence, so complete it feels like awe. She teaches them that the Arctic offers no mercy, only lessons. To endure, one must learn to listen to the voice of the ice and trust what cannot be seen. Some bears travel hundreds of kilometers across broken flows, following currents and scent trails invisible to any human map. Others swim for days through freezing seas, their fur slick with brine, their eyes steady on a horizon that never seems closer. These odysseys are acts of faith, of memory, of instinct. They remind us that even at the top of the world, life is always moving, adapting, evolving. Yet, even kings can bleed. Even empires of ice can melt. The polar bear's kingdom, once endless, now cracks beneath its feet. The ice retreats earlier each year. The seals vanish into deeper waters, and the great hunters are forced to travel farther, risk more, hunger longer. To see a polar bear in its element is to feel both awe and sorrow. It is to stand before nature's perfection, knowing it trembles on the edge of change. His silence is not emptiness. It is language, an old truth spoken without words. That survival is not dominance but balance. He is the Arctic's mirror, showing us both its strength and its fragility. Beneath the aurora's light, his breath rises in clouds that glow like spirits. A reminder that all power comes with cost. The polar bear is more than predator, more than symbol. He is a question carved into ice, asking what happens when the cold itself begins to die. When the sea no longer freezes, when the prey disappears, when the ancient trails are lost to open water, where does the king go? His reign depends not on crown or conquest, but on the existence of ice itself. And the ice is vanishing, yet he endures, not as ruler of others, but as guardian of persistence, a sentinel of what remains wild in the human soul. To know him is to understand the Arctic itself, its silence, its fury, its grace, He moves like a ghost across the white horizon. Unseen, yet eternal. His footprints leading not to victory but to survival. And when the wind sweeps those tracks away, what remains is his legacy. The whisper that in the coldest places, life still dares to live, still dares to dream. The silent king stands upon his shrinking throne, bathed in the ghostlight of the north, a living testament that even as the world warms, the spirit of the Arctic will not bow. It will wait, patient and pure, for the cold to return. Beneath the frozen breath of the Arctic Ocean, through black waters colder than stone, a shadow glides with power and purpose. This is the orca, the ocean's apex hunter, a creature of intelligence, family, and mastery. More than predator, it is the embodiment of balance in motion. Its skin, black and white as night and ice, flashes beneath the surf like a living symbol. Its dorsal fin towering, slicing the sea like a blade of discipline. Despite its name, the killer whale is not a whale at all, but the largest member of the dolphin family. A paradox of strength and grace, predator and philosopher. At up to 9 meters long and 6 tons in weight, the orca moves as if it were made of water itself, each motion seamless, deliberate, composed. Its world is sound, a language of clicks, whistles, and calls that travel for miles through the deep. Every note a message, a bond, a history. Within a pod, this society thrives a matriarchal order where wisdom passes through generations, where young learn not just to hunt, but to remember, to listen, to belong. Each pod speaks in dialects all its own, words of water and echo that no other can fully understand. This is culture beneath the waves, invisible yet enduring. A civilization as old as the ice above. When orcas hunt, they do so not with frenzy but with choreography. A ring of black and white shadows closes around a school of fish, shaping the current into a trap. In polar seas, they strike the ice with their tails, sending waves that wash seals into the sea. In warmer waters, they cooperate to separate calves from giant whales, each movement timed, calculated, shared through unseen command. It is intelligence at work, cooperation refined through centuries, a perfection honed by survival. Every success is shared, every failure remembered. For knowledge is the orca's inheritance. Yet their world is not only one of hunt and hunger, it is one of song and kinship. Mothers guide their young for decades. Grandmothers lead pods through seasons and storms, teaching paths that stretch from the Arctic to the Antarctic. A journey of 70,000 kilometers in the endless rhythm of migration. These voyagers chase summer itself, crossing hemispheres as easily as breath. And everywhere they go, the ocean shifts, alive beneath their passage. To see an orca rise from the deep is to witness poetry in motion, a creature built by precision, forged by harmony, balanced between instinct and intellect. Its gaze is sharp, curious, almost human, as if it carries questions too deep for words. Divers who meet that stare often describe it as recognition, as though the ocean itself were looking back. The orca does not merely exist within the sea. It defines the sea, maintaining its order by pruning the weak and preserving the strong. But even these masters face shadows now. Pollution clouds the depths. Toxins weave through the food chain. Fish vanish where they once swarmed. Engines hum. Sonar screams. And the orca's songs are lost in noise. Some pods dwindle, their voices fading like forgotten languages, their routes broken by warmth, their prey scattered. The hunter that once ruled every sea now hunts in silence for survival itself. And still they endure. For the orca is not only a killer, it is a keeper, a guardian of rhythm and intelligence. It reminds us that strength without harmony is chaos, that survival without culture is emptiness. When an orca leaps from the waves, breaking through the surface into light, it carries with it an ancient truth that the ocean remembers. That balance is not power, but connection. As the auroras flicker across the Arctic sky and reflect in the restless sea, the orcas move below like dark comets, glowing with life against the cold abyss. Their calls ripple through the water, a hymn of persistence, a prayer for continuity. And in those echoes lies a warning and a wonder the sea will outlast us all. But the song of the orca asks whether we will still be listening. For as long as they swim, the world still has harmony. And as long as their voice endures, the ocean still has a soul. Across the shifting pack ice of the Arctic, where the sea breathes with the rhythm of the tides and cracks thunder like distant drums. A vast and ancient creature rises from the mist. The walrus, guardian of the frozen shores. A symbol of endurance in a world sculpted by cold and silence. Its form is immense. Its skin wrinkled and scarred by time. Its tusks like carved ivory spears that gleam against the pale horizon. To the unknowing eye, it may seem clumsy, a giant adrift on ice. But beneath that rough surface lies a design perfected through ages of survival. A balance of strength, sensitivity, and quiet wisdom. The walrus is a paradox of the Arctic, both fierce and gentle, both warrior and nurturer. Males can weigh more than 1,500 kilograms, their hides layered with blubber that guards them from the freezing air and sea, while intricate networks of blood vessels regulate their heat as they move between water and ice. Their tusks, reaching up to a meter in length, are tools of dominance, survival, and grace. With them, they haul their bulk from the ocean onto floes, carve breathing holes, and settle disputes in grand displays of sound and posture. The clash of tusks and the deep bellow of their calls echo across the ice like ancient songs, reminders of a lineage that has watched the poles rise and fall. Beneath the waves, however, the walrus becomes a dancer. Its body, heavy on land, moves with fluid precision through the sea. There, it transforms into a master forager, guided by whiskers so sensitive they can feel a clam's movement buried deep in the sand. The walrus's mouth forms a powerful seal, creating a vacuum strong enough to draw flesh from shells with a single pull, leaving behind carpets of empty husks on the ocean floor. In one feeding session, a single walrus can consume thousands of clams, reshaping entire seabeds as it feeds. Not in greed, but in balance, giving the sea its own rhythm of renewal. Walruses are social beings, bound to one another by proximity and sound. They gather by the hundreds, sometimes thousands, forming herds that stretch across beaches and ice edges, their bodies pressed together in living warmth. Mothers cradle their calves close, their eyes soft but vigilant, teaching them the tides, the seasons, the rules of breath. In the cacophony of grunts, splashes, and bellows, there is a harmony that only nature understands. A pulse that defines the Arctic summer. To see a herd basking beneath the pale sun is to witness a living community. Unguarded, yet unified. Ancient, yet endlessly adapting. But the ice that cradles them is vanishing. Each year, the frozen platforms retreat farther from shore, forcing walruses to swim longer distances in search of rest and food. When the seas warm and the flows dissolve, they are driven onto crowded beaches, where panic and exhaustion can turn gatherings into tragedy. Calves are trampled in stampedes born from fear, and the great herds fracture under the weight of change. The walrus, once lord of the ice, becomes a refugee upon its own sea. Scientists call the walrus a sentinel species, a living measure of the Arctic's health. When they struggle, it is because the world itself is shifting beneath them. Yet even as their stage collapses, their resilience endures. They adapt as they always have, moving, waiting, enduring, teaching their young to survive in a world that no longer resembles the one their ancestors knew. To watch a walrus rise from the ocean, its tusks dripping with salt, its breath misting like steam against the frozen air, is to see defiance made flesh. It stands as a monument to persistence, a reminder that life endures not by force, but by adaptation, by memory, by care. When it rests on a drifting floe beneath the green glow of the aurora, the world feels older, wiser, quieter, as though the sea itself were pausing to remember. The walrus is not simply an animal of the Arctic. It is its guardian, its historian, its witness. Each scar on its hide is a story of survival. Each breath a vow that the rhythm of ice and tide will not fade quietly. As long as the walrus lifts its tusks to the sky and the sea answers with a whisper, the Arctic still breathes, and the frozen world still remembers its guardians of endurance. Beneath the drifting floes and the ghostly shimmer of the northern lights, life moves between two worlds, one of ice and one of sea. This is the realm of the Arctic seal, guardian of the frozen ocean, a creature that bridges air and depth, silence and sound, survival and song. Its body, sleek and powerful, wrapped in thick layers of blubber, is a miracle of design. Carved by evolution to thrive where cold and darkness reign. To the casual eye, a seal resting on ice may seem still, even lazy. But beneath that calm surface lies constant vigilance. Every breath measured, every movement calculated between safety and danger. Several species call these waters home, each with its own story. The bearded seal, with long whiskers curling like silver wires, feels the tremors of life on the sea floor. The ringed seal, smallest of all, hides beneath domes of snow. Nursing its pups in secret air pockets, it carves by instinct. The harp seal wears a pattern like a saddle of shadow, a mark of the endless migration it undertakes. The mighty hooded seal inflates its crimson nasal sac in defiance, a display as strange as it is beautiful. A flare of color against a white world. Together they form the heartbeat of the Arctic seas, a living chorus beneath the ice. On the frozen surface, they bask in pale sunlight, their dark eyes reflecting the vast sky, while below they glide with astonishing grace. Their bodies twist and spiral, propelled by flippers that cut through water like silk. Every movement silent, effortless, perfect. They can dive hundreds of meters deep, hold their breath for more than 20 minutes, and navigate in absolute darkness. Their whiskers, called vibrissae, detect the faintest vibration, the pulse of a fish unseen, the whisper of motion in the deep. They are not merely creatures of endurance. They are engineers of breath, balancing oxygen and motion with a mastery that humbles science. But for all their skill, life is never certain. The polar bear waits above, silent and patient, watching for the break in ice that means prey, while the orca circles below, a ghost in the dark water. Between them, the seal exists in a constant dance with death. Its life, a sequence of narrow escapes and fleeting victories. Even the cold itself conspires, demanding energy, precision, adaptation. Every seal carries within it the story of survival, written in pulse and bone. Each breath a gamble against the Arctic's unending hunger. Yet the seal is more than prey. It is the foundation of the North. Indigenous peoples have depended on it for centuries. Its meat for sustenance, its fur for warmth, its oil for light. It is woven into myth, memory, and the very definition of endurance. To the Inuit, the seal is teacher and provider, a spirit of balance between human and sea. In its eyes, they saw not an animal, but an ally, a being that gives and asks only respect in return. the relationship was never domination, but dialogue. An ancient pact between species surviving together at the edge of the world. Now, that pact is in peril. As the planet warms, the sea ice retreats earlier each spring, leaving pups exposed to predators and storms. The hidden chambers where ringed seals once birthed their young collapse under thawing snow. Food drifts farther north, chasing colder currents, while the rhythm of the ocean itself changes. What was once predictable becomes uncertain, and the guardians of the ice must learn a new language of survival. Their calls, once echoing across frozen bays, now sound like warnings, soft and sorrowful, carried by the wind. Still, when night falls and the aurora spreads across the sky, the seals surface once more, dark eyes glinting like stars mirrored on water. They rise, breathe, and dive again, vanishing into the black calm of the sea, continuing the cycle as they always have. In that moment, the Arctic feels eternal, timeless, unbroken. To know the seal is to know the heartbeat of the Arctic itself. Its life connects everything: the bear, the orca, the man, the ice. It teaches that resilience is not loud or violent. It is steady, quiet, unyielding. Beneath the frozen crust, in the deep where light dissolves, the seal glides on. Proof that life, no matter how fragile, can endure beauty and danger alike. And as long as they breathe beneath the auroras, the frozen seas still live, and the Arctic still dreams beneath its veil of ice and silence. Across the pale tundra, where the horizon dissolves into snow and wind, a flash of motion cuts through the silence. Swift, light, and almost invisible. It is the Arctic fox, the quiet wanderer of the north, small but relentless, fragile but eternal. No creature knows the rhythm of the cold better than this one. For the fox has learned not to fight the Arctic, but to become part of it, to wear its colors, to move with its breath, to vanish into its vastness like a whisper in white. Its coat is a masterpiece of adaptation, changing with the seasons. Snow white in winter, soft gray-brown in summer, each hair hollow to trap warmth and reflect light. Beneath that fur lies a heart that beats fast and fearless. powering a life that knows no shelter beyond the snow itself. The Arctic fox is no larger than a house cat, yet it thrives in temperatures that would freeze steel, surviving where giants falter. Its paws, thick-furred and compact, leave faint prints across the ice, maps of a journey that never truly ends. The fox lives in a world of scarcity and silence, where food is a rumor carried by the wind. It listens constantly, ears sharp enough to hear a lemming tunneling beneath the snow, its head cocked, body still, tail poised. Then, with a sudden leap, it dives face first into the drift, breaking through with precision born from generations of practice, emerging with prey clamped between its jaws. In a place where a missed meal can mean death, every hunt is both art and necessity. Yet hunger alone does not define the fox, for it is also a creature of cunning and curiosity. It follows polar bears across the ice, scavenging leftovers from their kills, weaving through the footprints of giants with a thief's grace. When the seabirds nest on rocky cliffs, the fox climbs with patience, stealing eggs one by one, caching them in hidden burrows to last through the dark months ahead. Nothing is wasted. Nothing is taken for granted. To live here is to know the value of every heartbeat, every mouthful, every moment of light. The fox is not solitary by nature, though solitude is its constant companion. In spring, pairs form and dens fill with the faint squeaks of new life. Small kits opening their eyes to a world of snow and shadow. Both parents hunt, bringing back morsels of meat, sharing warmth in the close darkness of their tunnels. The pups learn early the laws of the tundra. Move silently. Watch the sky. Trust the wind. Remember the scent of home. When they step out into their first summer, the plains stretch before them like an ocean of grass, endless and alive. Then comes winter again, as it always does. And the fox changes its skin. The transformation is not just color, but identity. A vanishing act perfected by time. Its fur thickens. Its steps lighten. And once more it disappears into the white world. Sometimes, when the wind rises, even its scent fades, leaving only the faintest impression of its passing. Like a memory carried by snow, it becomes both ghost and guardian of the Arctic. Unseen, but ever present. But even this master of adaptation faces change it cannot outpace. The warming world creeps northward, melting the edges of its kingdom. Red foxes from the south advance into once frozen lands. Larger, stronger, pushing the Arctic fox from its old ranges. Prey patterns shift. Snow thins. The camouflage that once meant safety becomes a betrayal under rain instead of frost. Yet still, the fox endures, because endurance is its nature. It finds new dens, new paths, new ways to live on the margins of change. In the stillness of polar dusk, when the light turns blue and the snow breathes faint mist, the Arctic fox pauses upon a ridge, its fur shimmering like frost, its eyes dark and bright. Around it lies the soundless immensity of the tundra. Beneath it, the heartbeat of the world. It stands not as ruler, not as victim, but as witness proof that even in the smallest form, life can hold the wisdom of survival. The Arctic fox teaches that survival is not always strength, but subtlety, not defiance, but grace. It reminds us that the art of living is not to dominate the world, but to belong to it, to change with it, to endure without bitterness. As the aurora drifts above and the wind sings across the ice, the fox moves on. A flicker of life beneath eternity. The spirit of adaptation made flesh. The silent soul of the frozen north. Above the endless whiteness where the earth tilts toward the coldest winds, a small bird traces a path that spans the very edges of the world. It is the Arctic tern, the eternal voyager of the skies, a creature of light and distance, of faith and motion. No other being travels so far or so faithfully. For the tern follows the sun itself, chasing summer from one pole to the other, living within a season that never ends. Its wings stretch narrow and strong, built for endurance, not power, for grace, not dominance, carrying it across oceans, storms, and centuries of migration that link the planet in an unbroken thread of flight. Each year, it begins its journey from the Arctic, where it was born. From gravel shores and icy bays that melt into brief, shimmering blue. The tundra bursts into color for only a moment. And in that fleeting window, the terns build their nests. Shallow scrapes in the stone, guarded with fierce devotion. They mate for life, partners bound by memory and compass. and their calls echo across the cold air like silver chimes. Sharp. Clear. Defiant. The chicks hatch beneath the midnight sun. Eyes bright. Voice loud. Learning the language of wind before they can even fly. Then, as the first shadows lengthen and the air grows heavy with change, they rise together and begin their pilgrimage south. They cross the North Atlantic, riding tailwinds, gliding for hours without a single beat, their bodies locked in effortless rhythm with the sky. They pass icebergs that glow like glass, sail over vast swells where whales break the surface, and dip through storms where lightning splits the sea in two. From Greenland to Africa, from the equator to the frozen edge of Antarctica, the tern travels nearly 70,000 kilometers every year, tracing the full curve of the Earth twice between dawn and dusk. To live this way is to surrender to motion. The tern feeds in midair, snatching fish from the waves, sleeping on the wind, always between worlds. Its body knows no rest, only rhythm. The compass it follows is written not in magnets but in memory, an inheritance carried in bone and blood. Each bird returns to the very place it was born, finding its home with a precision that humbles all instruments of man. It is a miracle repeated endlessly, a migration without error, a map drawn not on paper but in instinct. To see a tern dive is to see perfection, its body folding into a spear of light, its cry cutting the silence, its wings slicing through reflection into shadow and then rising again. A flash of life against the cold blue. Even in storms, it flies with purpose. Never panicked. Never lost. As if the sky itself bends to its will. It knows that every distance has meaning, that motion itself is belonging. Where others find exhaustion, it finds truth. The world is not divided. It is connected by paths of flight, and the tern is its messenger. But even this eternal traveler is not beyond the reach of change. As the poles warm and the balance of seasons shifts, the routes grow longer, the stops fewer, the food scarcer. Winds once steady now twist in chaos, and the great gyres of the ocean move differently beneath. The tern must adjust or perish, as all creatures must. Yet it continues to fly, undeterred. A living symbol of endurance across the ages. Its life is short, its journey endless, its faith absolute. When it rests, it chooses the edges of the world. Cliffs glazed with ice. Waters lit by aurora. Coasts where the sun touches sea without setting. There, in the hush between wind and wave, it stands among its kind. Thousands of white bodies gleaming like snow reborn. Their voices rising in a storm of sound that fills the air with defiance. It is the sound of life proclaiming itself across time and distance. A choir of wings that remembers both beginnings and endings. The Arctic tern is not the strongest nor the largest, but it is among the purest expressions of life's purpose to move, to adapt, to persist. It teaches that home is not a place, but a pattern. Not a shore, but a return. As long as it flies, the world remains whole, stitched together by the geometry of its journey. When it rises into the pale light and disappears beyond the horizon, the Arctic seems to sigh. For one of its oldest spirits has taken flight again. A pilgrim of eternity, chasing the sun to the ends of the earth and back, carrying with it the promise that life, like flight, is endless. Across the frozen tundra, where the air burns with cold and silence reigns over distance, a shape moves like smoke against the horizon, pale and spectral. This is the Arctic wolf, the phantom of the north, a creature both feared and revered, born of snow and hunger, molded by wind and endurance. It is one of the few predators that can live year-round in the farthest reaches of the planet, where the sun may vanish for months and life clings only by its teeth. Its coat, thick as winter itself, gleams white beneath the aurora, blending so completely with the landscape that sometimes it is seen only when it chooses to move. A ghost conjured by motion. The Arctic wolf lives where few dare follow, in places untouched by human sound, on islands of ice and stone that remain locked in winter most of the year. It travels in packs, families bound not by dominance alone, but by devotion, by instinct older than time. Within the group, every role is defined, every voice a note in a larger song. The alpha does not rule through violence, but through order. And the others follow, not in fear, but in trust. Together, they are a single organism, many hearts. One will. Their hunt is a thing of precision and patience. Across the frozen plains, musk oxen graze in wary circles. Caribou drift in restless herds. And the wolves stalk at the edge of sight, silent as breath. For days they follow, reading the rhythm of the herd, waiting for fatigue, for weakness, for the perfect moment when the circle can be broken. Then, when the time comes, the tundra erupts into motion, white bodies streaking across white ground, claws striking snow like thunder, eyes locked on the pulse of prey. The kill is brutal, quick, and sacred. Every member eats, from the strongest to the smallest. And when the hunger fades, they rest together beneath the open sky, their breaths rising in unison like prayer. The wolf's power lies not in the individual, but in the pack. Alone, it is mortal. Vulnerable. Together, it becomes the embodiment of survival itself. The Arctic wolf teaches that strength is not solitude, but connection. That the harshest lands reward not isolation, but unity. The pack is family. And in the north, family is everything. When pups are born in the brief spring, the entire pack becomes their guardian. Older wolves bring food. Younger ones stand watch. Mothers nurture. Fathers teach. The pups tumble through snowdrifts, learning the scent of the wind, the sound of the herd, the art of silence. Each lesson is life itself disguised as play. Yet beyond their loyalty and grace lies the loneliness of their world. When the endless night descends, when the temperature falls beyond measure, when the herds move south and the ice tightens its grip, the wolves endure. They move across terrain that seems empty, but is alive with hidden sound, the creak of frozen earth, the whisper of snow under paw, the low hum of the sky. In that vast emptiness, they become the voice of the land. Their howls rise across the dark, carrying for miles, weaving through the cold like threads of light. It is not just a call to one another, but a declaration to the world itself. We are still here. Their song is both communication and ceremony, marking territory, locating kin, celebrating survival. Under the aurora, their voices merge into something that feels eternal. A hymn of the Arctic sung by its most devoted children. In the dark, when the human world feels distant, the wolf's call is the sound of existence itself, wild, defiant, unbroken. But even these ghosts of the tundra cannot outrun change. As the ice retreats, the caribou herds shrink, and the wolves are forced to travel farther, risk more. Hunger, longer. The warmth creeping north alters everything: the prey, the paths, the rules of the hunt. Yet the wolf adapts, as it always has, guided by an instinct deeper than despair. It does not lament. It endures. To see an Arctic wolf standing alone on a ridge, breath steaming in the half-light, is to witness the spirit of survival made visible. Its eyes, pale and knowing, seem to hold the memory of every storm, every chase, every loss. It belongs to a time before ours, and perhaps to one after. It does not conquer the Arctic. It completes it. The Arctic wolf is not a monster of myth, nor a symbol of fear. It is the pulse of wilderness, the echo of the Earth's oldest truth, that life, no matter how cruel the world becomes, will always find a way to sing. And as long as its voice carries across the frozen plains, the Arctic will never be silent. For in that sound lives the wild heart of the North, untamed, eternal, alive. Across the wind-carved tundra, where the bones of the earth lie close to the surface, an ancient presence moves slowly beneath the pale sun, wrapped in a coat of history and frost. This is the musk ox, the relic of the Ice Age, a living monument to endurance and memory. It has seen the rise and fall of glaciers, the passing of mammoths, and the slow drift of time itself. Yet it remains steadfast, unchanged, an echo of a colder world that refuses to fade. Its body is massive, draped in shaggy layers of fur, so long it brushes the snow. And beneath that fur lies kiviut, one of the warmest fibers known to life. Finer than silk, yet stronger than steel against the cold. The musk ox is built for survival. Broad-shouldered, heavy-horned, its hooves splaying across snow to keep it steady where the wind tears at the ground. It feeds on the brittle grasses and lichens buried beneath ice, scraping the crust with rhythmic patience. Each movement deliberate, unhurried, ancient. To watch a herd of musk oxen in motion is to witness a moving wall of resilience, a fortress of flesh and fur. Every member a stone in a living circle. When danger approaches, when the Arctic wolf or the polar wind threatens, they form their signature defense horns outward, calves inside, a ring of unity that has held for tens of thousands of years. It is not violence that protects them, but formation. Not rage, but order. This ritual of protection is their inheritance, passed from mothers to calves like an unspoken law. The youngest learn early to read the signals of the herd, the shift of a shoulder, the rise of a head, the tremor in the ground that means the pack is near. When the call comes, they move as one, the outer ring tightening, the breath of 100 beasts merging into a single cloud of steam that rises like a battle cry into the frigid air. The wolves circle, testing, waiting for weakness. But the oxen hold, unbroken, unafraid. In that frozen standoff lies the essence of the Arctic itself. The balance between predator and prey, chaos and calm, death and endurance. Though they appear slow, musk oxen carry within them a quiet strength. Their hearts beat heavy and steady, their lungs vast enough to draw breath from air that freezes in moments. They endure storms that would strip trees bare. They outlast blizzards that bury mountains. And when the night stretches for months, they stand shoulder to shoulder against the darkness, their eyes glowing amber in the dim light of the aurora. The Arctic may test them, but it never breaks them. In summer, when the tundra softens and rivers carve through thawing plains, the musk oxen move north in small herds, grazing through valleys filled with moss and wildflowers. Calves, born with thick coats and unsteady legs, play among the adults, chasing shadows and leaping through meltwater streams. Their mothers watch closely, always ready. For the Arctic gives joy and danger in equal measure. Life here is measured not by abundance, but by survival. By the strength to rise each morning and face the wind again. To the indigenous peoples of the North, the muskox is more than a creature, it is kin. A teacher of patience and unity. Its wool warms their hands. Its meat sustains their bodies. Its spirit endures in their stories. They call it Umingmak, the bearded one, a name spoken with respect. It represents the virtues of the Arctic. Courage without aggression. Loyalty without fear. Endurance without pride. Yet even these living relics face a new struggle. The frozen ground that once supported them now softens each year, turning their ranges into mud and water. Insects once killed by winter now swarm longer, biting, bleeding, weakening. The balance of ice and grass shifts. and the old trails vanish beneath change. The musk ox, once ruler of a stable world, must now wander through uncertainty. But as always, it does not resist, it adapts, moving farther, feeding longer, carrying the legacy of the Ice Age into a new epoch of warmth. When twilight falls across the tundra and the wind stills, the herd stands silent beneath the glowing green sky, their breath rising in slow rhythm like the tide of an ancient sea. They are reminders of where we came from, witnesses to time before time, living proof that survival is not conquest, but continuity. The musk ox does not hurry, for it has already outlasted empires. It does not rage, for it has weathered storms that ended worlds. In their quiet defiance lies the deepest wisdom of the Arctic, that strength is not loud, that endurance is not spectacle, that to persist is victory enough. As the aurora dances above their horns and snow gathers softly on their backs, the musk oxen stand unmoving, guardians of the age of ice, keeping watch over a world that is learning. Once more, how to change. Along the sheer cliffs of the North Atlantic, where the sea crashes in endless rhythm and the air tastes of salt and wind, thousands of white wings rise and fall against the storm. These are the northern gannets, the divers of the stormy seas, birds built for violence and grace, for impact and flight. From a distance, their colonies look like snow resting upon black stone. But up close, the cliffs are alive with noise, calls sharp as breaking ice, wings slicing the air, and the smell of salt and life mingling with the spray. Every inch of rock holds a nest, every ledge a story of survival, where feathers and fury meet the wind. The gannet is a creature of contradictions, delicate yet armored, elegant yet brutal. Its body is shaped like a spear, long and narrow, its head painted in soft amber hues that catch the light like fire against the mist. Its eyes are ringed in black, cold and unblinking. The eyes of a predator that hunts not for cruelty, but necessity. When it hunts, it transforms. From heights of more than 40 meters above the ocean, it folds its wings tight to its sides and becomes a living arrow. It plunges through the sky in silence and strikes the sea at over 100 kilometers per hour. The sound is like thunder, the impact explosive. Yet beneath the waves it glides as if nothing has changed, chasing fish through the dark with wing beats that look like flight underwater. To witness this descent is to see the ocean and sky collide. Each dive is calculated, each strike precise. Air sacs beneath the bird's skin cushion the blow, and its skull is reinforced like a helmet. In an instant, it pierces the surface, disappears, and then bursts back into the air with a silver fish flashing in its beak, droplets scattering like shattered glass. For the gannet, hunting is not sport, it is rhythm, repetition, art. The colony depends on this endless ballet of rise and fall, hunger and fulfillment. Parents feed their chicks with the spoils of the deep, and their calls echo across the cliffs like a language of storms. Life in the colony is both chaos and order. Tens of thousands of gannets nest side by side, each defending a small circle of stone with sharp beaks and fierce cries. Skirmishes erupt and fade within seconds, replaced by tender gestures as mates greet each other with tapping bills and soft murmurs. Their loyalty is fierce. Many pairs bond for life, returning each year to the same patch of rock, the same rhythm of wind and sea. Their nests, built from seaweed, feathers, and sometimes fragments of human debris, cling to the cliff edges in defiance of gravity. Theirs is a world balanced between sky and abyss. Above them, storms gather and fade. The North Atlantic is a living force. Waves rise like mountains. Winds tear across the surface, and lightning burns briefly against the gray. The gannets endure all of it. When the storm comes, they do not flee, they dive. The sky may rage, the sea may roar, but the gannet belongs to both and fears neither. Each feather is an answer to the storm, each motion an act of defiance. Yet even these masters of flight are not beyond the reach of change. The seas grow warmer, and with them, the fish move deeper and farther from shore. Chicks wait longer, hungrier. The cliffs that once rang with the cries of thousands now fall silent in places, their ledges empty, their stones bare. Diseases spread through colonies weakened by heat, and storms once rare now batter the coastlines more fiercely each year. The rhythm of the ocean, the heartbeat of the gannet, shifts, and the birds must learn to follow a melody they do not yet understand. Still, they endure. They have always endured. The gannet's life is short but luminous, a flash of motion between tempests, a reminder of how strength can wear the shape of beauty. When the storm passes, when the sea glows under the returning light, the gannets rise again. Thousands of white arrows soaring into the vast blue, their wings outstretched, their cries piercing the wind. To see them dive is to see courage made visible, to see nature's perfect calculation of risk and grace. They are not merely birds of the sea, they are sentinels of motion, witnesses of the world's unrest. In their flight, one can read the language of persistence, the poetry of survival written on the canvas of air and wave. As the day fades and the cliffs darken, the colony settles, and a great hush descends, save for the murmuring sea. The gannets rest. Their bodies turn toward the horizon, where the next storm waits. Tomorrow, they will rise again, unchanged, unyielding, diving through wind and foam into the depths from which all life begins. In their endless rhythm of fall and ascent, they echo the heart of the ocean itself, wild, unbroken, and eternal. In the deep snow-clad forests of the Arctic and subarctic, where silence reigns like a sovereign and the trees stand as frozen witnesses to time, a shadow moves graceful, elusive, and silent as falling frost. This is the Arctic lynx, the ghost of the northern woods, a solitary hunter whose presence defines the essence of stealth and mastery. It is rarely seen, yet always felt, a ripple through the stillness, a whisper of movement between the trees. Its tufted ears catch the faintest rustle of life beneath snow, and its amber eyes gleam with the light of ancient instinct. Everything about the lynx is precision, its step, its breath, its patience. It is a spirit of the cold, molded by stillness, shaped by solitude. The lynx's world is one of shadows and echoes. Beneath the aurora's glow, it roams territories that stretch for miles through spruce and birch, through valleys veiled in ice. Its paws, wide and fur-covered, act as natural snowshoes, carrying it effortlessly across drifts that would swallow others whole. Each movement is deliberate, every pause meaningful, as if the creature reads the pulse of the forest through the snow itself. It hunts not by sight alone, but by listening to the breath of a hair beneath the crust, to the faint flutter of a bird taking cover, to the heartbeat of the wild. When the moment comes, the lynx strikes with quiet perfection. There is no chase, no roar, no waste of energy. It waits, invisible, and then leaps, a blur of muscle and precision. The snow erupts, The forest exhales, and silence returns. Its hunt is not a contest of power, but of patience. A test of timing that only those attuned to nature's rhythm can master. To see it kill is to see the Arctic itself act through grace rather than fury. Yet beyond the predator lies a caretaker of balance. The lynx. By keeping the numbers of its prey in check, preserves the order of the ecosystem. When hares grow too many, the lynx restores calm. When scarcity comes, it adapts, turning to birds, rodents, even carrion if it must. Nothing in its world is excess. Nothing wasted. Every act serves the quiet harmony that keeps life alive in the frozen north. It is both hunter and guardian, both death and renewal. When winter releases its grip and spring creeps northward, the lynx sheds its thick white mantle, revealing a softer coat of gray and silver, speckled with faint spots like the shadow of melting snow. It moves through thawing woods, now alive with scent and sound. Mothers emerge from hidden dens, leading their small, wide-eyed cubs into the light. The young stumble at first, uncertain of the terrain. But under the mother's watch, they learn the laws of silence, the way to step without sound, to breathe without fear, to see without being seen. Each lesson is carved into instinct, shaping the next generation of ghosts. To glimpse such a scene is to witness something sacred. The bond between mother and cub, the quiet trust between generations, mirrors the eternal continuity of the Arctic itself. In the warmth of brief summers, the cubs grow strong, their coats bright with youth, their curiosity boundless. They chase each other among mossy roots and listen to the songs of distant birds, unaware that soon the world will freeze again. But the mother knows. She watches the shifting light, the thinning warmth, and prepares them for the return of silence. The lynx is more than a hunter. It is a rhythm, a breath within the great stillness of the north. To see its tracks in the snow is to know that the forest is alive, that beneath the quiet there is movement, thought, and grace. It reminds the Arctic of its own poetry, one written not in thunder or spectacle, but in restraint, in precision, in the art of existence itself. Even in myth, the lynx has been a symbol of vision and secrecy. Ancient stories speak of it seeing through stone, of knowing what others cannot. Perhaps that is why it endures, because it perceives without revealing. because it belongs wholly to the unseen. As long as the northern forests stand, as long as snow falls and silence deepens, the lynx will move among them, an unseen guardian, a whisper in the endless white. In the heart of winter, when the moon glows low and frost paints the branches silver, the lynx prowls once more through its frozen kingdom. It leaves no sound, no sign but the faint trace of paw prints vanishing in wind. The Arctic seems to pause, as if listening to its passing. For the lynx is not merely part of the wild, it is its soul. Quiet, untamed, and eternal. Beneath the drifting sheets of ice and the still glow of the northern lights, life moves in silence through the coldest waters on Earth. Here, where the ocean breathes beneath frozen ceilings, the Arctic seal reigns as guardian of the frozen seas. Sleek and strong, it glides through the darkness between ice and depth, perfectly crafted for a world of extremes. Its body, cloaked in dense fur and thick blubber, shields it from temperatures that would stop the heart of any other creature. Its eyes, large and liquid, reflect both intelligence and mystery, as though they carry within them the memory of the sea itself. Several kinds of seals make these waters their home. The ringed seal, small and elusive, carves breathing holes through the ice, defending them fiercely through the winter night. The bearded seal, with long curling whiskers, moves like an old sage of the sea, its calls echoing through the depths in haunting tones that travel for miles beneath the ice. The harp seal bears the marks of distinction across its silver back, while the mighty hooded seal, with its inflatable nasal crest, becomes a symbol of both strength and spectacle. Each species, though shaped by the same merciless world, has found its own rhythm within the Arctic song of survival. Above the ice, the seals appear lazy and serene, sprawled across white expanses under the dim sunlight. But beneath the surface, they transform into dancers of precision and grace. With a single breath, they plunge into the icy dark, descending hundreds of meters where the pressure crushes and the light fades to blue. Their blood carries oxygen in abundance, their hearts slow to preserve it, and their whiskers sense the faintest ripple of movement. Tiny fish, darting crustaceans, the pulse of prey hidden within the sea's breath. Down there, they move as effortlessly as shadows in a dream. Every dive is a test, every return to the surface a small miracle. The Arctic seal lives between two worlds, the frozen above and the fluid below, and must master both to survive. It eats, breeds, and dreams at the edge of endurance, in a place where life clings to the margins of possibility. For the young, the struggle begins almost at birth. Seal pups are born on ice. Soft white coats glowing against the pale horizon. Fragile lives balanced on melting platforms. Their mothers nurse them with milk so rich in fat, it transforms them within days from helpless infants into sleek swimmers ready for the depths. But the dangers come quickly. Polar bears prowl from above, orcas from below, and the ice itself can betray, cracking and shifting beneath their tiny bodies. The seal's existence is a mirror of the Arctic beautiful, perilous, and fleeting. When the sun returns after the long polar night, the ice begins to melt and the world changes again. Open water spreads where once there was none, and the seals follow the rhythm of the season, feeding in abundance, raising young, and preparing for the next freeze. Their calls rise through fog and snow, deep and mournful, as if they sing to the ice to remember them. For millennia, seals have been woven into the lives of those who share their world. Indigenous peoples of the Arctic have depended on them not only for food, but for life itself. Their skin becomes shelter. Their oil brings warmth. Their bones shape tools. And their spirit fills stories told by firelight. To these cultures, the seal is not just an animal, it is a giver, a teacher, a bridge between humans and the unforgiving sea. Through it, generations have learned the balance of taking only what the earth allows, of living not above nature, but within it. Yet now, the balance is shifting. As the climate warms, the frozen platforms that cradle their young vanish earlier each year. Breeding grounds shrink. Feeding routes disappear. And predators follow closer than ever before. In some regions, the ancient rhythm between ice and birth has begun to falter. The cries of seals that once echoed across the frozen bays are now fewer, softer, distant. The Arctic's heartbeat grows uncertain. And still, the seals endure. They surface through cracks in the ice at dawn, breath steaming in the cold air, eyes wide and alert. Beneath the aurora, their shapes move like shadows beneath glass, vanishing and reappearing with quiet purpose. They remain, as they always have. the living pulse of the Arctic Ocean, a symbol of resilience. A keeper of equilibrium. A song of life beneath the silence. To watch an Arctic seal glide through the twilight waters is to witness harmony made flesh. To understand that survival here is not defiance, but devotion. It is a dance of trust with the ice, a dialogue with the sea, and a promise to endure whatever comes. For as long as the seal rises to breathe, the Arctic still lives, and the frozen world still dreams. Beneath the veil of a pale Arctic spring, when snow still clings to the tundra and the horizon glows with endless light, a whisper of life stirs in the frozen earth. Within a burrow carved deep beneath layers of frost, a litter of Arctic foxkits opens their eyes for the very first time. Small, trembling, and gray. They huddle together for warmth, unaware that above them lies a world of ice and peril. Their mother curls around them like a living blanket, her fur thick and white, her breath steady and calm. She has survived blizzards, hunger, and solitude. And now she must teach them how to live in a land that forgives nothing. For weeks, the den remains their universe. The air inside is heavy with warmth and scent. The sound of their mother's heartbeat. The faint rumble of wind outside. The father ranges across the tundra, silent and tireless, seeking lemmings beneath the snow, scavenging what he can find from the kills of polar bears or owls. Every mouthful he brings home is a victory against the cold. When he returns, his muzzle dusted with frost, the kits greet him with squeaks and tiny paws reaching for food. The family bond is all that stands between life and the vast emptiness that surrounds them. As the days stretch longer and the sun begins to hover above the horizon, the den mouth brightens with light. One by one, the kits emerge, blinking at the brilliance of the world for the first time. They stumble through the snow, wide-eyed and clumsy, their movements uncertain but filled with wonder. Every sound, every scent is new. The wind carries the tang of ice, the cry of distant birds, the faint rustle of prey beneath the frozen crust. Curiosity drives them forward, and soon they tumble through drifts, chasing one another in playful chaos. It is in play that they learn the quick pounce, the sudden turn, the patience of the hunt. Their mother watches from a distance, silent, proud, always alert. Around her, the tundra is alive with danger. Snowy owls circle overhead. Wolves prowl the ridges. And even the polar bear may wander near in search of an easy meal. Yet she stands firm, every sense sharpened, ready to defend. Her body is lean but strong, her eyes sharp as the wind that cuts across the plain. She knows that in this land, to protect is to endure. To teach is to survive. By midsummer, the world transforms. The snow recedes, revealing a carpet of moss and flowers that bloom in fleeting defiance of the cold. The kits, now larger and swift, trade their gray coats for pure white, blending perfectly with what remains of the snow. They stalk one another with mock precision, learning the art of silence. Their father shows them how to listen for movement beneath the ground, to feel the vibrations of a lemming tunneling below. A twitch of an ear, a breath held, then a leap, success. The tundra rewards the patient and punishes the reckless. And the fox learns quickly that instinct must be guided by discipline. As the brief summer fades, the Arctic prepares again for the long descent into darkness. The family must scatter soon, each fox seeking its own path across the frozen lands. The kits, once helpless and huddled in the den, now stand ready beneath the crimson light of the setting sun. They have learned to hunt, to hide, to read the winds. Their coats have grown thick again. Their bodies, hardened by months of play, turn to practice. They no longer need guidance. The wild has claimed them. But even as they go their separate ways, something invisible binds them, a legacy of survival, of love, of memory. The Arctic fox is not merely a creature of instinct. It is a lesson in adaptability. A story of how life bends but does not break. It thrives where others perish, finding beauty in desolation, warmth in frost, hope in silence. When winter returns and the tundra becomes a mirror of the sky, the young foxes roam alone, their tracks winding like ribbons across the endless white. The aurora shimmers above them, and the world seems both infinite and intimate. Beneath that dancing light, they hunt. They dream. They endure. Their hearts beat with the rhythm of the Arctic itself, steady, fierce, eternal. To witness an Arctic fox in motion is to see the very essence of resilience. It is to understand that survival here is not merely endurance, but art, a choreography between instinct and grace. And when the storm howls and snow erases the land once more, the fox vanishes into the blizzard. Not in defeat, but in mastery, becoming one with the very world that shaped it. In its soft steps across the frozen earth lies the quiet truth of the Arctic. Life, no matter how fragile, always finds a way to dance beneath the coldest sky. High above the frozen seas where the wind sings through endless daylight, a small bird unfolds its wings and begins a journey that defies imagination. This is the Arctic Tern, the eternal voyager of the skies. A creature so light it could be mistaken for a whisper, yet so enduring it outflies every living thing on Earth. Each year, it chases the sun from pole to pole, from the edge of the Arctic to the farthest reaches of Antarctica and back again. Traveling more than 70,000 kilometers. It lives in a world of perpetual summer, a life of endless motion, following the rhythm of light across the planet. Its story begins in the brief northern summer, when the ice loosens its grip on the land and the tundra bursts into color. The Arctic Tern returns home after months of flight, guided by memory, instinct, and the invisible lines of the Earth's magnetic field. Along rocky coasts and frozen bays, it nests in shallow scrapes on the ground, a fragile cradle for a life born of distance. Mates reunite with piercing cries, their calls echoing through the crisp air like notes of silver. The bond between them is lifelong, tested by storms and oceans, but never broken. The chicks hatch beneath the midnight sun, their down soft and gray, their eyes wide with the light of a world that never darkens. The parents feed them tirelessly, darting over the waves, snatching fish from the surface, and returning in flashes of white and shadow. The colony is a symphony of sound calls of warning, of feeding, of flight, all woven into the song of survival. But soon, as the first winds of autumn sweep across the Arctic, the young must rise. The entire flock, tens of thousands strong, takes to the sky, heading south in one of the most extraordinary migrations in nature. They pass over oceans and continents, riding the great wind highways of the world. They see the Greenland ice, the coasts of Europe, the sands of Africa, and the endless waves of the Southern Ocean. They fly through storms, through silence, through days without night. For them, the horizon is not a border but a promise. Each movement of their wings is an act of faith, each mile a testament to endurance. The Arctic tern spends more time in sunlight than any other living creature. It lives in two worlds of brightness, never knowing the darkness that defines so much of the Arctic. When it reaches the southern pole, it finds another summer waiting, another ocean glimmering with life. There, beneath the pale southern sun, it feeds, rests, and regains its strength. But it never stays long. Restless and precise, it soon begins its return journey north, crossing hemispheres once more, tracing the same invisible path its ancestors followed for thousands of years. To watch a tern in flight is to witness purity of purpose. Its wings cut through the wind with effortless grace. Its body built for motion, not power. It glides as if carried by thought itself, turning with the currents, trusting the unseen patterns of air and tide. Scientists study its path and still marvel at the mystery how such a small creature can navigate the full circle of the world without losing its way. Some say it follows the stars. Others say it feels the pull of the planet's magnetism. Whatever the truth, it knows what we have forgotten: that the Earth is not divided, that all places are connected by the will to move, to survive, to return. But even this eternal traveler faces a changing world. The oceans grow warmer. The fish, it depends on, drift deeper and farther from reach. And human activity reshapes the coasts it calls home. Its ancient journey, once unbroken, now bears new risks: storms of pollution, light, and noise that confuse the senses of a creature that once read the planet like a map. Yet still, it flies. It adapts, endures, continues. For to stop would be to cease being what it is: the voyager, the messenger, the bridge between the poles. When the tern returns to the Arctic each spring, it carries with it the memory of two worlds, two summers, and the long blue silence between. Its cry pierces the cold air, sharp and fearless. A declaration that the cycle of life endures. As it lands once more on the tundra, the circle closes, only to begin again. The Arctic tern is more than a bird. It is time in motion, the heartbeat of migration, the living thread that binds Earth's extremes. In its wings, the distance between the poles becomes a single breath. To see it vanish into the endless light is to glimpse eternity itself. a reminder that in motion there is meaning. And in the rhythm of return, there is hope. The Tern's journey tells the oldest story of all, that no matter how far the world stretches, life will always find its way home. As the long Arctic night yields to the pale fire of dawn, the sky awakens with a slow, trembling glow. Curtains of light ripple across the horizon, green and violet flames dancing in the silence above a frozen world. This is the night of the auroras, the heartbeat of the Arctic sky, where the heavens and the earth speak in color and motion. For those who live beneath this light, it is more than a spectacle. It is a reminder that even in the deepest cold, beauty endures. And even in darkness, the world still breathes. The aurora is born from collisions invisible to the human eye. Far beyond the clouds, charged particles from the sun race toward Earth, guided by magnetic fields that weave like unseen rivers around the poles. When they strike the thin veil of our atmosphere, the night ignites. The colors bloom in silence, shimmering over mountains, ice fields, and seas that gleam like black glass. To the animals below, it means nothing. To the human soul, it is everything, a bridge between the known and the infinite. Under that light, life continues its quiet rhythm. The polar bear prowls across the ice, his breath rising like mist beneath the shifting glow. Seals sleep in the cold shallows. Whales sing beneath the frozen crust. Foxes slip through the snow with eyes that mirror the sky. Each heartbeat in this place seems to echo the pulse of the aurora itself, a reminder that everything alive here moves to the same rhythm. That the Arctic is not desolate but deeply, fiercely alive. For centuries, those who called this land home have looked to the auroras as messages from the spirits. The voices of ancestors dancing across the firmament. They believed the lights carried memory, that each shimmer was a story retold in the language of color. Hunters paused to watch them in reverence. Travelers whispered to them for guidance, and children fell asleep under their glow, dreaming of what lies beyond the cold horizon. The Arctic is not merely a landscape, it is a living cathedral of ice, sky, and silence. In the depths of winter, when the sun disappears for months, the auroras become the only fire the world knows. Their light paints the snow in hues of emerald and rose, casting shadows that stretch endlessly across the tundra. They are both ghost and promise, a reminder that even when the sun forgets this land, the heavens remember. To witness them is to understand how small we are and yet how deeply we belong to something vast and eternal. As the earth turns and the season begins to change, the lights fade and the first blush of dawn creeps across the horizon. The long night ends, and with it comes renewal. The snow softens. The ice cracks and drifts apart. And rivers awaken beneath the thaw. Birds return, their wings carving the air with the certainty of memory. Wolves sing in the distance, their calls rising like prayers into the pale morning. Life begins again, as it always has. But beneath the beauty, a shadow lingers. The ice retreats sooner each year. The auroras rise above a sky that grows warmer. And the rhythm of the Arctic shifts. The creatures that have lived in harmony for millennia find themselves at a crossroads, their future uncertain. The aurora, eternal in our eyes, becomes a question: will the lights still dance when the world beneath them changes beyond recognition? And yet, in that question lies hope. The Arctic has endured cycles of fire and frost, of creation and collapse. It is a land that remembers survival, that teaches that endurance is not defiance, but adaptation. The aurora, too, adapts, its light bending, its dance continuing no matter what storms pass below. It is the soul of resilience, painted across the heavens. As the final colors fade into the rising sun, the Arctic stands reborn. The sea glitters with the promise of another season. The tundra hums faintly with life returning to its surface. The night of the auroras has passed, but its memory remains, etched into the ice, carried in the blood of every creature that survived its long embrace. The Arctic is not a place of endings, but of continuations. Each shimmer of light, each breath of wind, each heartbeat beneath the snow is part of a greater cycle that will outlast us all. The auroras will come again. And when they do, they will dance not for what was lost, but for what still endures the courage of life to keep shining. Even in the coldest night, even at the edge of the world, when the world tilts toward warmth and the frozen seas begin to fracture, a new rhythm rises beneath the ice. Soft at first, then vast and unstoppable. Beneath the Arctic's white silence lies an entire universe of motion. Light and color, the hidden web of life that sustains everything above it. This is the secret heart of the polar ocean, a kingdom unseen by most eyes, where light filters through the thinning ice like liquid glass and every particle of it feeds something waiting in the dark. Here, under the frozen ceiling, the water blooms with life. Microscopic algae awaken as the sunlight returns, painting the underside of the ice with a living green glow. To the naked eye, it is nothing. But to the ocean, it is everything. These tiny drifters form the base of all existence in this place, breathing oxygen into the sea, feeding creatures too small to see, which in turn sustain the giants that roam the depths. The Arctic, for all its stillness above, is alive with invisible storms below currents of plankton, clouds of krill, rivers of energy that pulse like the arteries of the planet. Fish dart through this twilight realm, slender and quick, scales flashing like shards of light. Arctic cod move in dense schools, feeding on the drifting plankton and becoming prey themselves for seals. Whales and seabirds capelin shimmer near the surface, their bodies glinting with cold fire as they leap through the waves. Each movement, each flick of a fin, connects one form of life to another. An endless chain that binds the smallest breath to the mightiest creature. The deep sea beneath the ice is not a void but a mirror of balance. Every heartbeat echoing the logic of survival. Farther down, where no sunlight reaches, the world transforms into mystery. Strange beings drift through the blackness, comb jellies that pulse with iridescent light. Shrimp-like amphipods that crawl along the under-ice world. Ghostly jellyfish trailing tendrils like silk. There are creatures here that glow to attract, others that glow to warn, and some that glow simply because light is their language. Even in darkness, the Arctic refuses extinction. Above them, the great whales move through the currents like living continents. The bowhead, ancient and slow, sings songs that travel for miles beneath the ice. Its voice deep enough to shake the sea floor. Belugas glide in white pods, their chirps and whistles forming an intricate conversation that humans have only begun to decipher. Narwhals pierce the depths with spiral tusks, like unicorns of the ocean, navigating with sonar through labyrinths of sound and pressure. Their lives depend on this hidden web below. On the algae, the krill, the cod, all threads in the same fragile tapestry of ice and life. To dive beneath the Arctic ice is to enter another world. The silence is total. The cold absolute. Yet everywhere there is movement, purpose, and beauty. Ice columns hang down like cathedral pillars, their surfaces encrusted with crystals that glisten in blue light. Beneath them, fish weave through shifting shadows, and bubbles rise like silver prayers toward the frozen roof. The water is clear enough to see eternity. And within that clarity lies a paradox: the colder it becomes, the more life thrives. But even this hidden paradise feels the touch of change. As the ice retreats earlier each year, the rhythm of bloom and migration begins to falter. Without the ice, the algae lose their anchor. The plankton scatter, and the chain weakens. The whales arrive to find the food dispersed. The seals to find their hunting grounds unstable. The web trembles, delicate and immense, its balance shaken by warmth rising from far beyond the Arctic itself. What happens here will ripple across the entire planet. For the ocean beneath the ice is not separate, it is the beginning of all seas, the breath of all life. And yet, it endures. Even as the ice thins, the plankton bloom again. Even as the currents shift, new patterns form. New creatures adapt. The ocean does not surrender, it transforms. It remembers every age it has lived through, every cycle of freeze and thaw, of silence and song. It will remember us too. The species that watched from above and wondered what lay below. When the aurora dances across the surface and its green light touches the sea, the glow descends through the water, mingling with the bioluminescence below. For a brief moment, the entire ocean seems to shimmer from sky to abyss. Two worlds reflecting each other. One above ice, one beneath it. In that instant, the Arctic reveals its truest form, not barren, not empty, but eternal. A cradle of creation still breathing beneath the frost. To look into those depths is to glimpse the soul of the planet itself, cold, vast, and full of light. The hidden web beneath the ice is a promise, whispered in the dark currents, that life, no matter how deep or fragile, will always find a way to shine. At the very bottom of the earth, where the compass falters and time itself seems to sleep, there lies a world of shadows, pressure, and silence so absolute that sound feels like memory. It is the deep Arctic abyss, a place beyond light, beyond warmth, where the ocean floor stretches into black infinity. Few have ever seen it, yet it holds some of the most extraordinary forms of life on the planet, creatures that defy reason. thriving in darkness where the sun has never shone. This is the hidden heart of the Arctic Ocean, a realm not of desolation, but of transformation. Here, beneath miles of crushing water, the temperature hovers near freezing, and the weight above would flatten any machine built by human hands. Yet life persists, delicate and radiant. Pale sea stars crawl across the sediment like fallen stars. Brittle and slow, worms the color of ivory twist through the silt, feeding on invisible particles that drift down from the upper world. Tiny amphipods scurry between rocks older than ice itself, their translucent bodies pulsing with faint blue light. To live here is to move within the rhythm of eternity, slow, patient, and unyielding. In the absence of sunlight, another kind of illumination reigns. Bioluminescent beings flicker through the void, sparks of blue and green drifting like constellations beneath the waves. Some use their light to lure prey, others to communicate, and some to vanish, blending into the darkness with perfect precision. Each pulse, each glow, is a conversation written in light, a quiet dialogue between survival and beauty. Stranger still are the giants that drift through this black world. The Greenland shark, ancient and blind, moves through the depths with the calm of centuries. Its flesh carries the weight of time, its age measured not in years but in epochs. It may live 400 years or more. A witness to the changing ages of ice. Around it swim translucent jellyfish, their tentacles trailing like silk banners in slow motion. And creatures so alien they seem carved from another planet, snailfish. Deep-sea cucumbers, and eerie translucent eels that drift as if dreaming. Hydrothermal vents break the monotony of the abyss, spewing clouds of minerals and heat into the cold. Around these chimneys of fire, life gathers in abundance. Bacteria feed on the chemicals, transforming poison into energy. Tube worms rise like white towers from the seafloor. Clams cluster in living carpets, and unseen currents carry nutrients through the dark. This is the paradox of the deep, where fire and ice coexist, where life is born not from sunlight, but from the breath of the earth itself. Every layer of this world tells a story. Above the vents, above the drifting plankton and whales, above the seals and the foxes and the tundra, lies the fragile crust of ice that defines the Arctic. Everything above depends on what thrives below. The smallest organisms here feed the fish that feed the seals that sustain the bears that walk the ice. The Arctic is not divided into surface and depth, it is one body. One mind. One endless circle of breath. But that circle trembles now. As the planet warms and the ice retreats, the deep sea too feels the change. Currents shift. Salinity alters. And the quiet balance that has existed for millennia begins to waver. The ancient creatures of the deep find themselves in warmer waters, their rhythms disrupted, their silence disturbed. The Greenland shark swims closer to the surface. The vents cool more quickly, and the delicate chain of life beneath the ice begins to fray. Yet the abyss is not a place of despair, it is a place of memory. The deep ocean has survived all cataclysms before. The shifting of continents, the fall of meteors, the rise and fall of temperatures beyond imagining. It will endure again. The creatures of the abyss do not resist change, they absorb it. They reshape themselves to fit whatever new world emerges above. That is their wisdom, their strength, their faith. If one could descend into this darkness and listen closely, there would be no silence at all. There would be the faint clicking of crustaceans, the slow beat of a shark's heart, the distant tremor of ice breaking far above. These are the sounds of continuity, of the planet's pulse echoing through miles of water. And when light from the surface filters faintly through cracks in the ice, touching the uppermost layers of this world, it meets the glow of the creatures below, a fusion of two lights. One from the sun, one from within the earth itself. For a fleeting instant, the abyss shimmers with color, and the Arctic becomes whole again. This is the secret of the deep, that even in the darkest water, life endures. It waits. It adapts. It glows. The abyss is not an ending but a promise. A reminder whispered through time that existence itself is relentless. Beneath the weight of oceans, beneath the frozen crown of the world, the Arctic still dreams, and its dreams are made of light. When the world of ice begins to melt and the horizon softens under the pale touch of the returning sun, the Arctic reveals its second face, a world of color, sound, and migration. The frozen silence of winter gives way to the music of life. A brief, furious season where everything moves, breeds, feeds, and sings before the cold returns to claim it again. This is the season of renewal, the heartbeat between two eternities of frost. When the Arctic transforms from a desert of ice into a garden of light. Across the tundra, snow recedes like a tide. uncovering a living carpet of moss. Lichens. And flowers so small they seem to bloom for the memory of sunlight itself. Purple saxifrages. Yellow poppies. And tiny blue forget-me-nots cling to soil barely thawed. Their roots tapping into water that has waited months to flow. The air, once sharp and empty, fills with sound, the buzz of insects, the calls of returning birds, the rush of rivers reborn from ice. Life floods the Arctic in a great awakening. And for a few fleeting weeks, abundance replaces austerity. The skies become highways of wings. From every corner of the earth, travelers arrive, the geese from distant wetlands, the sandpipers from southern shores, the Arctic terns from the farthest ends of the globe. They come to breed, to nest, to fill the air with motion. The tundra, so empty in winter, now teems with sound. Parents guard their nests fiercely, chasing foxes and skuas from their eggs. The cries of thousands blend into one vast chorus, a symphony that carries across the plains, echoing against the ice cliffs and mountains beyond. On the coastlines, walruses haul out onto the ice in great herds, their tusks gleaming in the soft light. Seals gather at the edges of melting floes, their young learning the art of diving, their sleek bodies carving arcs through the still water. Whales return too, following the trails of krill that bloom beneath the retreating ice. The bowhead sings again, its voice resonant and low. A hymn of survival that can travel for miles through the sea. Beneath the surface, fish swarm and feed. The entire ocean alive with movement. Above it all, the Arctic sun refuses to set, its light stretching endlessly, as if trying to hold the world in a single, golden breath. This is the time of plenty, but also of urgency. Every creature knows the clock is ticking. The warmth will not last. The light will not stay. The lemmings multiply with wild speed, hunted by foxes and owls who raise their young on this sudden feast. Caribou cross hundreds of miles in their migrations, calves running at their mother's heels as rivers thaw and widen beneath their hooves. Wolves follow the herds, strong and lean, their silhouettes cutting across the tundra like echoes of the wind. Even the bears wake from their long sleep, lean but determined, drawn to the coasts where seals rest and fish gather. To witness this world is to see life compressed into brilliance. each day a festival of existence. Flowers bloom. Seeds scatter. Young are born. Predators hunt. Prey flees. And all of it happens in the same fevered rush before the sun begins to sink again. The Arctic does not waste time, it burns with it. Every moment lived at full intensity, because the next may bring snow. Amid this explosion of life, humans have long stood as quiet observers, drawn north by wonder and necessity. For indigenous peoples, this cycle is not just spectacle, but sustenance. A sacred pattern that governs their own survival. They fish, hunt, and gather with respect, understanding the balance that sustains them. They know the ice, the light, the migrations. They live in rhythm with them, not against them. Their songs and stories tell of the same truth that every creature here knows. Nothing lasts. And that is what makes it precious. But the rhythm is changing. The ice melts earlier. The rivers flood higher. The flowers bloom sooner and fade faster. Some birds arrive to find their nesting grounds washed away. Some seals give birth on ice that crumbles beneath them. The Arctic's balance, once precise and perfect, wavers like a candle in shifting wind. And yet, even as the pattern bends, the will to live remains unbroken. The fox still hunts. The tern still flies. The bear still walks the shore at midnight beneath a sun that will not set. The Arctic summer is both miracle and warning. It shows us what life can do when given the smallest chance, how beauty and resilience can bloom in the harshest place. How even the briefest warmth can ignite an entire world. But it also whispers a truth that humankind must hear. If this world can change so quickly, so can ours. As the season turns and the first hint of frost returns to the air, the great migrations begin again. The birds rise into the endless sky, heading south to follow the light. The caribou turn. The wolves vanish into shadow. And the tundra falls silent once more. But beneath the ground, seeds wait. Beneath the ice, the plankton sleep. And beneath the aurora, the Arctic keeps its promise that no matter how long the winter lasts, life will always find its way back to the light. When the final warmth of summer fades and the light begins to wane, the Arctic exhales. The great pulse of life that filled its tundras and seas slows, softens, and begins to fold back into silence. The air grows still. The rivers turn to mirrors. And the animals that have danced beneath the sun now prepare for the return of the long night. This is the season of retreat. The solemn turning of the wheel. When the Arctic gathers itself into quiet strength for the darkness ahead. The tundra, once a carpet of color, begins to pale. Flowers close. Grasses bend beneath frost. And the first snowflakes drift across the horizon like ghosts returning home. The caribou herds move southward, their migration tracing ancient paths carved by instinct and memory. The wolves follow, lean and patient, their eyes glowing faintly in the half-light. Their cries echo through the cold air. Neither song nor warning, but something older, an announcement to the world that the time of stillness has come again. Above them, the sky changes. The sun lowers each day, lingering less on the horizon, until it no longer rises at all. The last light spills across the ice in gold and violet tones, bathing the world in a fragile beauty that feels both eternal and fleeting. Then darkness comes, not like night elsewhere, but as a presence, vast and unbroken. For months, the sun will not return. Yet this darkness is not death. It is the Arctic's heartbeat slowed to its quietest rhythm. Beneath the snow, foxes curl into their dens, wrapping their tails around themselves like silken scarves. Polar bears retreat to the slopes, mothers giving birth to cubs in hidden chambers of ice where warmth still lingers. On the sea, the last seals vanish into breathing holes, while whales dive deep into the blackness, following the echo of unseen currents. The ocean, though silent on the surface, thrums below with life, schools of fish moving like thought through the deep. Shrimp and krill rising in invisible tides. Even in the absence of light, the Arctic glows faintly with bioluminescence, a secret starlight beneath the sea. For those who live here, the Inuit, the Sami, the Nenets, this is not a season of fear, but of understanding. They have learned to read the quiet, to live by the whispers of wind and the language of ice. The long night is a time for memory, for story, for connection. Fires burn within snow houses. Songs rise into the dark. And the people remember that survival here has always meant harmony, not conquest. The Arctic does not forgive arrogance, but it rewards respect. Yet even this eternal rhythm is shifting. The ice forms later now, thinner each year. The animals travel farther, driven by hunger to unfamiliar lands. Hunters find the old routes broken, the sea unpredictable. The silence deepens not from peace, but from absence. The long night still comes, but it feels different, less patient, less sure. Still, within that uncertainty, beauty remains. On clear nights, the aurora returns, rippling across the black sky in ribbons of emerald and violet. The colors reflect in the eyes of the sleeping world, a reminder that even in darkness, there is light. Each flicker across the heavens seems to whisper the same truth. The Arctic has always known that endings are not loss. They are preparation. When the wind rises, it carries snow across the plains like smoke, erasing all tracks, all signs of what was. But beneath that silence, life waits. Seeds sleep under the frost. Plankton drift in the depths, storing sunlight from the past season. Bears dream of spring, their cubs pressed close. The Arctic breathes slowly, gathering strength. And then, at last, after months of shadow, a faint line of gold touches the horizon. The first sunrise of the new year returns, timid yet unstoppable. The ice glows, the air glitters, and the long night ends. The Arctic awakens again, the same and yet forever changed. In that first light, every creature rises to meet the world anew. The fox leaves its den. The owl opens its wings. The bear steps from the cave, blinking at the glow. Above them, the aurora fades into dawn. The Arctic has endured another cycle cold. Silence and rebirth. This is its truth. The Arctic does not die, it transforms. It is a world built not on permanence, but on renewal. Not on certainty, but on resilience. Each winter teaches the same lesson to all who listen, that survival is not the defiance of darkness, but the faith that light will always return. And so, as the sun climbs once more over the horizon, the frozen north breathes again. Endless, ancient, and alive. At the edge of the world,